Shoo! Hello? 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 Hello, everybody! It feels like forever since I last streamed, even though it's only been a day. Even though it's only been a day. So, that's kind of crazy. And it's kind of insane. You know, that has only been a day. So, kind of nuts. But welcome in, everybody. Welcome to the stream. My name is Roy Chiato, like a macchiato. I am a coffee-fueled bunny host with a serious passion for voice acting, and I absolutely love working out, in case you couldn't tell. Welcome, guys. I have not done that intro in a while. Roy moment? Absolutely. Hi, Apollo. It's good to see you. Guys, welcome to the stream. Yeah, it's been 84 years. It feels like a while since I've been properly Roy from the beginning of a stream, and since I've been able to not be in character. It's kind of like funny like that, right? So very exciting. Oh my god, Roy, is that you? That's crazy. So, guys, welcome to the stream. I hope you're all doing fantastic today. Otsu VCraftEnchanted, because it has been an insane couple of months. It feels like a couple of months, couple of weeks, an insane 13 days. And I'm really happy to have had this experience, and I'm even more excited to be able to talk about it now in entirety, without having to worry about spoilers, without having to worry about metagaming, without having to worry about anything else. We can just freely, candidly speak about it. Thorn, thank you so much for the 7 months. Thank you. I didn't know you had a Twitch account. Yeah, I stream on both Twitch and YouTube, but because of Twitch TOS, I cannot show YouTube chat on screen. So if you ever only see Twitch chat, YouTube, I promise I can see you. Like Zenthia, I see you saying thank you for the stream. Vinny, hi Roy, only stopping by, hoping you're doing good. Bye now. Yeah, take care. Bye. Ignatius, hi. Dreecan, hi. Mage, hi. Lila, hi. Sleepy Dragon, hi. So, Niana, hi. Jay, hi. See, oh my god. Sorry. I didn't mean to get that. I didn't mean to get that big. My bad, guys. my bad. You know? Yeah, welcome. Very much welcome to the stream. Very exciting day. So, yeah, I obviously, today, in case you guys were unaware, we are doing a massive recap day. Today is a recap day of VCraftEnchanted. I will be going over the entirety of Royale's story. Of course, from my POV. I'll not be including other people's POVs unless I was in that specific scene, or talking about those situations, unless, again, I was in those scenarios, just to keep things, you know, not too metagamey, and to only talk about things that I have knowledge of. Is this a clip episode? I will have some clips to accompany things. I do have, like, a lot of stuff that I've gathered. Like, some clips, some stuff in general. I don't know if it's necessarily going to be a clip episode. I do have, like, art pieces too. You know, I have like a lot of things. I have like a lot of stuff that I get to show off as like visual aids. I think visual aids is probably going to be the best way to describe what it is that we're doing today. So, before we dive in today, how's everyone feeling? How's everyone feeling after VCraft? Did you guys have fun during the entirety of VCraft? How crazy of a 13 days was that? What an adventure. I agree. OMG, I got a hi, of course. Said my name. Yeah, hi. Hi, Roy. Home VA work on Monday went well. Oh, hope VA work on Monday went well. It did, yes. Yeah, I had some projects that I had to bust out. So thank you, Dread. Dang, the emotions won't stop. True. We love visuals. True. What's up, Undying? I tune a battle, emotional, but love it so much. I'm so tired. Me too. I think today is the first day that my eyes don't hurt. in like 2 weeks. I think today is like the first day that my eyes don't hurt in like 2 weeks, which is kind of insane, you know? Excited to watch and getting to know Roy properly after watching Royale. Yay! Hey, that makes me really happy because I know we definitely got a lot of new faces here in the community. And if you guys are new, welcome to the Dusk Bunnies. Dusk meaning the time before or in between day and night. It's usually before twilight. So, yeah. I really like that time of day because it's when you look at the sky and you look at the sun setting, it's that really, really pretty color of pink and purple and orange as it kind of dips almost into night. So it's one of my favorite times of day. Really, really like it. Yeah. So welcome to the community. Welcome to the Dusk Bunnies. We're very happy to have you. Now, as we get into this, I do want to, I'm gonna preface a lot of stuff right away because I kind of mentioned this on Twitter already. This is absolutely going to be a very long recap. I'm going to go into excruciating detail with a lot of things. I'm going to provide clips. I'm going to provide art. I'm going to provide context, thought processes, things like that. So if at any point you guys have questions that you really want answered, if you guys have curiosities you want addressed, if you guys are really, really like especially hunkering for reasoning behind things, let me know. Open chat. I want this to be a Q&A and a behind the scenes type situation. So please feel free to ask as much as you want. I can't answer some things because of like if it doesn't involve me or I just straight up didn't know, I'll probably just say that, but I'll probably be mostly candid. So please feel free to ask as many questions as you want and I'll do my best to answer them. Just please keep in mind, I'm going through like the entirety of the story as I remember it from my POV. So if there's like something that you're like really curious about that happens later, maybe wait until we get to that point. That way we don't jump ahead because we will be going in the order of the days roughly. So is that why you're 2 hours earlier than usual? Yes. Yeah. I wanted to give myself ample enough time to yap about VCraft because I feel like it deserves its own stream as a kind of out of character yap sesh where we can talk about everything, you know? Just happy to listen to see a recap from your perspective. Well, thank you. That means a lot. Hi, Very. Looking forward to it so much. Love that as you remember. Yeah. I'm very excited for that. What happened to the eyes that were collected? We used them to open the gate to the end, but that's all they were used for, you know? It was definitely fun, but couldn't stay up late for most of VCraft streams. We'll watch the VODs. Yes, absolutely. So I will preface this again with full spoiler warning. Absolutely full spoiler warning in effect. Full spoiler warning in effect. Because we're going through everything. We are absolutely going through everything. So if you have not caught up on things and you want to kind of wait and kind of watch it at your own pace, please feel free to. While I am very excited to share this story and these adventures with you, I don't want you to feel like you have to get spoiled if you want to experience it on your own. So, yeah. I'm excited to learn about your perspective as someone who watched other POVs. Oh, yeah, this is going to be really fun because I've started hearing especially Leo and Calyx talk about their interactions with me in character with Royale. And it's like both of them gave very similar reactions of like it felt like Royale had a knife to my throat or it felt like he was choking me in conversation. And I was like laughing so hard that both of them felt that. The moments where Haka was speaking Spanish was so funny. Yeah, I tried to calm him down. No te preocupes. Tranquilo, tranquilo. Vamos a ayudar. I'm trying to catch up on everyone else's except Roy, but they're like 10 plus hours. I got you. They need to get to know you, bro. That's all I'm saying. No, like we're all on good terms. We're mutuals. We've been chatting in DMs and everything like that. It's all kosher. But that's also good point. Good time to bring up. Remember, and this is one of the biggest things I can say. Spectre, thank you for the 40 months. I greatly appreciate that. Holy crap, that's a long time. This is one of the biggest things I can say. Please please remember everything that we did in VCraft Royale. I keep saying VCraft Royale. Because my name is Royale and I want to say Battle Royale. In VCraftEnchanted was us playing characters. You know, even though, you know, Vitruvius and L had the differences, I'm sure Lucian and Vox are on great terms. Or, you know, Luca and Calyx are probably on great terms, despite Zaddy and Calvin having that heated moment that I did not catch, unfortunately. So keep in mind, we were all playing characters, and anything that I'm referring to in the story, in this recap, is not a reflection of the person that was playing the character. It is a reflection of what was happening in moment, and this is not meant to call anyone out. Again, this is from Royale's perspective and me playing Royale and the things that happened during that adventure. I really, really want to preface that, and especially as we get to the ends of stories, because there's some very emotional scenes and there's some longer clips that we will probably jump through quite a bit, and I might cut some things off and talk over clips while they're happening to kind of give context to moments. There's two big clips that I'm going to show. And I'll let you know what those are now, because we're going to get to them way later in the stream. The first clip I'm going to show is when I officially joined the Knights of Ours, because I think a lot of people were really surprised that I had joined and didn't know that I had joined. But there's some important context in that conversation between Leo, Vitruvius, and Royale, and I think it's worth listening to a good chunk of that conversation. And then the other one I'm going to show, which I think a lot of people missed, because it was after the battle with Vitruvius and Lament, I had a very private moment with Roswell. Royale and Roswell were in his basement in what would have been the Speak Hard, where Royale hugely crashes out against Roswell. And that is, aside from a follow-up conversation with Lucky afterwards, where they kind of reaffirm that they're okay, that crash out moment is kind of what I consider to be Royale's canonical ending from VCraftEnchanted. And even though, you know, 2 days ago, the reading of all of our messages and going around and enjoying town, the talent show, the wedding, you know, the circus, everything like that we did, all of that was fantastic, but I consider that OVA. I consider that kind of a not out of character, but like not entirely part of Royale's story, and I will explain why once we get to the end of it, and go from there. So, all right, yeah, hi, what's up, Alana? Welcome in. So, quick question: does VCraft involve fire mix? I'm not entirely sure what fire mix is, so I'm gonna say no. I wish there was a lot more VCraft. Oh, I mean, yeah, we went for 13 days. I think a lot of us like we're wishing for more, but at the same time, like, it adds weight to the decisions because it only lasts for 13 days. Everything that you do and everything that you say has meaning to it, because there's not going to be enough time to fix things later. So I think one of my favorite moments was Albus tripping over his words and saying maid in training, and then Albus committed to being a maid. Yes, that was the best. That was on day one. I really, really liked that. Yeah, it's a bit of an OVA. There are some of that are narratively important, like New Zealand. Yeah, so it's like bits and pieces, like where you can say like this is a follow up to day 12. You know, day 13 was a technically a follow up, but like for Royale at least, his story ended mostly on day 12, and then continued in epilogues that I posted, and then that Vox had posted. So I'm going to consider those canon, and moving on from there. So I'm going to type fire mixtape, but I misspelled it. Oh no. Unfortunately, my music for a lot of VCraft was significantly louder than I thought it was. I did not realize until day 12 that my music was too loud. Because I had asked several times how the music was, and everyone was like, oh, it's great. And then I went back and listened to it on day 12, because that was like the first moment that I really, really, really wanted to clip, because it was the crash out with Roswell, and I listened back to it and I was like, this is too loud. So yeah, I thought I was fine. I'm sorry. You're good. It's not your fault. Luckily, the Twitch VODs don't have any music, so I was still able to save the scenes from my perspective. Yeah, day 12. I wasn't going back and watching my own stuff because I was like, I want to see what other people are clipping and including. And I'm wondering now if that's why people weren't clipping as much stuff, because the music was there, and I feel bad about that. I feel bad. So if there are any clippers out there that do want to clip things, if you clip the Twitch VODs, or if you go back and highlight the Twitch VODs, there is no music on the Twitch VODs, because I do have audio separation for Twitch. So if you want to check those out, if you want to go back and find specific Royale moments, please do. You can find them on Twitch. They're under each day is named and labeled with a thumbnail, so you can definitely find them. Yeah. I wasn't clipping because of rules and work. What? Wait, were there rules against clipping? Did I not know about that? That's crazy. Hello, Roy. I'm so happy to catch your stream today. I was happy everyone had fun, and it hurts so much to hear all of you get emotional at the end. Brava. Thank you, Momo. Arigato. Thank you for the 5 months. I appreciate it. Roswell was so quiet. Yeah. Comparatively to the music. So the clips are saved. Good. There are particular rules for Niji Gang shared around on X. Oh, I was unaware what their clips were. For Niji Livers specifically. My apologies, I was unaware. This is why I didn't clip my stuff. You know? This is why I didn't specifically clip my own things. But I'm only gonna have a singular moment where I show Vox, and the other time is with Roswell. So I thought that's why clipping was disabled on Twitch. Clipping shouldn't be disabled. For Hollow, you can't post clips until after the wrap-up stream. I'm sure it's probably fine now, I would imagine. And like I said, I'm not gonna like be going through too many things. I have 2 clips that I'm gonna show. One's with Roswell, and one's with Vitruvius and Leo. So yeah. Different places have different rules, and it takes a while to figure out what you can do. Yeah, and we'll go from there. During the streams, other than that, it's fair game. Okay, cool. Awesome. Yeah, it's fine now for Hollow. Luckily, no Hollow involved for needing to worry about those rules. But like I said, I'm going to be showing clips. I'm going to be showing that kind of stuff. And I just, like I said, I wanted to get that all out of the way. Now, I am a little bit of a freak. So one of the things that I did was I got together a giant post, quite literally just a giant a giant typed up document that I put together. That was for I was talking with Maya, who played Boog, as I'm sure many of you have spent tons and tons of time with, and appreciated their role play and their character and everything like that. I was speaking with Maya in DMs, and yeah, Boog morning. I was speaking with Maya in DMs, and they were especially curious about why Royale went to the Knights of Ours. And it was like really hard to explain in a few words. So I ended up spending like 3 hours typing up like a 12-page document of 10 Discord messages that were maxed out on characters, to kind of explain the process over the 13 days. So yeah, Royale's Book of Lore. So, all right. Before we dive in, are there any questions? Because I wanna make sure that we address things either as we go on or as we get to the days that they happened. Like I said, please ask me as needed. So yeah. 12 pages, a little of a freak, he says. I am indeed. Also, if we have art or anything like that, I'm gonna grab pictures of it and then show it on stream, so you guys can get a better idea, and then we'll go back to the lore. That way, everybody has a second to like understand better what I'm talking about, because I do have plenty of stuff. I will actually probably open up with something like that, because I think it'll be really funny to kind of see things. So let me actually get that together. Let me get some of these early day shots together. All right, so I have some of the early shots together. Like I said, I have all of these in like a separate tab. I took the time earlier to gather as many things as I possibly could. So I'm still clueless when it comes to being in Royale's shoes, even though I was lurking here. Very hyped to get more context. Where did you get the name Royale? When I was thinking of roleplay, because I knew going into this, a lot of people were not used to roleplay and were not professional voice actors or not trained in voice acting. I knew there would be a lot of people that would struggle to remember names. And since our display names, like the names above our heads, those never changed. So I wanted to make mine really simple to remember. So Roy Chiato, Royale. It still has Roy in it. You know, it made it easier. Also, I just thought it sounded funny, you know? Yeah, so that's where the name Royale came from. Quite literally, I just wanted it to be easy to remember, and if people messed up the name, at least it was close enough that I would know that they were talking about me. And I wouldn't have to go like, who are you talking about? Yes, Royale with cheese, the most powerful of warriors. Oh my goodness gracious. Out of curiosity, did you perhaps have a favorite moment from VCraft? Probably my crash out. Against Roswell, which I will show in its entirety, because I think there's a lot of people that missed it because it happened after the battle with Vitruvius and Lament. So I will show it in its entirety so people can better understand why it's my favorite moment, like my own favorite personal moment. And yeah, I think that's the favorite moment. Cringing so hard after I saw Lucy's playthrough. Royale totally believed Elle was a hero. Listen, sometimes you just have to play it up. Sometimes you have to just believe people at the start, okay? I'm not sure if I missed it in a previous conversation, but when Vitruvius showed off his things with the exploding horses, why did Royale start laughing? There were two reasons, and we'll get to that when we actually get to that that moment. But the big reason was because Royale was sitting in the explosions in entirety and taking like a point of damage. He took like nothing. So many people were convinced that like Zealand was the tankiest person or that Leo was the tankiest person, but I, as Royale, was just as much of a tank as those two, if not more. Because when Leo and I compared damage with one another late days, I did more damage to Leo than he did to me. And we had similar weaponry. So I was a sleeper tank that I think people didn't realize. I took next to no damage. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I was always shocked, because people were like, oh my god, Mr. Zealand withstood, Vitruvius' spell. And I'm like, is that a feat now? Was I supposed to get a medal? Who is your favorite character to interact with? And was there anyone you wish you could have had a chance to interact with that you didn't get a chance to? I think I wish I got to interact more with Zealand in character, because like we really only interacted in passing. And he was such an important part to everyone else's journeys that it hurts that I didn't get to spend time with him. We did have conversations, and there were definitely moments where like we discussed things and we were aware of each other and things of that nature. But we never really went on adventures together. Yeah, and then there's two other people that I'll specifically say. One of them is Roswell. I wish I got to spend more time with him. And this will make more sense as I go on throughout the story. But I genuinely think that if Roswell and Royale spent more time together from the start of VCraft, I think the entirety of the story and the entirety of Royale's arc, especially, or the entirety of Royale's story, I should say, not the story, Royale's story, would have played out significantly differently, way differently, if he had spent more time with Roswell from the beginning. And then the same thing could be said about Royale and Calvin. Calvin is the third person that I would say I wish I got to spend more time with. And we already spent a lot of time together. Calvin and Royale, I think, met every single day and did either serious roleplay talk, went on adventures together, or something like that. It was almost every single day, if not every day. And I will get to it as we go on, but like, I think that's why Calvin's betrayal hurt Royale more, I think, than any other person, and why Royale was especially cruel to Calvin in the last moments. And I intentionally hammed it up to add that flair of cruelty, because holy shit, Royale was hurt that Calvin kept lying to him over and over and over again. I think Calvin lied to Royale more than any other person in the entirety of the game, even more than Elle, which is saying something. So it's like, oh man. If Royale could take one thing from everyone else in Witchington, what would they be? I have no idea. I would have to sit down and make like a massive list. What were your expectations going to VCraft? Not this. And I'll talk about this as we get into like day one. That was rough. I will say I did not expect to have a bad ending, because I will say, as many of you were crying and saying like Royale found his family and everything like that, I do consider Royale's ending to be a bad ending, not a good ending, not a happy ending. Royale had a bad ending, and that's okay. And there's some beauty in that, because not every hero's ending is going to end up in happiness. So, not gonna lie, Calvin did deserve it, but it made me so sad. I'm actually genuinely sad though, because Calyx and I did talk out of character after my crash out with Roswell, and I was explaining to Calvin, to Calyx out of character, that the crash out that I had with Roswell was going to be with Calvin instead, because I noticed as everyone else left, it was just Calvin and Royale at the end. I think like after Vitruvius had gone back to town, after Leo had gone back to town, after Nabubu had gone back to town, after Lucky had gone back to town, like everything like that, I was going to crash out against Calvin. However, because he left just as fast as the conversation started, it just kind of added fuel to the fire. So no wonder why Calvin was so scared of Royale. It happens. Expectations fun, reality tears. Yeah, did not expect it. So he didn't want the smoke. I needed to crash out against somebody. I needed somebody, dude. I've seen so many people about how many people withstood V2 spells, but in truth, the spell was crafted to do block destruction only, and the deaths were accidental. Yeah, but I'm saying like other like destructive magic spells. Like, I think I lasted as long, if not longer, to like Yuta's like most destructive spells as Mr. Zealand did. That's why I was saying, like, I was one of the most tanky people on the server, and I was one of the only people that knew about the food buff thing, where if you have a varied diet, that you get not only health buffs, but defensive buffs. So, I'd love to see that with Calvin. I think Calyx was actually sad that it wasn't with him. But that's just kind of the beauty of roleplay, is you can't plan for every individual circumstance. You go in with a character, you go in with goals and intentions and a play style that you want to abide by. But at the end of the day, you have to react and play around what other people play around. And you'll hear me say that a lot, where I was playing around someone else, or I made this decision because somebody else made this decision. I played very reactionary. And I think a big part of that was because a lot of people were new to role playing. So I was like, I want to let these people have fun. And I intentionally made myself a little bit of a blank slate. Because I've been full stop. I've been role playing since 2015. I started getting into tabletop role playing games when Critical Role first started airing on Geek and Sundry. I'm talking like campaign 1 Critical Role. I was there, you know, the Underdark arc. I was there. So those are dark times, let me tell you. But I have a lot of roleplay practice, and I wanted other people to get the chance to roleplay as much as they wanted and enjoy themselves, because that's how you get more people hooked on it. And their fun could be my fun, which it was. I loved playing with so many people that threw away the feeling of cringe, that threw away their misconceptions and their preconceptions, and just had fun. And that's what roleplay is about. And it's why a lot of the time, because in character, Vitruvius commented about how Royale waits a lot before responding, and it's usually because out of character I wanted to make sure people got to say everything that they wanted to say, because again, a lot of these people were new to roleplay. I wanted to make sure that they had a good time, and I didn't want to like steal the show. I am glad that I did get to a little with the crash out that I had and the speech that I had, but like I said, it's everyone's story, not just mine. So I wanted to make sure that everyone had times to shine and feel like they were the main character of their own stories. So, yeah, definitely dark times in the kingdom. Dark times in the kingdom. Dark times, dark times. Dark times, dark times. So, I think that's it for questions. Let's get started. And if you guys have questions as we go on, please let me know, because I would love to answer some questions. You know, I'd love to answer some questions. So I will answer as many questions as I can as we are going on, and then I will first start off by prefacing this with the following as we get into this. I will refer to Royale as I to make it significantly easier as we go forward, because if I'm constantly going, Royale did this, he did this, it might get a little weird. So instead of referring to Royale in the third person, I am going to refer to myself as Royale. I'm going to refer it as I. And remember, this is all from my own perspective. And I will leave out plot things that I was unaware of in character. Things like never learning about Calvin's mother, nor that he was a homunculus. In character, I didn't know any of that. Calvin never disclosed it. No one ever told me about it. I wasn't there for when Zaddy had the crash out in the monastery, so I could not play around with that information. I knew some of it out of character because, you know, clips on Twitter and things like that, but I couldn't play around with that in character. So and then the other thing, and probably the most important thing, if you guys want to clip any of these moments where I'm talking about people, showing art, showing clips, things like that, please do. I have a clip tag. It's Clippuccino with 2 P's and 2 C's. Please, please, please feel free to clip this. I am super, super down for people to have this as a recap, to have this as reasoning for why Royale went to the dark side, so to say, and everything like that. Yeah, Calvin's a homunculus. It was crazy. It was actually insane. So, but yes, please feel free to have fun. Please enjoy yourselves. Please ask questions, but try to keep the questions relevant to what's happening as I'm explaining the story and going on. And like I said, I'm going to be showing stuff off. And the first thing I'm going to show off is Royale. So, as I get to, where's my screen? There we go. Okay, so first things first, we're going to show off art. So obviously myself and Joe, who you guys probably recognize as the artist that does the most amount of work for me and my content, did all of these amazing concept pieces. And these are kind of what we worked with from the get-go, and then we ended up landing on, obviously, this for Royale. We talked about it a few times. You know, we talked about different concepts and different outfits. And this is actually an outfit that we had already planned for a role play that I did with Crimson Ruse. We did a very fantasy-inspired one where I was... I think I was either like a swordsman or just warrior or barbarian or something like that. And we kind of fine-tuned the outfit a little bit more and landed on this. So I love this. I think it fit Royale really well. I was able to show off a good amount of muscle because of it, which was something that I wanted. I wasn't really a potion user. I wasn't smart about backpacks. I don't think I got my first backpack until day 5 or 6 because I just didn't know how to get them. And that was both out of character and in character. So as you can see, it's a very minimalistic design. I don't have a backpack. I have some straps, you know, for like local inventory. And then I also had a really big sword because I like big swords. Big swords are cool. Big swords very cool. But again, if you want to see any of the concept arts, this is what we had. So I was very close to picking this one. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I was close to picking 5. 5, I was really close to landing on. Really close to landing on 5. I was so close. 3 is also good. I just didn't know how I felt about the hood. Because I was like, I'm not going to be the sneaking type. I'm going to be like the loud himbo hero. But 5 was, I think, the runner-up for me. 6 felt a little bit too flashy. A little too flashy for me, you know? Could have been the villain with number 1. Number 1's also really good. So many of these are good. So, but yeah, very, very much a big fan of how all of these turned out. And like I said, obviously this is the design we went with for Royale. Yeah. Concept art looks amazing. Thank you. Yeah, I was very happy about that. Okay, and then we'll talk about this as we go on. So we're gonna go back to here. I'm gonna switch back and forth between screens. That way we can kind of prevent spoilers and keep pictures to whatever it is that we're talking about. So, was the exposed back your idea? Ironically, I don't think the art for the back was ever revealed. And then someone drew it, and then Joe drew it as well, and they had different interpretations. I'm gonna let people decide whatever they want for the back. I'm gonna let people decide whatever they want. I think the open back is sexy. I think back muscles look awesome. And you can tell how strong someone is on back muscles, you know? So I really liked it. I thought it added a lot to the design. So like I said, we started with Royale's design. Yeah, back muscles. The what could have been of the outfits. Yeah, so I was very happy about that. Just remember it's a tail. We'll get to that. All right, so we're gonna start with what I call the arrival arc. I've named all of these encounters, all of these situations, all of these story beats for Royale to make it a little bit easier to explain. I won't necessarily say the days that they happened because I'm gonna be real. Some of these days blended together. And unless they were like, I remember this day specifically because this happened, I probably won't mention the day. If you guys have particular curiosities of what day this happened on, please do ask. I will do my best to remember. But all of my VODs are available on YouTube with music and then on Twitch without music. So just depends on where you want to find it or if you want to go back and clip things. Real and true, true and real, untrue and real. Did you enjoy VCraft? Enjoy is an understatement. It's one of the greatest experiences of my life. So, I'm calling this first arc the arrival arc, which is basically everybody arriving in town and getting to know each other and chatting with one another, building their property, kind of establishing their stories and things like that. So, I arrived and made a few friends, namely Rhymesween Rhymka, Moltaire, Clifford, and a little bit of Calvin and Nonchalant. Sheriff Sonny also seemed to be really kind to me on the first day, believing in me and that kind of stuff. I also vowed to help Rhymes Doing Rhymeka with his rhyming curse, because unbeknownst to us, Gale had already kind of mentioned that he was going to be rhyming a ton, you know? And then, I don't think either of them expected there to be a second person. How much experience did you have with Minecraft before this series? Oh, I'm a noob. I'm so bad with Minecraft stuff. I just, like, I've played in a couple SMPs before, but I didn't know about the backpack system. I didn't know how to craft certain things. I don't think I'd ever been to the end before. I'd definitely never been to a Twilight Forest. I've barely explored the Nether, like that kind of stuff. Like, I'm like, oh God. That's actually a big reason why I made Royale a himbo hero that focused on strength and muscle and weapons, as opposed to magic, because out of character I had no idea how any of that worked, and I didn't really want to metagame too much for my first thing of like Googling how to do things, and I also didn't want to rely too much on other people. Ironically, a big reason for the shying away from magic, I initially thought that an initial encounter that I had with Vitruvius, that I was like, oh, maybe he can teach me magic. But when I kind of like poked at that idea, he did not seem interested in it. He was like, you know, I don't think I'm ready to teach anybody magic. You know, it's you know, I still have to learn my own stuff. And I was like, hey, heard, backing off. And then I went on my own direction, especially with Rhymes Doing Rhymeka. You know, we actually had like a really funny little moment right in the beginning of day one where we both met Calvin, and Calvin directed us to Vitruvius to try and get help with the rhyming curse. So, but unfortunately, nothing really ever came of that. You have a lot of Minecraft mod stuff to experience. I hope you enjoy it. Thank you. I'm very excited for that. Yeah, modded Minecraft is wild. How do you feel about the Cottage Witch mod pack? I could enjoy Minecraft big thanks to Cottage Witch. Vanilla Minecraft isn't really for me. Oh, I loved it. It was so much fun. There were always so many new things to explore and experience. Yeah. Oh, God, it's so... It was so much fun. Cottage Witch definitely made it, I think, a huge deal. So again, quick recap. Made friends with Rhymes Doing Rhymeka, Moltaire, Clifford Relexis, Calvin, Nonchalant. Sheriff Sonny specifically mentioned how he believed in me and thought I could be a great hero. And then my early goal was to help Rhymes Doing Rhymeka break his rhyming curse. And again, I'll say this for the sake of getting it out of the way, out of character. There are going to be things that I don't mention because I'm trying to specifically tell what I thought was impactful to Royale's story. And what led him especially to joining the Knights of Ours by the end of it. So if there are things that you guys know that happened, like maybe the interactions that I had with Albus or Lucas on day one, I'm sorry that I'm not like going into too much detail about it. We met a lot of people really early on. It just depends on the stories that we ended up wanting to follow. So over the next day or so, I met with more folks in passing through small adventures, hangouts, but didn't really spend too much time with anyone in particular. Will you be doing more modded Minecraft roleplays? I know you wanted to do a Cobblemon one. Yes, so I'm going to be joining in on Siren's SCRP Cobblemon server this week. It actually started a few days ago, but I didn't expect VCraft to grab me the way that it did, and I felt I owed it to not only myself but to the people that I was playing with, to finish out the stories that we had started together. I was hooked. I was hook, line, sinker, and I've been very, very much able to like, I'm finishing this. I'm seeing this through. I'm spending time with these people. I'm locked in. So, but yes, I will play more modded Minecraft in the future. So, moving on. Closer to day 2 or day 3, I don't remember the particular day it happened. I met with Elle, Roswell, and Gale. They told me about this crazy plan to save the world and asking if I'd heard about some eyes. And I remember Roswell specifically showed me one of the eyes that we ended up needing to go to the end. But in character and out of character, I had no idea what they were talking about. I was not familiar. Like I said, my Minecraft experience was very, very, very minor, except for like the basics. And it's why I didn't do any inventing or engineering type stuff. I was like, nope, I don't know any of that stuff. But yeah, so I had no idea what these eyes were. But again, in character, out of character, those three, Elle, Roswell, and Gale, all lined it up very much for me to kind of be the hero and help them save the world. And that they explained that the eyes were going to be part of a heroic plot to save the world. But obviously, out of character, this was very manipulative, and that was not what the eyes were for. But I let them manipulate me at that point. Out of character, I had no idea really like what they were trying to lean into. In character, Royale probably didn't suspect too much because, you know, it is what it was. You know, it was their first time meeting. He didn't have any reason not to believe them. It was kind of too early to go, oh, you're probably lying to me. Like, there's no way I can believe you, kind of thing. But no, he didn't feel that way. Maybe a twinge of it. So, however, luckily, there were other small things going on around town, like going on adventures with people, going to the Nether with a massive group. With Nabubu, I'm sorry, not Nabubu, with Boog, although I think I did meet Nabubu there as well. I'm trying to remember when I met Nabubu, but specifically with Boog and a massive group. I think Vitruvius was also there, Altisius was also there, Miss Eileen was also there. We went with like a huge group to the Nether. What were the eyes for? To open a portal to the end so we could go explore for treasures, weaponry, fight the Ender Dragon, stuff like that. And the end was relevant to a couple people's plots. So I'm so glad you enjoyed VCraftEnchanted. Me too. It was so much fun. Yeah, since the eyes of Ender are all the same for vanilla Minecraft, I was surprised that it changed this much in the mod pack. It's crazy, right? Yeah. I love the eyes revamp. Makes you go out and explore and do different stuff. Yeah, it's pretty insane. So, but like I was saying, a lot of us had gone to the Nether to explore. Boog especially was very, very important for this training arc, as I call it, because Boog explained to me what netherite was, how to get it, how to properly farm for it, and because of them, I was able to get full netherite gear by like day 3 or day 4. So yeah, that was really, really, really important. What was the original plot for your character? I wanted to be a hero. You know, I introduced him as very much a young impressionable hero from Flexington, and that was it. You know, I didn't have, I had like ideas. I had things like in the back of my head for background if anybody ever wanted to actually ask, which no one did, which I will get to. But yeah, I didn't have an overarching giga plot thread that I figured that I was going to follow because I've done roleplay before. I know the best laid plans end up getting thrown out and then replaced with stuff that you make up on the fly. So I skipped the first part and I was like, I'll react and improv a lot of this, which for the most part, the only information that ever was relevant to Royale's story throughout the entirety of it was, my name's Royale from the Kingdom of Flexington. That was it. And that's what I played around. Like I said, I had other backstory stuff that I had written down, and if people ever asked, but no one ever asked. Yes, and Boog also taught me about the tilde muscle, which made farming and grinding and everything like that significantly easier. So big appreciation to Boog. There were also several times during this time where many people were having like little jobs for me, you know, like helping finding missing pets, going on adventures to help them grow in their magical prowess, looking for specific items. So I was very regularly helping people around town. You know, I was very regularly helping people around town. That was the case for a lot of people. Not a lot of people got to share their background, unfortunately. Yeah, so Roscoe and I talked about that out of character, that no one asked anything about Roswell either. And that was one of the reasons where I was saying if Roswell and Royale met under different circumstances, I think they would have been like best friends, and it would have been a way different story for both of them. Or even Royale with Calvin, you know? I'll be your friend, Royale. Thanks. So this whole thing with small heroing, with finding stuff for people, it was really fun in the beginning, but if you go back and check some earlier clips, you'll see that it was a little weird that it almost felt like Sheriff Sunny was trying to stop me from doing heroing stuff, talking about how he was the sheriff and that, but then he didn't do anything. Like the sheriff was like, I'm the sheriff. And then would just let people commit crimes, would let people steal things, would let people murder people. And there were times where Sheriff Sunny did actively tell me, hey, like, don't do this. I'm looking into that. Don't do anything. And me being like, you know, in character, I'm like young, impressionable hero. I'm like, oh, but like, I can't not help people that need help in front of me kind of thing. And that's why I ended up finding Miss Eileen's stolen pet, for example, very early on. And while this initially, I thought this would have made Sunny in character upset, it did the opposite. And Sheriff Sunny and Royale actually had a really good relationship because of that. So I don't remember, did Royale ever crash out on the sheriff? No, I never got to. Man, I was basically Clark Kent Superman. I don't think so. No, not at all. No, I was not that pillar of hope. I think that was Zealand. I'm pretty sure that was Zealand. I could not be that hero. So, yeah, the sheriff was continuously and noticeably absent. So that's very interesting. Yes. So in character, that was very important to Royale that justice was not being served very early on, despite him trying to bring evildoers and crime committers to justice. So unfortunately, there was nothing really he could do about it, because if he just went around enforcing his own justice, he would have been a villain. So had to listen to local law enforcement, had to, you know, abide by the rules, didn't want to become a villain himself, but he was still trying to do the right thing, like helping people find their missing pets, going on adventures with them, the small stuff. But it was definitely grating, you know? No, Royale did not get a parting gift from the sheriff. we will get to that, trust me. We will get to that. We will get to that. And then I talked a little bit about Boog in the Nether. And then one of the other highlights that we had, I mentioned them right at the beginning for people that I had met early on, was some time that I spent with Moltaire, Nyx's character, Nyx Voltaire's character, Moltaire. And while it wasn't a super long moment, on our way back from like this dungeon adventure, Moltaire in character explained that he couldn't use waystones because he was too short to properly like engage with them, or maybe he didn't know how to use them. I don't remember exactly what the reasoning was, but we had a very long trek back to town, and during it, I called Moltaire my friend. He got really emotional about it, and he actively started asking about Royale's background. I don't exactly remember what I said. I think I was really vague about it because I wasn't expecting people to ask. So like I was kind of like just throwing stuff out that I was like, this is vague enough. Like, I don't want to get too much into his backstory. This is like just a casual conversation. I'm not trying to get like dark and make people cry on like day 3. So yeah. And Royale walked home with him, to make sure that he got home safely. And, so Moltaire was the only person, and I'm not exaggerating when I say this, the only person in the entire server, the only person to ask Royale about anything of his background, his backstory, where he was from, besides being known for being from Flexington. And even the Flexington thing was actually something I adapted on the fly, because Clifford made a joke about Royale being from Flexington, because I talked about liking working out, and he was like, oh, you must be from Flexington. And I was like, oh, I like that. And I yoinked it. I didn't make up Flexington. It was Clifford. Clifford made it up and I rolled with it. Yeah. I rolled with it. So, but yeah, so Moltaire was the only person to ever talk to Royale about his background, his backstory, anything like that. And that day, was the last day that Moltaire was on the server. Royale never saw Moltaire again. Ever. Which was kind of heartbreaking. And definitely started adding some like, oh, oh no, the only friend that I thought I had made left. Now, that ends what I consider to be, I bet he wanted to be there more. Oh yeah, he was just busy. You know, like life happens, you know, like out of character stuff happens, but like we still have to kind of play it off in character. And it's not like Moltaire not being there was a reason for me going to the villain side, but quite literally Moltaire was the only person to ever ask Royale anything about backstory, and then he vanished the day after he said something. So yeah, very sad. Yeah, very sad. So you can kind of start to see some sadness, some cracks here. So now before we continue on, I do want to go over a couple cool things that I have to share. Very, very exciting stuff. So let's go ahead and look at some of these things. So first things first, so you guys may remember this really funny bit that we had going on where Olira and Boog and Zaddy and a couple other people kept talking about my hole being out, because the default Minecraft skin that I had was just my model. And the tail was in a very precarious situation, so people kept making fun of it. And Zaddy and Alira kept punching Royale in the butt. So someone made a joke about it. Why does everyone want the hero buns? They kept hitting him from behind. And it kind of ended up being a joke about, you know, everyone's trying to hit the bunny from behind. And Zaddy especially made it sound much more, I think, horny than I think meant to be. But he went there, not me. It was really funny. And then there's this little thing with Malum and Calvin. I don't know what this was about, but I know this was about the me getting my ass beat. So quite literally. Then we had a clip about it, and this is one from Leo that I will play. So this is a clip of me, I think, introducing myself and telling people to stop talking about my hole. So I'm gonna turn up the volume. I'm gonna let it play.
And like
they quite literally lied to me. And they also started talking about how my tail looked like my butt.
That's false. Well, I mean, to be fair.
And Leo.
Friends, right?
True, but like. Well, a priest is.
So Leo immediately goes over to the freaking corner after seeing it. Like, it's my tail. It's my tail. Like, it's a hole in the back, like in the back of my shirt, so you can see my tail. And everyone kept being like, why are you showing your hole? And Leo lost it. And it was so funny because so many people reacted this way, and it ended up being like a massive thing that many people jokingly, in good faith, in good fun, because I knew it was a joke and I just leaned into it, made fun of me for. So it was fun. It was very funny. And this is because it's on my default Minecraft skin, and you can see it's the same outfit that I have on now. But yeah, Leo lost his mind. Leo lost his goddamn mind. It was so funny. Cool. And then we will go back to music. The other thing that's worth noting is Royale had a lot of fights early on. And I had a lot of fights early on that I lost. I got my ass kicked a lot. There were a ton of really early game fights where like I was barely surviving, and even like just early stuff in general that I just died to. Like I had 2 deaths in the first 2 days, I think. And it was like, whew, yeah, the hero journey for real. So Alia did this amazing piece of art that I have like all these bandages and everything because I was getting my ass kicked. So Just something worth noting that even though I kept losing and I kept getting defeated, especially after my training arcs, I was very sad that it was always after my training arcs that I would immediately lose. Because I had like, no. So I did the training arc to not lose, and 3 times, I think it was like 3 times in a row after every training arc, I would then die in the first fight that I got into. Which did wonders for my self-esteem. It did wonders for my self-esteem. So that was great. I loved that. I was so happy about that. Yeah, and I spent hours training. I think it was like I got killed by like raiders in the village after obtaining full netherite, but because it was right after I'd gotten it, I didn't have enough food, so they just killed me because like I couldn't recover, and I was sworn by so many. Yeah, I was so mad, bro. I was so mad. And then we had a conversation with Sheriff Sunny where I was kind of showing off the training arc that I just had because I had just gotten full netherite, and I was really proud of that. So we're gonna show that clip real quick.
Whoa there, you got full netherite.
Yeah, I
Very
can
impressive stuff.
properly handle whatever they throw my way.
That's
I'm ready.
right.
Yeah.
Had to go on my.
Good luck finding them.
Thank you. I
You
had to
give
go
him
on my
hell if you
training
do.
arc. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I'll let you know if I find them, but I might need to have words with them first before anything else.
That's right.
That refers to something else that happens later.
Justice. Be
Ex-
counted.
Justice.
Yes, justice.
That's right, justice.
Justice.
Yeah.
Well, I'm probably just gonna go this way
Bye now.
as well. Well, I'm okay.
Yeah, so that's just a good example of what mine and Sheriff Sunny's relationship was like. He knew that I wanted to find justice, that I wanted to bring people to justice, and actively talk to me about that kind of stuff. So very important that I was able to show that kind of thing. So yeah. And then this was one of my first, not the first, but like one of the early noticeable interactions that I had with Calvin in character, where I don't remember where I had just come back from, but this was very early on. Very early on. I think I was just monologuing to myself, talking about all the things that I had to do, and I had my doors open. And this is like Calvin and mine, like first like real big interaction in character. We'd seen each other in passing, we'd introduced one another, we'd spent a little bit of time together, gone on adventures and things like that. But like this was one of my favorite first encounters. So I'm gonna move to the other side so you guys can see Calvin.
Oh,
Or
hello,
Calyx,
Calvin.
rather.
Hello, Royale. I have a small piece of advice for you.
Oh, okay.
In a house like this, it is quite wise to close the door before talking. Your voice reverberates off the walls and then
Yeah.
out into the world like it's
so
a
good.
booming,
It's so
booming
funny.
Goliath.
Well, what would I have to hide? Everyone should know a hero's voice when they hear it.
Oh, of course.
Yeah,
I just
same.
thought perhaps you may be speaking to yourself in thought.
I still
maybe
laugh
anything
about how
you might
stupid
not
it
want
was.
others to hear. I just thought you may know. You
No.
should. I thought you should know.
gosh.
I'm just simply making plans.
No, that's
for-
my
for
house.
Upgrading my own armaments.
That
and
one's my
becoming
house.
A better hero, as it were.
I see. Best of luck to you then. I just wanted to be sure
I
you knew.
appreciate it. Thank you kindly, Sir Calvin.
Stay safe, Sir Royale.
You as well.
And I will speak and spread the word.
And he's leaving.
I wonder what he's laughing
I
about.
will
Yeah, I can still hear him.
everyone say game.
And then this.
I know you can.
You're so loud.
Well, of course, a hero needs to be loud. Now take your cute self elsewhere so I can ponder and thought aloud, okay?
It's like the voice of a deity coming down from the sky.
Show you, godly rat.
Whoa.
Yeah, that meant nothing. I was literally just trying to tease him. That clip, that end of that clip literally meant nothing. I was just trying to tease him. That was it. I was just trying to be funny. But that's like, those are really, really crucial moments for Royale, and how he viewed his relationship, with Calvin, you know? Cute moments like that is how they really started becoming friends. And then the last thing, was just an interaction with with Violet, Zealand, and Egg Tart, where after the community center was made, and I'll start playing music again. After the community center was made, Violet and myself had gone over to kind of investigate. We weren't together. We just happened to both end up together. at the community center, and I don't remember what I was speaking to Zealand about, but I remember both of us like stopped after a moment because we heard Violet speaking to Egg Tart. And as you can see, Violet had his like back turned to like the door and the window. I was downstairs listening to this. Zealand was cooking in the kitchen, and I freaking jumped up through the window to see what was happening. And you can see he like turns around. And I'm like here laughing, and Zealand is like, hi. And so this is a moment where I was saying like these are the types of moments that I had with Violet and Zealand rather often. And like I said, I wish I got to spend more time with Zealand specifically, because I did get to have some fun moments with Violet later, but this is one of my favorite moments with Zealand. And I wish I could have had more of them. So yeah. All right, let's go back to the script. So from there, we have officially ended what I consider to be the arrival arc. By this point, everyone had arrived in town. Everyone had made their homes. We're kind of starting to settle into their role plays. We're kind of starting to settle into groups that they made. Really, really deciding what they wanted to do. We loved seeing you at the community center, to be honest. I had a lot of fun there. I like I said, I feel bad because I feel like Zealand and Royale in character both had very similar ideals. It was just hard to, because all Zealand wanted to do was bake, and there's nothing wrong with that. And because Royale wanted to be a hero, it was hard for them to justify spending a lot of time together. Because it's like, Royale needed to go out on adventure and save people and grow in martial prowess and things like that. And Zealand was like, I'm going to bake and do magic. And I'm like, that's the opposite of what Royale wants. Oh, I felt so bad. I wanted to spend so much time with him. I really did. It just didn't line up. And sometimes it's like that. Like I keep saying, you have to play around with roleplay. You have to play around with how other people react and be willing to throw out your plans. Because there were so many plans that I had with interacting with other people that didn't end up working. Quite literally just because they just had other things in mind. Fix my hair. My hair keeps like getting in the way. You have to play your role, yeah. And sometimes that role changes. You have to be willing to adapt on the fly. So. Egg Tart, our beloved, absolutely. Egg Tart was absolutely the MVP. I saw a lot of them fall out, which is sad, but it made the story better. Yes. That's how Zealand felt about everyone he wanted to get to know more, but no, they all want to go on adventures. It is ironic, because I think one of the last things that Zealand said to Royale in character was like, I think it was like him apologizing for assuming that he was with Vitruvius, which I think either hadn't happened yet or had just happened. And I'll get to that later, but it's like, it was a very awkward, like, ooh, yeah, oh no, whoopsies. So that was very fun. That was very fun. So, yeah. So let's continue. Let me look at the pictures that I have for what's next. Okay. So the next pictures I have aren't going to be for a little bit. So we have a good amount of reading to do now. We have some good time for questions, good time for other things. Very going to be very easy. So yes, story time. One thing I love about RP is the improvisation. Yes, very much so. You were so suspicious, and he was like, "Oh, maybe I was wrong. Turns out, yeah." Did you have a favorite moment as Royale? My crash out against Roswell is probably my favorite moment, because I got to let the voice acting background out because it was my moment. It was a moment that I had felt that I deserved in character, that I felt like I deserved, that was building up to it, and to let so much emotion out felt like the culmination of the entirety of the story that Royale had lived in up until that point. So. But there are a lot of other really good one-liners and like individual moments. I'll point them out as they happen. If they're in this story, they're probably some of my favorite moments. If I talk about them or if I show art pieces or clips of them, those are also my favorite moments. I'm gonna show the crash out. Don't worry. I'm gonna show the entirety of the crash out on stream, and then I'm gonna show bits and pieces of when Royale joined the Knights of Ours. So, yeah. So suspicious. Okay. So that ends, like I said, the arrival arc, what I considered it to be, and leads us into the eyes arc, the eyes of the end. So specifically, this kind of started because Ellen Roswell stole an eye of the end from Vitruvius. You know? Your voice was one of the most recognizable ones as Royale. Thank you. I hope that's a good thing. I hope people didn't find it annoying. But yes, so the eye arc started with Elle and Roswell stealing one of the eyes of the end from Vitruvius. And then Vitruvius tried to tell the town about how dangerous Elle and Roswell were because of how dangerous the end was. And that someone that would stoop so low as to steal caused chaos and mayhem. But like no one in town seemed to care. People were like, "Oh, it's just a harmless prank. Who cares?" And I was already almost immediately on Vitruvius' side here because, as I mentioned before, I was already getting frustrated that Sheriff Sonny wasn't really letting me do hero stuff and like bringing people to justice. There wasn't a jail system. There wasn't a punishment system. So I was immediately like, well, this is a big deal that these items were stolen because they sound incredibly important, you know? So it kind of, a lot of these things lined up so perfectly and forced me into a specific path, which I was very happy with. Yeah. You're definitely a good thing. Your unique voice made it really easy to identify when lots of people were talking. It was nice. It was not annoying at all. Like you held a lot of gravitas and charm. Definitely a compliment. Thank you. That means a lot. I appreciate it. Thank you for saying so. So, on a whim, after this had started, and I just led that as preface with the Ellen Roswell stealing an eye, I met up with Fifi the blacksmith and Rhymezuin Rhymke, and basically told both of them that we should probably look more into curing Rhymezuin Rhymke's curse now that it had been a few days, to see if Vitruvius could help. And Fifi already had to make a delivery to Vitruvius. And on the way, we actually ran into Sheriff Sonny going to Vitruvius's as well. So the four of us, it was specifically just the three of us at first, and then I think Sheriff Sonny joined us after, but he was there for this meeting essentially. So Vitruvius cures Rhymezuin Rhymke of his rhyming curse, and he reveals his name to be Witchzuin Witchka. So I'll refer to Witchka as Witchka from now on. And Witchzuin is probably more accurate, but Witchka sounds like it rolls off the tongue really nicely. So I like saying Witchka. It's more fun that way. So during this, since all five of us were there, it was Vitruvius, myself, Fifi, Witchka, and Sheriff Sonny. All five of us in a room. Vitruvius confided in us once again how dangerous Elle and Roswell were. And I'm sure a lot of you maybe don't know this unless you watched my POV from the early episodes. We made a group there. We specifically made a secret team that agreed to help Vitruvius find out the truth and investigate what was going on with Ellen Roswell. Because we agreed that if someone was trying to get to the end before anyone else, that would be dangerous for the community if they found something that could be harmful. So, yeah, Rhymke was wild. But we literally had a separate group. We had a whole group. For time context, this was before the election or on election day? Before the election. I unfortunately missed the election. So I'm actually probably barely going to mention the election. I'm probably barely going to mention it. You know? Because I unfortunately, out of character, I think I had another stream or I had my day job. So I just straight up missed the election. Yeah. Sorry, I'm drinking some tea. You did, but then it didn't go anywhere. So yeah, that's literally my next note. But we quite literally, after this first meeting, never met again. Wichka only came back to the server one more time, and Fifi left the server that day, which is 2 more friends that Royale was like, oh, 2 more friends abandoned him. Oh no. And obviously, out of character, Hako was busy with preparing for the Hollow Stars concert, and I think Bonnie, who played Fifi, was going on vacation. So that one didn't rock Royale as much because I didn't really correlate the OOC stuff. But it is just another example of, oh, Royale had people that he became friends with, and now they're suddenly gone. So that was a shame. Yeah. During this time, moving on from the sad. Moving on from this, I think later that same day, Elle actually met up with me privately to warn me about how dangerous Vitruvius was, which I followed up with asking about the eyes, the end, the plans, asking what it was all about, if, saving the world was true. And Elle lied to my face so boldly. Like, it wasn't even a good lie. It was such a shitty lie that I started to call him out on it. And when he doubled down, I backed off and just let him lie to my face for like a solid 5 minutes. I don't know if Lucy forgot. I don't think he did. I think he was just trying to manipulate and gaslight and everything like that. But Elle lied and said that he had no idea what the eyes were and played it off like he had no idea what I was talking about. And specifically when I brought up the conversation that I had with him, Roswell, and Gale a few days before, where Roswell showed me one of the eyes, he was like, "No, that was just like an ender pearl," which it wasn't, because when they asked me if I knew anything about the eyes in that conversation, I busted out an ender pearl, and I was like, "Oh, is this what you're talking about?" And they said no. So at that point, Elle was straight up lying to me, and I was obviously very hurt. I was very confused. I was very frustrated, but I decided to roll with it so I could learn more information. But yes, was very obviously hurt from Elle's and Roswell's manipulation. Gale, I kind of subtract from this equation at this point because I had run into Gale several more times and saw that he had been spending significantly more time with Clifford. And since they had a few more interactions where it very much seemed like Gale was more so spending time with the townsfolk and with Clifford rather than Roswell and Elle, I decided to not correlate the two. That either they had a falling out or that maybe there were other things going on. I never really got in-character confirmation for this, but in my mind, this was the split point where Gale, I no longer considered Gale part of the Elle Roswell group. Would have been a great attorney. We'll get to that. Let me chug some water. Ugh. You would have been a great judge. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. So after leaving Elle, Royale then on a whim, on a random happenstance, met up with Lucas Moneyweather, Mary's character, who had just come back from Spawn because he died, and was ranting about how some crazy wizard destroyed his tower. And when I say this, this was like perfect timing. Lucas had just respawned when I ran into him. So he's screaming like at the top of his lungs talking about like whatever, and I happen to run into him. So it was just perfect timing where all of a sudden I hear about how Vitruvius destroyed L's home, and obviously there's a bit of a gap between the L conversation and the Lucas conversation. But I happened to run into Lucas very, very shortly after all of that happened. So, having been kind of filled in from Lucas's point of view that the crazy wizard man who's obsessed with L destroyed their homes looking for a stupid eye. You know, the roleplay gods were in my favor. This is not the first nor the last time that this will happen. So, me still wanting to do some good, despite being confused about justice and people lying to me, and stuff like that, I decided to seek out Vitruvius to confirm what happened. I went to his tower because Fifi has showed me where it was the other day, and we had a really, really, really long lore conversation about Vitruvius's background. He told me about his father. He told me about his magical research. He told me about why he wanted to go to the end, and really talked about himself for the entirety of the time, which is not a bad thing. I was trying to glean more information. It is, however, ironic that he didn't ask Royale anything about his background. But you know, I'm just saying. But did get a lot of backstory for Vitruvius to that point, to the point where Royale was pretty felt significantly closer to Vitruvius for this. It was very impactful. And this is where I had a moment where I had a quote that got quoted back to me a few times, where I said, a hero can only pick wrong once, and then they can't be a hero anymore. And when I said this, I was trying to imply that if I chose wrong, me, Royale, if I chose wrong by believing and trusting in Vitruvius, that I could not be a hero anymore, because I was deciding to side with Vitruvius at that point and believe in him. And I further showed that in character by then taking Vitruvius to town and having him apologize to Lucas and defending him from people in town being like, get out of here, crazy wizard man. You can't just destroy stuff like that. You can't just murder people. And I was like, no, guys. It's more complicated than that. And you can go back and check the tapes. You can go back and check the VODs. I was a very early game defender of Vitruvius. Very early game defender of Vitruvius. Constantly. Because I thought in my heart of hearts as a hero that he still wanted what was best for New Witchington. The first one potentially, maybe. I don't want to like make that claim because I don't know when he and Calvin started talking. So, but I was the one that defended him when it came to destroying the towers, and I tried to talk up the threat of L looking for the eyes. So, luckily, at this point, that conversation and that kind of talking up with Vitruvius to the rest of the town did at least paint a picture that L and Roswell at this point were fugitives. And they were kind of not wanted by New Witchington, not wanted by the town, but that that they were at least dangerous. Royale had so much trust in people, my goodness. Yup. It's pretty crazy. There's such an interesting line of morality. Yeah, and I thought it was a really important one to stress to Vitruvius, because I made him promise in character that he would never use that destruction style magic ever again. And again, I actively told him, I was like, listen, I'm choosing to believe in you. A hero can only pick wrong once, and they can't be a hero anymore. I'm putting my life on the line just as much as you are for trying to defend you. And we agreed. I think we had a really good moment. It's like a solid like 15-20 minute moment. I think it's back on like day 3. It's like, I think really like Vitruvius and I's first real big like roleplay moment. So definitely check that out if you get the chance. It's good, but I don't think the whole clip is worth showing. I think it worked out that Vitruvius had a decent amount of supporters because I had no idea from IP as a viewer. There you go. They even went on to break his promise 4 times. once he broke it the first time, that was it. I was like, okay, he's just gonna break it again. But that's neither here nor there. That's for later. So over the next couple of days, as we are now in still more of what I consider to be the Eyes of the End arc. Elle and Roswell are fugitives. And like I said, over the next couple of days, I got closer to both Calvin and to Leo. Both of them, I went on numerous adventures with, whether we were going to the Nether, whether we were walking around town, whether we were growing our armaments, whether we were enchanting things. But like, I officially joined the Adventurers Guild with Leo. Leo trusted me with his secret stash of villagers. I helped Leo find a few goblins for the trading system and a lot of stuff like that. So just keep in mind that from day 1 to where we are now, going into day 4, all of that happened, and I had grown closer with both Calvin and Leo. Yes, the bros. So the tree went off and let off an atomic bomb. Yeah. There's some crazy stuff. Yeah, absolutely. Like, imagine as a viewer or a member of town going to battle and seeing Vitruvius and had befriended some of the strongest members of town. I have words to say about that. Please remember that for later, Tomaro. Please remember that for later. Please remember that. Please remember you said that, because I want to talk about that later. I do. Royale and Leo played off of each other really well, IMO. The Adventurers Guild was like a second home for Royale. Yeah, if anything, I spent sometimes more time at the Adventurers Guild and in Leo's room than I spent in my own home for that early game. Quite legitimately. So, and this is where I was saying before, we went on numerous adventures together, talking about what Vitruvius did, talking about the end, what to do about Ellen Roswell, but then especially because I missed it in character because I was either I had a collab or I had my IRL day job, so I missed the assassination attempt on now Mayor Clifford Relexus. So, hey Ray, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, everybody. My name is Roy Chiato, like a macchiato. I'm a coffee-fueled bunny host with a serious passion for voice acting, and absolutely love working out, in case you couldn't tell. Welcome, guys. We're doing a big recap and Q&A behind-the-scenes style stream to go over everything that happened during my time with VCraftEnchanted. Yeah. Hi. Hi. I was in Calvin's POV for most of it, so hearing other perspectives is very enlightening. I intend to watch other POVs because it's so much to take in overall. Oh, it absolutely is. Ooh, I spilled some water. Hold on. I went to grab my water bottle and I just smacked it. Hold on. It's not much. It's like a splash. All right. Cleaned up. Very lucky. Very lucky that wasn't worse. The guns were too powerful. They really were. Alio! Hey, I hope you had a great stream. Welcome in. So, now at this point, Clifford is now the mayor, and there was an assassination attempt on Clifford that I missed. I watched back some of the perspectives of it just so I could get a better idea. But not only is it an interesting turning point for me missing that, but it's an interesting turning point because at this point, Calvin sort of became my catch-up guy, where if I missed something big that happened, because I'm pretty sure Calyx out of character was streaming every single day for VCraft 12 hours a day. And obviously, you know, I didn't really know that. He's the messenger pigeon. For some reason, listen, okay, I really liked my interactions with Calvin too, so I sought him out. Okay? But because of this, I started kind of spending more time with him, you know? I started spending more time with him. I started kind of poking fun at the potential of a romance between Royale and Calvin. But as soon as like, even though it was mutual at points, there was definitely back and forth between Calvin and Royale. As soon as I had heard that he and Malum were kind of being like that together, it was like, I decided in character to back off. Like, I'm a very flirtatious person. I like hamming it up sometimes. I just like it. It makes, when people like it and they feel good about themselves from receiving compliments, I'm like, yeah, you go, you know? So I tried to do that with Calvin. I saw that he was kind of taking an interest in Malum, and I was like, I'm gonna back off. I don't want to be a weird third wheel. I don't want to force him to do romantic stuff if he doesn't want to. And so, obviously, out of character reasons, I decided to back off to not overwhelm him. This is my first time ever doing anything with Calyx, so I didn't want to make him feel uncomfortable. I actually reached out to him in DMs and I was like, hey, I'm not making you feel uncomfortable, am I? Because, like, this is just supposed to be for fun, and if you want me to stop, I'll stop. And he was like, no, you're good. It's really funny because, like, everyone's flirting with me. And I ended up stopping anyway, which I kind of regret now. But at the same time, I was actively trying to pursue in character something with Calvin until he started showing interest in Malum, and then I backed off. Calyx only missed one day, and that was for his 6-month anniversary. That's crazy. Imagine the Royale Calvin route. I mean, not roleplay isn't always about the ships or the romantic aspects of things. I think it could have been interesting. It would have been really nice to see how different the relationship would have been if I had continued to pursue that. But like I said, because it seemed like he was more interested in Malum from an in-character perspective, I backed off. So. Everyone wanted Calvin's cookie. I heard that line so many times. I still don't know what that means, but I'm going to take your guys' word for it. But like I said, Calvin became Royale's man for updates on things that happened around town. So they very, very, very more regularly started meeting around this time to talk, to get updates, to talk about Vitruvius, to talk about L, to talk about Roswell, to talk about the end, the eyes, everything like that. So, reference to an actual cookie meme, I'll send it in the server. Okay. Joke's on you, Calvin was too dense and chose no romance. Oh, I mean, that's fine. Like I said, roleplay does not need romance. You know, you don't have to do it. And like, I put out feelers to see like how people are interested in it, how well they'll reciprocate it. And if I ever get an inkling of making someone uncomfortable, because it's, again, this is supposed to be for fun, it's supposed to be for play, I back the hell off. If I ever get an inkling of a feeling that someone is not interested or being made uncomfortable, I'm like, nope, I'm out of there. Hell no. So, I just wanted to mention that I at one point had considered romantic pathing with Calvin, but I had dropped it. So, yeah. Romance is the cherry on top. There you go. So, like I said, Calvin and Royale got closer. Calvin kind of being the informer for everything that was going on. He's a harem protagonist. He didn't even know it. But in the same way, like, Royale was also very flirty with, you know, with Violet, with Leo, who also reciprocated things. Leo reciprocated things. Violet reciprocated things. But it's like, you know, sometimes it's just for fun and not necessarily serious. Okay. I will also make a general server note because this is, I believe, day 4. Around this point, invisibility, warping magic, and really fast flight and travel started to become way more common. Way more common. Significantly more common. Way more common. Yeah. 4 is the election. I think I came back the night of the election. Like, I was still there that day. I just missed the election itself. Because I only missed one day total, and that was day 10. I only missed one day total, and that was day 10. So, yeah. So, then, one night, I was speaking with Calvin. Surprise, surprise. I know I literally just went on this tirade about, like, I don't know, I just like talking with the Calvin. One night, I'm talking to the Calvin. One night I'm talking with Calvin, and Sheriff Sunny came to both of us invisibly and said that he had found Roswell, but instead of doing anything about it, he deputized me and asked me to handle it. You didn't vote. Who would you have voted for? Probably Vitruvius. As much as I was friends with Clifford, I had already dedicated myself to having Vitruvius's back. So, yeah. So one night I'm talking to Calvin. So, like I said, the sheriff came to us, told us about Roswell finding him, but deputized me and said that I needed to handle it because, quote unquote, Sheriff Sonny was off duty. So he deputized me to take care of it. Oh my gosh. Well, so you pretty much only had contact with the Knights of Ours. Yeah, like, so, and again, there are small other contacts here and there, but when I say, like, my story was the Knights of Ours story, it was. I was in the trenches with them, and I think a lot of people didn't realize that. And I'm going to be completely honest, out of character, it kind of does hurt my feelings a little. It kind of does hurt my feelings a little, because I did spend a lot of time with these people. And like to look back at like clips and moments and people are like, yeah, found family, and they're pointing at like Vitruvius, Leo, and Calvin only, and I'm like, okay guys. Okay, bye guys. Okay guys. But again, part of that also comes from the roleplay side of things, which I will get to as we go on. And it's nothing against Vox, it's nothing against Calyx, and it's nothing against Leo. It is all in roleplay that made these really amazing roleplay moments, you know? So it's always interesting to see what happens. But yes, I was very involved in a lot of these Knights of Ours plots. I was very involved. Very, very involved. Also, I saw some gift subs, but I can't find it. Thank you so much for the gift subs. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Okay, so I go over and confront Roswell. Calvin is still with me. I think Alticius was also there, but I don't think Alticius did anything. I think he was just an observer. And like I said, Sheriff Sonny deputized me and was like, you handle it, I'm off duty. And I'm kind of like, oh, I have like power around the town now. Wow, that's crazy. But also in the back of my head, I'm like, Sheriff Sonny, you're the sheriff. This man is accused of stealing things. Like, what's going on here? What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? Was he ever really the sheriff? I don't know. I think he was a self-appointed sheriff. You know? I wanted them to include you early on so bad. We'll get to that. I had conversations out of character with Vox why he didn't. And he said he regretted it. But again, the beauty of roleplay, you never know what's going to happen. Double agent type person too. It could have been that. You never know. Story could have gone 100 different directions. I did see you so much in Calvin's BOV, but he wasn't sure if you were sussing him. Oh, I absolutely was. 100% I was. And again, I'll get to that. I think no one could have imagined Royale impostering. Yeah. It's crazy, huh? It's pretty insane. I love that the sheriff still didn't do his job and instead made someone else do it. Yeah, he deputized me. So it's pretty crazy. If the Knights utilized Royale better, they probably would have had a really good inside spy. We'll get to that. The off-duty bits were pretty hilarious. Clifford was using being off-duty as an excuse to hang out with Vitruvius from time to time. That's so funny. Wait, so hold on. Sonny wasn't a knight? I think Sonny was a knight, because I think I heard Vox say that out of character, but because Sonny left earlier, I don't know if he ever had like a big moment of joining. I think Sonny was a knight, which I think would make more sense as to why Sonny didn't want to get involved with punishing people that were punishing people like Vitruvius, because he's like, well, if I'm working with Vitruvius, you know, it's just, you know, it's crazy. It's just crazy. I was ready for you to betray them. No, I would never betray anybody. I never spoke oh, that's also funny. Something I can say now too. Now that we're 4 days into this and we're at the end of, you know, day 4 or day 5, because I don't remember where this is happening at this point. We're at the end of day 4 or day 5 at this point. And at this point, I made a conscious decision. I made a conscious decision that I would never speak a lie. And for the entirety of the time that I played VCraftEnchanted, I never spoke a single lie. Did I lie by omission? Absolutely. Did I bend words to make them not be lies? Absolutely. But I never, ever spoke a single lie throughout the entirety of my time in VCraft. So. So that was cool. He spoke the truth. Yeah. A lot of people were like, because I saw a tweet about it. They were like, well, you know, Royale says that he only speaks the truth, but he's like, lying by omission, still a lie. And I'm like, I never said that I didn't lie. It's just said I never spoke a lie. So, okay. So, let's get back to the story at hand. Let's get back to the story at hand, which is I'm confronting Roswell. I'm trying to understand more about what's going on. Asking Roswell why he and Elle were lying to me. And Roswell started spouting out some bullshit. And I could really tell right away that he was lying. I was so angry. And I could really tell right away that he was lying. And then Elle shows up like a moment later. Or a moment after that later. And same kind of thing. While Calvin and I were kind of interrogating Roswell, Vitruvius flies in out of nowhere. Vitruvius flew in out of nowhere. Literally out of nowhere. And this is why I mentioned that, like, fast flight and travel became more common at this point. He showed up out of nowhere. In retrospect, Sheriff Sonny probably told him that he had found Roswell and, what's it called? Elle. So he shows up, Elle shows up, the conversation continues, the lying continues, it gets kind of vicious, and all of a sudden, Elle pulls out a warp stone, or not a warp stone, a waypoint, which I didn't even realize at this point you could craft. So I saw it in his hand, and I was like, whoa! I got so shocked even seeing it in his hand in the first place. Oh, Calvin went to get him? There you go. See, I had no idea. I had literally zero idea. Yeah, and you can craft the waypoints. So, Calvin went to get him, had no idea. Cool. All well and good. So, geez, I might have to get more water. So, from that point, Vitruvius actually ended up killing Roswell, thinking that they were going to try and get away. And Elle did get away, and Roswell died. And I think it was Roswell's first death, and out of character, it was a big deal for Roswell because it gave him like terrifying nightmare visions of the end. And then Sheriff Sonny was also accidentally killed in the crossfire, but like that was genuinely just like a Sheriff Sonny stepped in front to like hit Elle and got hit by Vitruvius' spell. So but like Calvin wanted to trust you so bad, even going to Vitruvius to recruit you, but was skeptical and nervous around you to a certain degree. But now that I'm really listening to the footnotes and the behind the scenes of everything, I'm realizing just how scary Royale could have been as a full villain. You have not heard anything yet. You have not heard nothing yet. Trust me. Trust me. If you think that's bad, just wait. These spells deal a lot of collateral damage. No, I think this was Wither. It was like single target, you know? But, so, Vitruvius kills Roswell. The vision happens. Kills Sheriff Sonny. Sheriff Sonny comes back, gets his stuff, whatever. And I kind of blow up a little bit at Vitruvius. And I'm like, you know, like, you can't just kill people like that. And then it kind of turned into, well, there's no consequences. And this was like the first time that like I really realized in character that he was right. And that the destructions of the towers, when he destroyed Lucas's and Albus's and Elle's home to try and get to Elle, the killing of Elle, the killing of Lucas by accident, and then now trying to attack Roswell and Elle. And I was like, wait a minute, he's so right. Because Sheriff Sonny literally died and got back here in 30 seconds to get his stuff. And that was it. And I was like, whoa. It like genuinely made me think for a bit, and I wanted to be angry with Vitruvius, and I wanted to be like why did you do that? But like even if you go back and watch my perspective, I'm giving like a really half-assed like angry at Vitruvius, you know. Maybe you should have told V2 more about how you were hurt by Elle's lies. But the thing is that it's story stuff, you know. I didn't want to rely on a crutch of being lied to for other people to believe in me and trust me, because I still wanted to be a hero. And I tried to lean on those ideals until I couldn't anymore. And that, again, that's the beauty of storytelling. So, yeah, so death meant nothing, and that was a big deal. And I tried to talk to Vitruvius about it to calm him down. I tried to talk to Calvin about it to better understand what was happening, and to the sheriff to see if I could understand. But, like, I'm gonna be real. Again, Sheriff Sonny did not care, and and in my mind had only deputized me so he didn't have to get his hands dirty or deal with any of it. So, a lot of conflicting feelings about what justice is. And this was the first big time that I got kind of suspicious of Sheriff Sonny, because he really was like covering for Vitruvius. Later found out of character this happened to be the case, but I was never able to prove it in character that Sheriff Sonny was working with Vitruvius. Could never prove it in character, but I was sus of him. And this was like the big moment. You kind of prove that like deceit was the biggest crime that could be committed against people, like Zealand said. Yeah, I believe so. L's real malice was actually killing people's memories. Yeah, that was a Father Frayed and Malum. But I felt like more that was lament. But I don't know. I digress. Okay, cool. Let's continue. Next few days, sessions pass, and I end up calling a meeting with Leo Shu, who I had met during like a previous church shenanigans thing where the House of Yuri burned down the Church of Chat. I got kind of like filled in. Found out that it was just a feud between them, and so long as it didn't spill over into the town, I was kind of like, I'm gonna stay out of it, because I didn't want to be involved in that. So called a meeting with Leo, Shu, and the sheriff. Since Calvin was already there and involved in the talks about the eyes, I felt that he didn't need to be kept up on, but called it with Leo, Shu, and the sheriff, and we as a group decided that the end, the location, was an incredibly dangerous place. It may have had weapons and magics and items and equipment that other people would be able to use. And if one person got there before anyone else, it could be really bad, especially if other people weren't able to get there at all, you know? But I also expressed that I thought Vitruvius might be becoming a little bit unhinged, because I literally saw him murder Roswell the day before and accidentally kill the sheriff in Crossfire. And I was saying, if he's that heated and he gets that engaged in it, maybe we should eliminate the end as a threat altogether to stop L from whatever he's planning, and maybe to let Vitruvius cool off. Because, again, these spells are getting dangerous, and it would be better if we all went together. So I hatched the plan that we all go as a community together. Out of character, this was actually already planned. We were already all planning to go to the end anyway, and to go adventuring and exploring to the end. But in character, this was the, hey, let's go to the end. And it's why we started gathering all of the eyes to go to the end. So, yeah. There was one point I got to see from someone else's POV, where they asked Vitruvius, are you really going to let yourself become the villain? And Vitruvius said, no, I'm going to save the world. That's me. I asked him. I have a picture of that too. You know? Oh my gosh. Glad you completely thought of such an awesome idea all on your own. Thanks. Yeah, I totally did. Not that it was already planned out of character in the Discord. No, I combined that because it felt thematically like it fit for everyone to go. Ironically, I didn't know that it already existed in Discord, which I think Sunny and Shu both told me about at that point. And I was like, oh, well, perfect. I think you can actually, again, find the clip. And they're like, oh, yeah, we were already planning on going. Check Mindcord. But again, this was kind of the turning point to like why all of this happened. Why we all started looking for the eyes, why we all started communicating as a town, and that we all decided to go to the end together. Here, Leo pulled me to the side and explained that sorry. It wasn't just I wasn't just saying that Vitruvius was dangerous to the sheriff, but I was expressing that Elle and Roswell were as well, because we didn't know what they were planning. So I was very much like playing for the safety of the town at this point, but more on the side of like, we don't know what Elle and Roswell are planning, and maybe eliminating the end would also help Vitruvius not just murder people randomly. So after all of this, after this conversation, after this revelation and this decision to go to the end together, it turns out Leo pulled me to the side and explained that Roswell betrayed L and ended up giving him all of the eyes that they had. And Roswell kind of apologized to Royale, but I'm gonna be real, in character, I was so like, you've been fucking lying to me for like 4 days now, man, and all you have to say is sorry. I was so like, bro, please, like why didn't you just trust me? But the whole reason why Roswell betrayed L, from what he explained, to me at least in character, was that when Vitruvius killed him with the withering spell, Roswell had a vision of the end, of like great destruction, great devastation, and the Ender Dragon especially. And he was like, I know that we cannot let L get there before anyone else, and we can't let Vitruvius get there before anyone else. We all have to go together to kind of all arm ourselves, like an arms race, I think someone said. So yeah, people kept saying sorry but not changing, and this is, I think, like one of the perfect examples of that, where Royale was kind of just like, you know what, you lied to me, you hurt me, but I'm gonna keep trusting you anyway, because sometimes, and this is kind of, you'll probably see it, you'll probably understand it as I've now gone down at this point. And I mentioned this later in a different conversation. Sometimes it is better to be lied to and manipulated, because at least it's better to be used than to be forgotten. Because you can at least feel like people want you around. Even if it's to manipulate you, even if it's to use you, at least they want something from you. And that was like a really weird feeling for Royale to feel. Yeah. So yeah. And you can kind of see that development in Royale as I went forward playing. And it's definitely like, a lot of people kept asking me, why do you keep trusting these people? Why don't you just side with the town? Because the people in the town weren't asking anything of me. They weren't talking to me. They were barely acknowledging me. But these people were, and even though they were abusing me and were lying to me and were manipulating me, at least they were doing something to or with me. Yeah, I feel like I had a purpose. Yeah, because justice sure as hell wasn't getting served in town. You know, I found a stolen pet, helped someone kill a single monster. You know, so that is that point of Roswell coming back and apologizing and us starting this whole plot of going after the eyes started that mindset for me as a character. And this is like episode 6, by the way. This is like day 6. So moving on from there, I actually got to have private adventures with Roswell, Leo and Calvin, Leo, or just Calvin. And we all kind of just like, you know, went off on our own, did our own things, prepared, got weaponry, got armaments. I especially did have a pretty fun adventure with Roswell, which I'm going to show a picture of. So there was, we literally went off to try and find one of the eyes together, and he was on his dragon, I was on a broom that I had just gotten because I figured I was going to need it. And again, it's like one of those moments of like, oh, thank God someone needs me. It quite literally was, oh, thank God someone needs me. Even if this person has lied to me and hurt me this entire point, I'm going to go spend time with them, and we're going to find this last eye that we need. We went on like an 1.5 hour adventure. We went into the Nether together. We were in obsidian boats in pools of lava, you know? And you can, I think this expression is like perfect. Like Roswell's like, I'm on business. Meanwhile, I'm like, yay, I get to spend time with someone. And literally. Yes, absolutely. Shout outs to Destiny. Absolutely, 100%. They do amazing stuff. So, and then we'll go back to here because that's the only picture I wanted to show. Yeah, it fucking hurts. It hurts. also remember you helped out Doc and Zally in the Nether. Oh yeah. So I did help them prepare as well because they wanted to go to the end. So I helped teach Doc and Zally how to farm for Netherite. So that was fun. Also, should mention my relationship with Zally at this point is I gave him more money than anybody else on the server. I was Zally's #1 customer, and I'm not exaggerating. I was in the realm of like 1,100 emeralds, I think, given to him. It was a lot. It was a lot. Royale wants to be wanted, and the Knights of Ares had hopes for him. Yeah. So we all got to have our private adventures and prepare for going to the end. You know? It was a fun adventure despite everything. I agree. I had a blast. Hearts and Shambles hearing about this POV. Yeah, we're just on day 6. Yeah. So a lot of people, I don't think, realize that my kind of descent into villainy and towards my bad ending started this early. I think a lot of people assumed that it was like a snap decision to join Vitruvius based on one thing. But as you can see, this is day 6 and I'm already like, I don't know if I know what justice is anymore. All these people keep lying to me. I don't really have friends that aren't lying to me. Like, it feels really weird. I think the only people that I was like, I really had faith in at this point were Leo and Calvin. But Calvin was starting to like, something felt off about Calvin when we started preparing to go to the end. I almost said the lend information, give me an emerald. No, he wasn't that bad with me. So like I said, most people had been lying to me or manipulating me or abusing me at this point, and I really had faith in Leo and Calvin, hoping that they wouldn't. But again, I was starting to be sus of Calvin just based on a few things that he had said when we talked about Vitruvius and what justice meant and that kind of thing, you know? But it wasn't like, oh my God, I don't trust him. But I was like, he's saying some things that don't align with my ideals. Regardless, I'm going to be so real. Now we're getting into, I believe it's episode 7. I believe it's episode 7. Let me pull it up. Yes. So now we're getting into episode 7, day 7. And this is when we all went to the end together. Yes. And the adventure that I went on with Roswell was actually during this day as well. I'm going to be so for real. Out of character, this is one of my least favorite days. This is one of my least favorite days. I really was not super happy with how we handled this. And again, it's like, it happens. It's role play. It's, you know, people can't perfectly plan for like this kind of stuff. But we as a community decided to go to the end together. And it took us like, we were investigating like one of the underground temples for like 2 hours until we finally found the gate, and then someone broke the mechanism or something. So then Vitruvius had to blow it open with the spell that he promised Royale that he would never use again. It was frustrating. And Royale was definitely starting to feel like, ugh, man, get me out of here. So that's why he didn't call out Vitruvius on using the big fuck off spell, because I was just kind of like, well, someone broke this shit. We have to get in. I'm skipping over everything else that happened in there because I genuinely this is one of my least favorite days leading up into this. And then we finally get to the end, and before we even get over to the dragon, like the group is still getting over, the dragon's like on its last quarter of health. You know? The dragon's on its like last quarter of health by the time the entire group is there. I didn't even get a single hit on the dragon. I did get 64 bottles of dragon tears though, which I don't think people knew that I had in excess of dragon's tears, or dragon's breath rather. I had so much dragon's breath. It was an insane amount because I had so many bottles from looting earlier. So regardless, exploring the end was also really rough because me being an in-character noob to Elytra and an out-of-character noob to Elytra, I did not know that they needed rockets to fly. So I just assumed that when I found an elytra, that I'd just be able to fly, and that would be it. I didn't even know they had durability. So I went into the end with a flying broom, which was at like half durability, because I didn't think it was going to be, you know, that big, that far, whatever else. Yeah, 64. I had a ton. And I was doing some exploring, and then my broom happened to break on a random island. And when I say random, I mean this was out in the middle of fucking nowhere. I was nowhere close to anybody. Not at all. I was basically stranded. I did have a warp scroll though. So I was like, I'll be okay. I can go back. Even though my broom broke, it's okay. Now, mind you, again, I'm going to point this out. I'm in the middle of fucking nowhere in the end. And all of a sudden, L shows up. And again, I'm in the middle of fucking nowhere and L shows up. And this is where L and I had a massively powerful conversation where I found out that this was not L, but this was Lucky. And this was one of the first and only times that I in character had ever met Lucky. I hope that was clipped. It is. It's somewhere. But obviously having L lied to me this entire time, having like all these previous conversations, I was very skeptical. But because if he was telling the truth, I decided to have faith in him. And I think I actively told him, I was like, I'm deciding to believe you, and we can kind of figure out what to do from here. And that was kind of it. He told me about a plan that L needed to find 3 of his heads. He thought Leo might have one, but didn't have any backing, any proof. But it immediately like clicked in my head. I'm like, oh, so Leo has something to do with the L plot now too. And this is where it got weird. So obviously, like I'm deciding to believe Lucky. We're talking about justice. We're talking about semantics. We're talking about what it means to be alive, what it means to be in control, how he was sorry that L was lying and manipulating me, and things like that. However, and now I'm a little suspicious of Leo too, because again, I have zero context. I have no idea what's going on, but now I know at least that Leo is hiding something from me. And in his relationship with L. The weird thing is, and I'm going to remind you again, we're in the middle of fucking nowhere. Calvin shows up. In the middle of fucking nowhere. Calvin shows up. And he's like just in the conversation enough that he can hear Lucky and I talking to each other, but kept hovering the whole time. Like accidentally falling into the conversation or being like right around the corner and stuff like that. Yeah, and then Calvin happened to eavesdrop. And at first, I didn't really pay it much mind. But then after Lucky and I parted ways, I looked at the map and reminded myself that we were in the middle of fucking nowhere and that Calvin just happened to show up. So I was like, that seems a bit weird. So at this point, this is the first moment that I really, really started sussing Calvin. He was with Malum and Shu. Yes. However, he kept hovering while Lucky and I were talking. You know, he kept hovering while we were talking. Also, welcome in, Raiders. My name is Roy Chiato, like a macchiato. I'm a coffee-fueled bunny host with a serious passion for voice acting, and I absolutely love working out, in case you couldn't tell. Welcome, guys. We're recapping my adventures in VCraftEnchanted as the character Royale. I'm kind of recapping all of my my story moments and explaining why I ended up with the bad guys. So definitely makes him a suspicious character. It was less of the showing up, and it was more of the he kept hovering while Lucky and I were trying to talk. So that was really what sussed me out, you know, or why I was sussing him at that point. must have been tailing you. It could have been. I think it was actually out of character. I think it was genuinely random because we were on an island that had like loot on it. I do think out of character it was genuinely random. But the fact that Calvin did keep hovering is what made me suspicious. Calvin had no alliance with them until after the court trial. Yeah, so it's very funny because the fact that he was there and he kept hovering is why I was suspicious of him. Maybe not that he was with Vitruvius, because like Vitruvius wasn't a villain to me at that point. Vitruvius was just Vitruvius. You know, if anything, I was still on Vitruvius' side. You know, remember I had spoken for Vitruvius to the town. It was more so I was nervous that Calvin had ulterior motives and maybe wasn't being truthful because he kept hovering. You know? He had no idea what was going on. That's totally fine. I get you. He was lost. He was trying to explore with Shu and Malum out of character, but in character, he definitely looked suspicious. Yeah, because he just kept hovering. Oh my gosh. Calvin kept finding himself in sus situations. Calvin and I have that in common. Calvin and I continued to have that in common several times. Must rate it on. Hey, no worries. Thank you so much for bringing all these wonderful people over. And avoid the spoilers. Fair enough. Yeah, we're going through it. We're going through everything. So, but after this, like I said, Lucky and I parted ways. I decided to believe in Lucky. I thanked him for being truthful with me and being open with me because thank God someone was honest with me for once, and I was deciding to believe him in that relation, in that regard, and that I would try and help him figure out more. But the problem was he did tell me before he left he wasn't sure if he was ever going to be able to be truthful about whether he was Lucky or L. So I was going to have to be careful about how I acted around L from that point forward. Everything played into the plot. It's destiny. Yeah, it's crazy. It's insane. It's insane. So Lucky and Lament never lied to Royale, but L was the liar. I don't know if I ever met Lament is the thing. I genuinely don't know in character if I ever met Lament or out of character. L lied to me constantly. Lucky never lied to me. So I'm genuinely unsure. I cannot answer that question because I just don't know. I could reach out to Lucy and ask him because I just, like I said, I just genuinely don't know. But that's it for the end. That is it for the second arc, which I call the Eyes of the End arc. So that's the end of our second arc. We're only about 4 pages in. We've still got 8 pages to go. Like I said, this shit gets way deeper as it goes on. We might be here for a couple hours still. So guys, real quick, let's take a quick break. Everyone get up, stretch, have some water, use the bathroom, everything you got to do. I'll be right back myself. I'm going to fill up on water again. I'll be right back, guys. Okay. Man. Man, we're gonna have to push back the Nuzlocke. We're not even halfway through all these notes. We're not even halfway through all these notes. Oh my gosh, we're not even halfway through. That's crazy. That is genuinely crazy that we're not even halfway. You know? Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's like, oh, hello. Okay, good lord. Damn. That's crazy. No text either. LOL, that's crazy. I kind of want to add text to it because I think a couple of people were saying, like, it's just a screen. Whoever rented that skin, I need to ask you questions. That is true me. You have another stream? Yeah, I was planning on doing the rest of my Pokemon Y Nuzlocke challenge after this yapping sesh. But this is important to me, so I want to keep doing this. Thank you, guys. Thank you, thank you. Is it possible rescheduling will happen? Possibly. Could happen. Could happen. Yeah. Could happen. Could happen. Yeah, no rush. Yeah. Worst case scenario. So, as I was explaining, part or the second arc just finished for Royale, which was the Eyes of the End, because we made it to the end, we killed the dragon. Now, I will reiterate, in terms of being sus of people, I'm sus of Sheriff Sunny and how he's just letting lawlessness run throughout the town, and the fact that he deputized me and then kept saying I'm off duty and making me do things was really weird. I'm sus of Vitruvius at this point for what he actually wanted to come to the end for, and worried that he may move into a direction that is dangerous for him to return from, but I'm still on his side. At this point, I am very much still on Vitruvius's side. As I had told many of people and talked to literally the town of New Witchington, I literally explained to people, I was like, hey, you guys got to give him another chance. This L thing is an actual threat. He promised to help, you know, Lucas and Albus repair the damage and find them new housing, like that kind of stuff. Very much still on Vitruvius' side at this point. I'm a little sus of Calvin because he showed up there at the end. I'm a little sus of Leo because of what Lucky told me. Roswell and I have a very mixed relationship at this point because while he did help us get to the end, he did lie to me a lot. So there's a lot of like, there's a lot of suspicions at this point. Yeah, a lot of suspicions. So let's continue with what we have. And we will get to some. We actually have some more pictures coming up soon, shortly. So the next arc that we have is a mini arc, as I call it. And then there's one more arc after that, which happens for the rest of the time that we are just in the server. For like I said, for my story, for Royale's story. So episode 7 or day 7 was everybody in the end. However, it didn't end with us killing the Ender Dragon. While I was kind of walking around talking to people, I was reminded that there was an assassination attempt. It's wild because, like, for so many POVs, no one knew about L at all because he was in the shadows manipulating. Yeah, and I kept trying to be on Vitruvius' side and telling people, like, hey, like, this is a real dangerous looming threat that people are not paying attention to. And it was frustrating because, like, people believed me, but they didn't believe Vitruvius. And I was going to bat for him, you know? So we're about to move on to day 8, but we're still a little bit in day 7. And we're starting the next arc of Royale's story, which is the trial mini arc. And I say mini arc because we're not going to spend too much time on it. I will say I was not present for the assassination attempt. I was not aware they had found a suspect. I was not aware that Vitruvius was going to be a prosecutor. I didn't know any of these things. I was super out of the loop. This was just a plot line that didn't involve me at all. So I was like, oh, okay. So, you know. However, as I was kind of talking to people, I ran into Doc, and Calvin. Surprise, I ran into Calvin again. And they were kind of giving me updates on the upcoming trial, which was to be for tomorrow, for day 8. And Calvin took us to a courthouse that he had discovered. Out of character, he built it. That shit was gorgeous. That shit was so pretty. It was so pretty. And we went to the courthouse so Calvin could show us, and Doc and Calvin could kind of explain to me what the trial was about, what was going on, and everything like that. And after all these big explanations, also I flirted a lot more with Calvin here, which was very fun. I think this is like the last time that I actively flirted with Calvin, which is kind of sad. I'm not gonna lie, this actually makes me a little sad thinking about it. So Calvin and Doc explained to me what the trial was about, but especially that they still needed another judge. Yes, out of character, Calvin built the courthouse, apparently. That's what he said, unless I misunderstood him. Yeah, that shit was dope. That shit was dope. In character, he said he found it, which is why it was underground. But Doc explained to me that they still needed another judge for tomorrow, for the trial, and that Calvin was already on the jury. And I was like, oh, like I would love to be a judge, because to this point I have been complaining that there's not enough justice and that crimes keep getting kind of ignored. Sheriff Sonny's not really doing anything about it. He deputized me, but he still doesn't let me actually, seek justice. And I'm like, this is it. This is my chance to like bring justice to people as a judge. And I was very excited about this. Unfortunately, out of character, they decided to have me as a juror instead, so Zealand could be a judge, because he had made the community center, and they thought that thematically it made more sense for him to be a judge. However, obviously I don't care out of character. I was just happy to be included, and I'll play the role that I'm given, no matter what. However, in character, Royale was pissed about this change, that he got moved down to juror instead of judge. And it felt like he had a position of justice dangled in front of him, and then it was snatched away from him. So it almost felt like people weren't taking him seriously, or that they were using him again, or that they didn't care about how he felt. So I was in character. I was pretty upset. I do have a question about the Bunny Bounce Club series. How many videos will you make? Well, we'll answer that question another time. That has nothing to do with this. But thank you for asking. That's for roleplay talk. This is for VCraftEnchanted. He did not want to be a judge. He was like, bro, I want to bake. What? That's so funny. That's so funny. Yeah, I was so surprised that, yeah, it was all out of character conversation that we had in the Discord server. I think Tyga pinged me like later that night, like after we had all signed off already. I was like, oh yeah, by the way, like Zeal is gonna take your place as Zealand as a judge, but you can be a juror. I was like, okay, I guess. But like I said, I chose to make this moment as a fun role play, being upset kind of thing. Yeah. Thank you for clarifying OOC always feelings. Yeah, because I have role played enough where I can make that separation of out of character versus in character, but I know that sometimes those lines can be difficult to blur when you're a viewer or when you're from the outside. So I will preface this a lot when it happens, Amazing amount of people to the side of their masks going, "You're doing great, sweetie," before going back to being at each other's throats. Yeah, it was really funny. Just wanted to retire and chill, man. It's true. Is BTS for the K-pop band? No, it's behind the scenes. Behind the scenes. But yes, so that happened, and then we had the trial. I'm gonna be so real. This trial was too goddamn long. This trial was like 3 hours long, man. This trial was so goddamn long. And oh my God. I was so I was sitting next to Calvin, and it was insane. Did I see the floor mutton? You mean when the mayor almost got kidnapped by Lucas and Malum? Yes, I did. I followed it for a while. So in character, I'm gonna skip the entirety of the trial. I'm gonna skip the entirety of the trial because I was a juror, you know, and I basically did nothing until the end. You know? Basically, Calvin and I immediately found that we shared similar views of being on the jury and agreed that we had found the defendant guilty. Like, frame one. Calvin and I were like, is that her in the picture? Or them. Sorry, I don't know your pronouns, Rosie. That Rosie was found as the culprit. And we pointed to them and we went, that's them in the picture, isn't it? And when we zoomed in on the picture, I made this joke. It's just like that episode of George Lopez where his mother gets arrested for being a getaway driver and she's wearing the same goddamn outfit in the picture as she is to court that day. Because that's what I said to everybody in the private jury chat. That Rosie was wearing the same goddamn outfit that they were captured in the picture. And it wasn't even close. Like, it was so obvious. It was so funny. And immediately Calvin and I, like, we high-fived. We were like, yes. Like, and we convinced the rest of the jury that it was a slam dunk. It was an easy slam dunk. We found out one of the jurors was bribed, which Calvin and I were really pissed about because Calvin and I found out by this point that we both cared a great deal about justice. So we had multiple conversations. We'd spent a lot of time together and things of that nature. And we wanted justice to be served. So we were pissed off that there were jury members that were bribed. We were pissed off that basically the defense was lying. But we decided guilty. And the jury found guilty. So when we were starting to leave, and then the judges were like, okay, the punishment's probably going to be community service. Calvin and I were pissed. We were not happy. And then I think even Leo felt the same because I ended up meeting up with Leo and we were like, you know what? Let's just dip out. Yeah, Royale and Calvin, maybe Vitruvius is right. Oh my God. And everyone just wanted to say not guilty for the fun of it. Yeah, I was going to lose my mind during that too. Because like it was already stretching on for so long. But anyway, I broke off from Calvin at that point because he said he was going to stick around. But Leo and I went back to the Adventurers Guild and we were like, we're going to go on an adventure. You know? Avira! Thank you so much for the raid. Sir Eve. Or Sir Evelyn. Sir. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. My name is Roy Chiato, like a macchiato. I'm a coffee-fueled bunny host with a serious passion for voice acting, and I love working out, in case you couldn't tell. Welcome, guys. I'm doing a huge recap of everything that happened in Royale's story from my perspective. Of course, there's going to be a lot of mix of in-character and out-of-character conversations. I'm doing behind-the-scenes stuff. I'm answering questions. So if there's anything that you guys want to know, please do feel free to ask. Please, open book. I'm answering as many things as I can. And we're having some fun. So, yippee! I hope you had a great stream. Thank you for bringing all these wonderful people over. Yes, we love recap time. Yeah, we're like, I'd say like we're a solid 2 hours into the recap, and we're just getting to the trial now. Hey, thank you for the gift subs. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Yeah, we're talking about the trial and the end of the trial right now. How did you clock Rosie so fast? The picture! I just said this. Literally the picture of them on the roof. It was them, even without the head. They were wearing the same outfit. We did a recap earlier too, and I definitely did not get emotional. Oh, I know I'm gonna get emotional. I'm still laying the groundwork for why I ended up becoming a knight of ours with Vitruvius, Leo, and Calvin. So, and the eyes, true. Maybe you should have been the prosecutor, bro. I would have. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, I would have destroyed. I've played Ace Attorney. I've watched Law and Order. I'm in there like swimwear. I'm just saying. Just saying. Anyway, as I said, as the trial ended, we were very, very upset that the punishment was community service. Calvin and I expressed our distaste for this. I believe Leo did as well, but Leo and I decided to leave and go back to the Adventurers Guild and maybe go on an adventure to like take our minds off of this. However, we said that we needed a few moments to prepare. Out of character, I just really had to pee because that was a really long goddamn trial. So I quite literally was like, hey, like let's prepare before we go on our adventure. So we were back at the Adventurers Guild, and I come back from the bathroom from preparing, and all of a sudden Leo's not there, and I see people freaking out in chat. And I see people being like, Vitruvius went on a murder spree and killed a ton of people. Literally, I wasn't there because I was peeing. So Vitruvius killed, I think it was like between 10 and 12 people at the courthouse. Was specifically killing people from the defense, was killed, Rosie, and it was insane. I was gone for like 3 minutes. I wasn't even gone that long, but I come back, Leo's gone. I come back, people are talking about death. I come back, people are like, Vitruvius went on a murder spree. And immediately I'm like, I have to find out what happened. I don't remember who I met, but someone pointed me a direction and I just flew that way. And I didn't find anything in that direction. So I immediately come back to town and I was like, hey, what happened? Like, someone please fill me in. What happened? And unfortunately, this turned into kind of like just wandering around a bit at this point and talking about like, oh God, like, what do we do? Like talking to people. V2 popped off and you were just pissing. I was, yeah. That's literally what happened. I was literally in the bathroom. So obviously in character, I was immediately like, why would he do this? Like this is not just like, sure, what happened in the courtroom was a mockery and wasn't justice, but this is even worse. And because again, I still considered Vitruvius to be a friend and an ally. At this point, I was like, I have to hear it from him. I have to find out what happened with him. And unfortunately, the only conversation I got to have with him was him kind of monologuing to L2, Leo, and explaining that like this was the only way to get justice in a world where like there's no consequences. And he's given this great villain monologue, and it seems like he's about to go. And then I hit him with the, so you'll become the villain. And this is one of my favorite moments. This is genuinely one of my favorite moments, where I asked him if he would become the villain, and he said no, that he was going to save the world. And Alia made art of it. It was like the only line I really got in that conversation, but it made this. And I was like, this is so hype. And obviously for me, this was like a canon moment. And like, you can, like, Alia could even tell that I was like, I don't want to be doing this. Like, you can see the sweat. Like, you can see my eyes are like, I'm not angry. I'm not like excited. I'm like, this is my friend. This was my ally that all of a sudden had done all these terrible things. And Alia got it really, really well done. So, and as soon as he said this, he fucked off into wherever he went and it had officially entered his villain arc. And that is the end of the mini trial arc and starts us on our last arc, which is the New Witchington versus Vitruvius arc, is what I'm calling it. And I know that sounds like pretty vague, but it is the arc now that lasts for the rest of the roleplay, at least for Royale. It is the only major plot line that he was involved in from this point forward, is New Witchington versus Vitruvius. So there are a couple other things that I wanted to show off picture-wise and like just information-wise. We did get this really cool picture from the court which I thought was really cute. It was just all of us together. So there was Calvin, there was I, and, you know, everybody else during the trial, which is pretty cool, you know? Royale had a whole book. Yeah, for real. So we had that, we had this, and then there was one other, I'm going to show this clip. It doesn't really matter for the context of things, but, or I will talk about this clip in a second. I will talk about it. It's another Calvin and I clip. Surprise! It's another clip with Calvin and I. But I will talk about that in a second. I'm just getting that ready for now. So, we're finally in the last arc of Royale's story, which is, like I said, New Itchington versus Vitruvius. This is the longest arc. This is the arc that happens for the next 7 pages of this. It's crazy how the majority of, even though this is now the end of day 8, day 9 and onwards, and the rest of day 8 and onwards is where the most amount of story happened for Royale. Hi, Toma. Welcome in. Somehow the trial arc was the most critical arc when it came up to setting character arcs. Yeah, ironically, because for me, it was another in the moment of like, well, justice failed again. Like, what am I supposed to do? So Leo and I were going to go on an adventure to take my mind off of it. And then I find out Vitruvius snapped. And then I'm like, oh God, like, was I wrong in thinking justice, you know? But like I said, so we got those cool pictures and everything, but now we officially start the next arc. We start the last arc, what I consider to be the last arc, which is New Itchington versus Vitruvius. That same day, that like same moment, immediately people decided to meet at town hall to discuss what we could do to prepare for the inevitability that Vitruvius would attack New Itchington. You know? Is this pre-written or there are guidelines? No, this is, we improv'd all of this. This is all improv and roleplay in the moment. This is just stuff that I wrote like notes of recap for myself to remind me of the story so I could regale it back to you guys. So, yeah, the trial was so chaotic. It was crazy. I call this the V for Vendetta arc. That's insane. Okay, so a bunch of people met in town hall to discuss the inevitability that Vitruvius would attack again. I believe Nabubu was there, Roswell was there, Leo was there, Calvin was there, the mayor was there, Gale was there. I think there were a few others, but I cannot for the life of me remember exactly who was there, except for the people that I just named. And we're all talking about like, and Shu was there. And we're all talking about like, what are we gonna do? Like, he's clearly one of the most powerful people in New Itchington. He's dangerous. He's unhinged. He decided to take justice into his own hands. And no, I'm still talking about day 8. This is day 8. Yeah, I'm still talking about day 8. This is after the trial, day 8. We're not in day 9 yet. So, if only one person had a mock trial experience for real. For real. Mayor was not there. Only Gale is rep for the mayor. No, guys, this was day 8. This was not day 9. The mayor was there. The mayor was there for this conversation. This was day 8. This was not the town hall meeting with the leaders. This was the day before that. We had an emergency meeting as soon as Vitruvius like became the villain, right after he fucked off and said, you know, I'm gonna save the world. Right after he fucked off, we all met at town hall immediately and we're like, we need to talk right now about what we're gonna do about this. This was not the town hall leaders meeting. 2 different meetings. Yes, this was still the trial day. Yes, this was still the trial day. Yep. And you can go back and check my perspective for this, or Leo's, or Clifford's, or Gale's. Yes, it was a whole different meeting. So we gathered and we started talking about ways that we could deal with Vitruvius. You know, we started, you know, theorizing like, what do we do? what's the best course of action? And me, I'm like, we need to defend ourselves. We need to grow stronger. We need to prepare for an inevitability that he might attack. And it wasn't necessarily we need to go hunt him down, but it was more like we need to like defend ourselves. We need to be strong enough to defend ourselves against this, because if he's able to kill 11 people like this so quickly, so easily, then we're not safe. You know? Calvin was not in town hall, if I remember correctly, was outside with people in Nabubu Luca. I don't remember entirely. That probably sounds right. I remember him being there, but I don't remember exactly. I could go back and check the clip. So it feels like day 20. So true. Hi, Savvy. Welcome in. So, and remember, this is not the town hall meeting with the leaders. This is the day before, right after Vitruvius had basically declared himself the villain and said he would save the world. It was like what kicked off his arc. Yeah, what can we do to grow stronger and defend ourselves? That was the angle that I was leaning into. But there were some people that were saying things like, how can we permanently take magic away from Vitruvius? How can we destroy Vitruvius's magic? How can we do X, Y, and Z? And I immediately was like, ooh, I don't like that. That doesn't sound good. That doesn't sound fair. And I was very much pushing for the, hey, we should maybe instead just make ourselves stronger instead of taking away something that's so pivotal to Vitruvius. This feels cruel and unusual if we were to strip him of magic permanently. That seems fucked up. And I said that, you know? There was another group I know of. Yeah, this was the leaders, I think. But I don't know about that one specifically. I was not there for that. So I very much proposed this idea, and we all kind of agree that anything else would be a little bit too far. That stripping him of magic would be like too heinous. Destroying his magic book would be too heinous. Like that kind of thing. Like we had just failed to find justice in court, and we were failing to find a good way to find justice here. And it was really starting to bother me that we could not come up with a good solution. So I was like, in an effort to not just immediately go, let's go murder him. Let's go steal his magic. So to avoid that, I was like, let's just grow stronger. And at this point, a couple people had mentioned that there was a strong weapon in the Twilight Forest called a glass sword. That we had to do some things in the Twilight Forest to make this happen. So we gathered up a pretty massive group. We gathered up a pretty massive group where we decided to adventure into the Twilight Forest, and even Elle joined us, to which I talked to Leo about, and I was explaining like, hey, I know you don't have a good history with him, which Leo was like, yeah, I really don't fucking want Elle here. And I could sense the tension. I was feeling a little bit more, which made me think a little bit more about how Lucky had told me that Leo had something to do with it. And I was like, okay, so he's hiding some shit. Okay. But he was like, you know what? If he has to be there to help you grind, if he has to be there to help find these weapons, do it. So be it. And so I really did implement the whole idea of, the enemy of my enemy is my friend type thing. And still to this point, I wasn't so sure that Vitruvius was an enemy. I was just feeling hurt and betrayed that he would use this magic again, that he would kill so many innocent people after the trial. And I was in mourning, you know, even the entirety of the time that we were in the Twilight Forest trying to find these weapons, I was like, my brain was just not working. So after a couple hours of being in the Twilight Forest and trying to get these armaments, trying to get these weapons, trying to grow in power, another, mini training arc where Elle was with us. I was with Clifford. I was with Shu. I was with Darkness. I don't remember who. I think Lucas was with us as well at one point. It was pretty intense. We were all sharing our opinions about what would happen. But after about 2 hours, I decided I needed a break because so many people were just talking about like, yeah, strip him of his magic. Yeah, go kill him. Yeah, go destroy his towers. And I was like, guys, I don't like this. So I fucked off. I left the group. We tried to make glass swords. I did not get one, unfortunately. But again, I fucked off away from the group, including from Elle. And instead, surprise, surprise. Surprise, surprise, I went and hung out with Calvin, and I went and hung out with Leo. Because I was feeling lost, I was feeling confused, I was feeling unsure about where I wanted to take this whole thing. And so we opted to help Calvin increase his strength in his spell book so he could also be prepared. And a couple other people joined us, people like Doc, people like Lucas, and we were fighting things like, you know, like a Wilden, like the Wither, and it was like a couple hours back and forth of like helping people get different, you know, pieces of whatever. Yeah, the bros back at it again, surprise. But there were a couple of us, and we were all helping Calvin and Lucas and a few other people get components. Now I'm pushing a lot of time together here to make it a more concise story, but that's what happened. But like I said, I went to Calvin and I went to Leo, and we kind of started talking about what we could do, and, you know, being silly, and the potential for the future, and again, just helping with things going on. And I spent a lot of time with Calvin after the courthouse. I spent a lot of time with him, trying to kind of just like, not even suss him out, but like to just better understand everything that happened, you know? And it was hard, but luckily we were able to kind of distract ourselves with fun silliness of killing monsters and grinding and other stuff. Pretty sure the sheriff was there for that too. He was. I accidentally killed Lucas at one point during this. Because I was like, hey guys, I got pretty strong here. Maybe don't stand close to me. And then he stood right next to me and I one-shot him. And I one-shot him while we were trying to fight one of the Wildens. So that was kind of crazy. But that was like a separate grinding adventure. That was just for Lucas and the sheriff. And then the later one was like Lucas and Calvin and Leo and Tyga and I think a few other people, but across multiple adventures. So I'm gonna have to watch all of these. It's awesome. It's great. It's amazing. But yes, bros at it again. Got to spend time with more time with Leo. Got to spend more time with Calvin. Obviously, I think at this point it's pretty obvious who I've spent the most time with. I think it's pretty obvious who the people are that I spent the most time with. We ended the night kind of like, you know, just talking about what Vitruvius had done, whether we believed he was right, what we thought justice was, that kind of thing. Now we're finally getting into day 9. So I'm sure many of you are asking and thinking and going, okay, like, what about town hall, the meeting of the leaders? I was not there. I wasn't there. I don't remember what I did that I wasn't there. I may have just had my day job, but I wasn't there. So the leaders of town, including people like Zealand, including like people from the House of Urium, including people from like the Church of Chat, and apparently not the mayor, which I had heard, met up the beginning of day 9 or the middle of day 9 to discuss what they were going to do about Vitruvius. And some of them were saying, to me, disgusting things like taking his father's notes. No, this is different day. That's the next day. This is day 9, not day 10. You missed the most oriful of speeches. I've heard some of them were pretty crazy. So this is day 9, and I missed this entire town meeting, which makes me pretty sad because I felt like I had been pretty pivotal up until this point of being a major community figure. You know, I was a big reason why we went to the end. I was a big reason. I was a big proponent of defending Vitruvius in the first place and warning people about L. I had helped around town a ton. I went and fucking got the mayor's dragon when he forgot it at the end. You know, at like the outside the end area. Like I did that for him. I was with people in the Twilight Forest trying to help them grow. I was teaching people how to, you know, farm for netherite. And I was really sad that I missed this meeting particularly because I felt like, while not being necessarily a figurehead, I felt like I had deserved a place at this meeting. And unfortunately, obviously out of character, I just wasn't online. And I think it was an impromptu meeting. It wasn't planned in like roleplay or anything. But yeah, so I was pretty sad. So in character, I was like, man, they really don't consider me like important enough to be part of these things. And apparently during the meeting, and again, I'm surprise, surprise, I caught up with Calvin about this. But again, I'm gonna digress, and we're going to kind of dive into what happened. And again, I wasn't there, so my opinion of this is skewed. So as I've always said, this is always from my perspective and from Royale's perspectives of things. But before we get into that, let's get into something silly. Let's get into something fun. So I mentioned the night before I was with Calvin, and we were helping him grow his magic. This is the end of that scene when it was him, Doc, and I like out in the middle of nowhere, just helping him with his tome, which I think was really cute because he starts leaving, and I made a joke about the whole joke of like, man, I hate to see him leave, but I love to watch him go. But I wasn't actually trying to finish it. I just wanted to see if he could hear me from that far away. So you'll see.
I will. Thank you so much.
So I was like, hey, take care. I'm glad we got to help. You know, I hate to see him go, but... And then he turns around and he comes back. I just wanted to see if he would turn around again.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, and that was it.
Have you business with me yet?
Yeah, that was
Have
it.
you more to say?
No, I was saying that I hate to see you go.
Oh, well, I must away. In any case.
That was it.
Farewell.
Well, take care. Fare thee well.
I will.
That was it. That was the whole scene. That was it. It's just, like I said, it's just sometimes it's the cute stuff, you know? Sometimes it's just the cute stuff. And I really like showcasing those moments because I think they really help demonstrate the relationship that I thought that I had with Calvin. And I say thought because, again, this is all like in character relations and characters interacting with each other and stuff like that, you know? God, I hate to see him go. What? Top 10 moments for me. I don't know why. It's just so funny. You know, it's just so funny that he turned around. With those talks, it makes you wonder who's the real villain. Oh, he got me. But, okay, so now that we've said that, we're getting into day 9. Like I said, I learned all this information. But before I found out all of this information, immediately as I signed on, as I got in for the day, as we said, woke up for the day, I was seeked out by L. And L explained to me, hey, I'm kind of sus of Calvin. There might be something going on with him. It sounds like he could be, you know, maybe in league with Vitruvius. I think he's hiding something. And me thinking back to the time that I ran into Calvin when Lucky and I were talking, and then some of the conversations that Calvin and I had to this point, I was like, yeah, I could kind of see that. And yeah, apparently he had been recruited by Vitruvius at this point as well. I didn't know this in character, but I had just enough distrust in him because of him finding us in the end and some of the things that he had said to me at that point where I was kind of like, ooh, okay. So I decided to trust L because I was hoping that it was Lucky. I was hoping that it was Lucky in there, but I decided to trust L. And so L came to the speak card, the area that I had dedicated for the speak card, and we decided that he would be invisible off to the side, and I would confront Calvin about what I had missed. So like the meeting at Town Hall, and how he felt about how Vitruvius had responded, and all these other things. Because we really hadn't had too much like alone time aside from like, you know, grinding his spell tomes out and stuff like that. So I invite Calvin over. We talk. It's basically everything that I just told you. Calvin gives me the perspective that Vitruvius showed up at the meeting, and that the meeting at one point had talked about stealing Vitruvius's father's notes and destroying his magic again. And some, like I said, some really disgusting shit. Some really disgusting stuff that Royale did not agree with, and made it a point to tell Calvin that he did not like that. But it was confusing to know where justice lied. I'm curious, did Calyx say if he knew L was there in the conversation? No, but we will get to that. The conversation kept going on, and I kept trying to pin Calvin into a position where he would incriminate himself. And while he never did, the way that Calvin spoke reminded me of how I speak in the way of dancing around answers that you don't want to answer, or dancing around questions that you don't want to answer. And so at this point, I was like, I was pretty sure that he was with Vitruvius. At this point, I was like, I'm pretty sure he's with Vitruvius. I'm pretty sure he's lying to me. I can't prove that he's lying to me. I don't fucking care that he's with Vitruvius, but he's lying to me. And I can't prove why. So, the town meeting was for vengeance that did not have a wrong to avenge. Yeah, and that's where like the conflict was. And that's what I kept trying to tell Calvin in character. And we shared that mentality. We shared that notion a lot. I remember watching from Calix's POV, and said he was nervous speaking to you. I just wanted him to stop lying to me. Yeah, he was being vague. Like, he was being just vague enough that I could tell that he was hiding something. But I didn't have enough to go on to outright call him out on anything. And because I still cared deeply for Calvin at that point, I didn't want to antagonize him. I didn't want to make him out to be a villain without having proof. So I decided to keep believing in him, even though I knew he was lying to me. Surprise! Wanting to believe in someone despite the fact that you know they're lying to you. Again. You guys sensing a pattern yet? You guys sensing a pattern? Do you guys see the pattern? Do you guys see the pattern? Oh my gosh. Yeah, I feel it. Yeah. Royale needs validation and approval so bad. Yeah, it's one of his biggest character flaws. You know, that was the big thing. It didn't need to be, but everyone distrusts everyone. True. A little, yeah. So, unfortunately, during the meeting, L must have fallen out of position because it made like a loud thud and then walking sounds as someone tried to walk away. So, I very quickly turned to Calvin and I was like, hey, do you have an echo fork? Because some people had started finding echo forks at this point, which when used revealed invisibility in a small radius. I had one. However, I did not reveal this. This is one of my like key moments of lying by omission. I asked Calvin if he had an echo fork. And when he said no, and he didn't have anything to reveal invisibility, I just said, oh, well, we better get out of here then. That way I didn't reveal that L was there because I knew it was L, but I didn't want to reveal him. So, that worked out really nicely. Yeah, his self-worth is ass. That's crazy. A guy that wanted to be a hero and wanted the recognition of being a hero and is constantly lied to, manipulated, and abused has bad self-worth? And wants friends to stop lying to him? That's crazy. That's crazy. The worst was that Calvin immediately wanted to recruit you, but didn't want to jeopardize V2. We'll get to that. We will get to that. So, ironically, I spent a lot of time with Calvin at this point. These were a lot of really, really long conversations that I had with Calvin. I'm talking like we were together for like an hour and a half at this point, just talking about semantics of justice, talking about who we thought was right and wrong, catching me up on the things that I missed. And again, I think it's I think it just harkens to show how much Royale cared for Calvin, trying to get that relationship. I'm sending sorry guys, thanks. So during the conversation, ironically, I don't remember if L was still there or if this was after we had departed. Calvin actually was trying to get me to contact Vitruvius, which was something that I wanted to do the day before, after he had fucked off after the courthouse. But I was a little too nervous because other people around me were like, oh, kill him, like, don't contact him, he's a villain, that kind of thing. But Calvin was like, maybe you should talk to him. And obviously, in hindsight, he was already with Vitruvius at this point, so it probably would have made sense. Now, out of character, this was really, really fucking funny because I did agree. I did finally, agree with Calvin. I was like, you know what? You're right. I'm going to contact Vitruvius. He was my friend. He was my ally. There has to be something that I can learn more about this. I don't want to just jump to he's the villain and that's it. There has to be more nuance to it. There has to be something else. I typed out the full message of like wanting to meet with Vitruvius and he signed off. As I was about to hit send, he signed off. Oh my gosh, dude. This shit was crazy. There are too many perfect timing moments. And then Calvin and I both just laughed at each other and we're like, okay, well now we wait. Bro needed to eat and left at the wrong time. I guess so. Yep, you can go back and check the VOD. I had the message sent out, or I had the message typed out. I think it was just parlay. Like I wanted to meet with him, so I just typed out parlay. And I was about to hit enter and he left. And I laughed with it with Calvin. But again, Calvin had convinced me that I should contact Vitruvius. So a good amount of time passed from there. I think it was like maybe like an hour or two of just like talking to townspeople, doing random adventures, maybe probably spending more time with Calvin and Leo because surprise, are the people I really wanted to, spend time with. And eventually Vitruvius did come back on. And I gave him a little bit of time. That way I didn't just ping him right away. And so I hit him with parlay, meaning I didn't want to fight him. I didn't want to hurt him. I didn't want there to be any bad blood between us. And Vitruvius responded that we would meet in the end. So I met up with Vitruvius. It took me a while to find where he wanted me to go because, surprise, I'm stupid. I'm not really good at reading maps. I'm really bad at directions and reading maps and things like that. What's up, Human Hunter? Welcome in. Yeah, what crazy timing. It's crazy. So, Calyx wanted to see what Vitruvius would think of Royale so Calvin could recruit you. This is such a weird turning point because Royale was at such a crossroads of what is justice anymore. And I genuinely think if Calvin just asked him, I think Royale would have joined like that. If Calvin was like, join Vitruvius and I and we'll find justice, I would have been like, absolutely, I'm in. But since he didn't, I had to kind of come to those conclusions and answers myself. And unfortunately, there were more struggles. You're so real fun. So reached out to Vitruvius and we decided to meet. We had a parlay, and we had a pretty long conversation. If you get the chance, I would check it back through Vitruvius's POV. Unfortunately, a lot of my POVs are fucked unless you check on Twitch, because my music was way louder than I wanted it to be, and I didn't realize until way later, and it also was not opportune. So this is him turning into an anti-hero. I don't know if it's necessarily anti-hero. It's more like just questioning morals and ideals at this point, which is like, if you can't get justice, what really is justice? And Royale's not been able to get justice once to this point. Wasn't able to get justice for the people that had their pets stolen. Wasn't able to get justice for things being stolen from Vitruvius's tower. Wasn't able to get justice in court. Was not a judge despite wanting to be. So, would he have joined just like that because he held Calvin's opinion in high regard, or that he was seeking validation? Ooh. Probably both. I think both. Because, like I said, Calvin was the person that I think I spoke to the most. Out of every single person in the server, I'm pretty sure Calvin was the one I had the most time with. And the most conversations with, and the most intimate private moments where we would be discussing everything, like what it means to be a hero, what it means to trust people, what justice means, what's wrong with the world, what we felt about Vitruvius, all of these things. And I do think if Calvin asked him, he would have said yes, absolutely. but I think it probably would have come from both holding Calvin in high regard because he felt, despite being lied to constantly, there was something about Calvin that it was hard to ignore because they had so many similar ideals. You know, when they talked about justice, when they talked about truth, when they talked about caring about the people that are close to you, it really hit Royale. You know, it really hit me. And so if Calvin asked, it would have been for that and for the validation of not wanting to feel alone and feeling like you can make a difference. So they even lied the same. Well, Calvin literally lied. I lied by omission. I think there was a little bit of a difference. So this is the Crisis era. Yeah, this is definitely Crisis era. This is like when Crisis really kicked. Because like to this point, it's been like, man, things are rough, but I still like want to do the right thing and I still want to be a hero. And then it just kept getting worse and worse as it went on. You know? It just kept getting worse and worse. Both of them were very idealist in how they saw the world. Exactly. But yes, so I met with Vitruvius, and I highly recommend going and checking his POV for it. I don't want to play it because it's his POV, but it's a really good conversation about what it means to be a hero, what justice is, and unfortunately, Royale's answer was not something that Vitruvius liked. Royale decided that justice is what people make of it, and that a hero is what the people make. You know, it's their decision because that's what it should be. And in an ideal world, I still think that to be the truth. Justice is what people need justice to be, you know? But obviously Vitruvius's answer is different because the people of New Witchington aren't choosing justice. They were choosing apathy. You know, they were not caring. And Royale was still being, I was still being idealistic. And so despite secretly having similar emotions and similar feelings, the meeting didn't go how I think I wanted. And we came to kind of a disagreement. Though there were some funny moments where Vitruvius asked I don't remember what he asked specifically, but like I had to answer them in like that sing-songy way of not answering the question he asked, but like dancing around it with a different answer. And I think that's where I first dropped the line that or maybe the second or third time that I dropped the line of, since I arrived in this land, I have never spoken a lie, or I've never told a lie. And I could tell it put Vitruvius on edge. And that was kind of intentional. Because I wanted Vitruvius to acknowledge me. You know, I wanted him to say, wow, you're more intricate than I thought. You're more complicated than I thought. You're not just some loud musclehead from Flexington. There's something else to you. You know? And it was like I said, very interesting conversation, but unfortunately it did end with basically Vitruvius leaving and exclaiming that they had very different views of justice. But specifically that in his eyes, that him and Royale, he and I were not enemies, and we had no reason to fight, which was very comforting to know. Very, very, very comforting to know that at least we were not enemies. And then that also messed with me even more, because I was like, if we're not enemies, does that mean that we see eye to eye? Is my vision of justice skewed? Am I in the wrong? Because he seemed so steadfast in what he believed, where I was like, man, I don't know anymore. I don't know what it means anymore. And I tried to hold fast to the ideals that I came to New Witchington with, and he didn't like that, or he didn't agree with it. But again, not enemies, and Vitruvius expressed that if I wanted to contact him again, I would have to offer something. I would have to bring up information. I would have to bring up a gift, a tribute, something along those lines. So, yeah, it was a tough conversation. It was tough but good. Tough but good. And I was disappointed. In character and out of character, I was disappointed that I couldn't give him the answer that he wanted, because I do feel like that was a pivotal moment for Royale of sinking more into desperation and seeking approval. Because now Calvin was getting dodgy with him. Vitruvius wouldn't take him. The townspeople didn't include him in their plans. He hadn't seen Leo in a bit. L's working on whatever the fuck he's working on. Roswell has been MIA since they got back from the end. And he's like, and even Sheriff Sonny hasn't been around for a while. So I think to this point, it turned into a bit of like a training arc, you know? We're for the tribute of carrots. Yes, golden carrots are in the mod pack, and I did offer golden carrots eventually. Royale just needs a big hug and a real friend. My goodness, this poor man. Oh, it looks so crazy, you know? I feel like at this point, the sentiment of rather wanting to be used than forgotten started to fade a little bit. No, it was still there. It was still there, genuinely, because again, it added even more when he was not included in the town hall meeting. You know, he was like, and then realizing, oh, L disappeared after the meeting with Calvin, and I don't think they spoke on it again. Calvin was obviously lying to him about something. Leo was obviously lying to him about his connection to L. Roswell had fucked off since they got to the end. Vitruvius didn't trust him enough to bring him in. So, yeah, and the mayor was missing a lot at this point too. So after the meeting with Vitruvius, I went to Calvin again. Surprise. Was this the same day you had the moment at the monastery? Yes. So we will get to that. So we are on day 9. So I went to Calvin again, surprise, surprise, and kind of told him everything that happened with Vitruvius, and explained that I felt even more conflicted and felt even more distraught and confused and unsure of what to do in the world. You know, this, that, and the third. And I think this is really one of the big moments where like Royale was actively seeking help, but didn't know how to ask for help. And unfortunately, Calvin couldn't give it to him. So that was pretty much it. And we met back up at the Court of Justice to discuss all of this. So yes, I went to see Calvin, number 52. The rest of the day was kind of lackluster. I did a lot of training stuff. At some point, I did go and see Violet in the monastery because, like I said, we had some in-passing romantic flirtations and, you know, just idle chatter and talking about, you know, how the monastery was a place of peace and to kind of escape from things. I was there for the first sermon. I donated things to the church or to the monastery, and I had exclaimed on several occasions that I really wanted a big sword, a sword that I had to carry with 2 hands because I like big swords, because I get to show off my muscles when I use them. So Violet asked to see me and gifted me a giant's sword from the Twilight Forest, which is the big ass sword. It's fucking massive, you know? So we had some fun flirty moments, some fun exchanges about how big my sword was. And Lady O'Lira was there as well, kind of adding fuel to that fire. So it was very fun. It was very flirtatious. And I really did feel by the end of those conversations that I had spent with Violet that they were in a really good place, that they were good friends. So, yeah. Comically large sword, yes. Giga sword, yeah. The giant stone sword, yeah. It was fun stuff. I see you guys. Later, we found out that I think I was with Violet when we found this out, that Leo's Adventurers Guild was ransacked. So the villagers that he had gathered, the goblins that I had helped him gather previously, some of them at least, and a bunch of his were missing, villagers killed, and some of his loot was missing, or most of his loot was missing. So I awayed from Violet and went up to meet with Calvin to discuss. asking him kind of like if he knew anything, if he found out anything. So I went to talk to Calvin. I went to talk to Calvin again. I gotta tell Bestie. Holy shit, it's so funny reading it back how many times in my brain I was like, I have to tell Calvin. I have to find out. I have to tell Calvin. Grebbles! Thank you so much for the 27 months. I really appreciate you. Hello, Mr. Grebbles. The monastery was one of the prettiest buildings in New Witchington. True. So, went and met up with Calvin, tried to see if he knew anything about it, shared information. Now, a lot of the shit that Calvin said in this conversation, I knew he was lying. This is the point where, in character, I was smelling it. And some of the things that he was saying were just not adding up and were very suspicious. And this is when we were at the spa, the day spa, because I decided to meet him there because no one was there, because everyone else was busy at town. And I was like, I know he's fucking lying to me, and I'm going to try and give him a chance. I'm going to keep trying to give him a chance to stop lying to me. And every time he lied to me, and every time we ended a conversation and he kept lying to me, I was like, man. And it hurt. But I kept trying because, again, it was better to feel like someone cared, like someone wanted to tell me something, like someone believed in me, than to just not have people to talk to. Now, as well, I was hoping to find Leo, but Leo was just missing. I could not find Leo for the life of me. So I decided to follow up with that later and instead go investigate what happened in town with Leo's Adventurers Guild. It was at this point that I also found out that Zealand's community center was also ransacked. Someone had stolen a bunch of the equipment, like the magical equipment. A lot of people were fast to point fingers that it was Vitruvius. I suggested that it's possible that it could have been L, but I was unsure of what really happened. However, while I was doing this investigation, and while I was looking around, we did find a figure that was hiding under a building nearby, and all of the people like gathered around them. We later found out the I'm not a full line comes later. The I'm not a full line comes later. That's later. That's day 10. That's day 10. This is still day 9. So we find this mysterious hooded figure, and the hoods prevent us from seeing names. So no one knew who this was. They said, like, excuse me, pardon me, and I immediately recognized that it was the mayor. But instead of shouting that it was the mayor, I followed them, and they warp scrolled away before we could find out anything. Now, me in my head, I don't know anything about this. I'm like, why would the mayor, like, steal from the Adventurers Guild? Why would he kill those villagers? Why would he steal from the community center? What's going on? I connected the two. Out of character, they had nothing to do with each other. I later found out that, not in character, out of character, I later found out that Clifford had been just using this invisibility and this cloak and hood to just spy on the town when he didn't want to be found. It had literally nothing to do with anything else. Which is really funny. But I didn't know that. Can I tell you something funny related to the mayor, but from a different POV OOC? Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm down for hearing stuff. Yeah, a red herring that I had created because I didn't know. You know, I could only react on what I knew in character. Just wanted to get footage from his documentary crew. That's what I realized later, that he was just spying on the townsfolk and not wanting to be, you know, involved. So this, after leaving that and after they left, I tried to do a little bit of investigation, and I went and talked to Imp. Von Chalant randomly by chance, while floating around in the end, found the mayor's Vocaloid base. That's funny. I never knew he had one. But regardless. After that, I split off because we lost the guy. I decided to go check with Imp because I had seen that she was relatively close with the mayor as they were neighbors. And I'd seen them stealing stuff around town and messing with stuff. And they weren't exactly my favorite person because hero versus thief is kind of, you know, I wanted them to find justice and be brought to justice for all the stuff that they had done. Especially because they stole Miss Eileen's pet on day 2. So that much I did know, but I was like, Sheriff Sonny didn't do anything about it. So all this happened, and then Imp hadn't seen the mayor in a bit, so I was like, okay, he's probably gone. At this moment, in my head, I go, I should go check on Violet to make sure none of his magical stuff has been ransacked. Now, you guys might recognize this as one of the craziest moments from all of VCraft. And this is insane because I'm going to go back to over here. So this is insane because I got there. I got to the monastery and Vitruvius had teleported in like a minute before me and was just starting to walk in. Vitruvius had gotten there moments before me. So I walk in because I want to update Calvin on what happened. I wanted to update Violet on what happened. And Calvin was there as well. So by completely random chance, none of us discussed it beforehand. Calvin, myself, Violet, and Vitruvius all ended up in the monastery for the last 10 minutes of night 9, of day 9. And I updated Calvin and Violet on what I thought happened, that I thought that the mayor had done it or had some sort of involvement, but I wasn't sure and I'd investigate more. And then after I finished explaining that, Vitruvius seemed like he was trying to seek help or blessings or just someone to speak to with everything that had been going on. And so Violet goes over and speaks to him. Calvin and I do not say a single word for like the next 10 minutes. It was insane. It was disgustingly insane because Calvin and I are just sitting there. Like, I'm muted on my mic, obviously. And I'm just like, this is so tense. And Violet and Vitruvius said like maybe 3 words every like minute or 2. It was so tense. It was so anxiety ridden. And a lot of it turned into, and for me at least, in character, humanized Vitruvius even more because he was talking about needing people, about wanting to seek forgiveness, wanting to seeing if he could seek amends, if he was doing the right thing. And I was like, we are, and that's the moment where I went, we are of like mind. Even if we had different ideals of what justice meant, we are of the same mind. And that scene was super pivotal to my own character arc. And I didn't even have to say anything. I was just a witness, as was Calvin. Calvin and I were off to the side. And I do have a clip of Calvin and I just kind of freaking out.
Indeed, they've succumbed to the curse of slumber early.
Oh, wait, sorry. This is the next day. My apologies. This is the next day. We're going to talk about this. We'll talk about this in a second. We'll talk about this in a second. I actually forgot this was the next day. I do not have a clip of that scene, but yeah. So Calvin and I remained quiet the entire time. Vitruvius and Violet barely spoke, and it was just incredibly tense. So, but yes, this did definitely lend credence to the idea that the monastery was the place to go where everyone wanted to speak and be impartial. I have a comment about the day 10 clip when you get there. Oh, trust me. I'll be ready for it. Don't worry. It's amazing that even with no words, a character's art can be impacted so much. Cinema if it ended there. Yeah, we were all screaming for the server to end because it hit 4 a.m. and it was the perfect end. And then the server stayed open for like another 3 or 4 minutes. And I know Vox out of character was screaming for it to end. You know? But that was amazing. Easily one of my favorite moments from the entirety of everything. And that is where day 9 ended. Now, we're going to take another small break there because we've been going for another hour and a half since we last took a break. So we're going to take a break, get up, stretch. That is the end of day 9. We're about to start day 10. We are now over halfway through. So get up and use the bathroom, grab a beverage. I'll be right back. Okay. Whew. Whew. Welcome back, BRB screen. That's crazy. I don't even get a welcome back for me. That's wild. That's insane. That's insane. Thank you. At least somebody welcomed me back. Okay, I finished my tea. Like, imagine if this was a feature film, we had 12 to 13 days of footage, like from 50 cameras, and if it was a movie, we could only see 2 hours of it. That would be insane. That's crazy. Now, before we get into day 10, because at this point there's only 4 days left total, I do want to ask, because we're about 2/3 of the way through VCraft Royale. VCraft Royale Adventure. I'm gonna keep saying that because it's funny. We're about 2/3 of the way through VCraftEnchanted, and Royale's story. If you guys have any specific questions, curiosities, comments, concerns about things that have happened so far, or anything like that, because I have been enjoying how we've been doing it, but I just want to make sure I'm not going too fast for everybody that cares. So let me know. I'm also gonna move the start time of the Pokemon stream an hour back. I'm gonna move that an hour back. I'm gonna move it to midnight, because I don't think we're gonna be done in the next 30 minutes, and I might have to move that again. Thank you. Trying to make a sort of novel version of it. I know I'm insane, but it's so juicy. Yeah, that'll be pretty cool. That'd be pretty cool. That'd be pretty cool. I think that would be dope. I'll give people a second if they have any questions that they want to inquire about. All right, you guys got 30 seconds. At sometimes 4 streams up at once to see the different POVs. That's awesome. That's so cool. I loved hearing about that kind of stuff. Gigabraining for real. I had 25 up some days. That's insane. How do you self-care after all of it? I guess how I'm handling it. Also, hi Joe. That's my artist right there. That's the one that designed Royale. How I have been doing it is accepting that it's over and going through stages of grief, of like, you know, denial and anger and depression and acceptance and things like that. And it's gotten easier. Yesterday was really hard. I went and took a picture on the server one last time because they were giving us a little extra time to like make sure that everything had been finished, that we had everything in order. And I went and took a picture of me sitting at the sunset when it's turning to dusk. And I was ugly crying. I'm so glad that I wasn't live, but I broke down ugly crying, which was really frustrating. Really frustrating. So that was definitely, it was necessary. I think feeling the emotions and knowing that it's real, and not hiding from it is the most important thing. And I will probably cry as we get to the later parts of this, because the acceptance parts I think are incredibly important. Now's probably a good time to explain too, why. I'm sure people are gonna be like, why are you crying? It's Minecraft, you know? Why the fuck are you crying? It's when you roleplay a character, yes, you are playing a character. And yes, you are playing pretend and playing pretend with other people. But when you roleplay, it's different than when you just act as a character, to some capacity. There's definitely similarities between them. And it can absolutely happen with acting as well. But I feel with roleplay, you become the person more and more, or even in my case, more of your own personality, and especially your insecurities and your personality and quirks show up more and more in the character. And for me with Royale, it was a lot of the end game stuff was real. It was a lot of the emotions that I had came from a very real place. I myself suffer from feelings of abandonment and being forgotten. And it's not always like people doing it intentionally, but I have often felt left behind and forgotten, and often being the person that is forgotten. The person that people are happy to see or like put up with, but no one misses you when you're not there. And I didn't intend for Royale to end up that way, but sometimes it's hard to fight those emotions, and I instead decided to lean into it. So I do want to preface that like as we get on and I get more emotional, that those emotions come from a very real place. So I think that's a part of it. I know Vox had talked about it out of character as well, that Vitruvius was very real for him in a lot of ways. And just in the same way that Royale is very real for me too. So, yeah. Yeah. If something like this happens again, will we see Royale again, or will we see someone else? Someone else. Royale's story is done. I do not want to continue his story. I will go into more detail about it later, but he, in my eyes, canonically had a bad ending. It doesn't necessarily mean that he has a bad epilogue or a bad continuation from there, but the ending to his VCraftEnchanted story is a bad ending. So, yeah. Fiction is built and based from a reality. Yeah. I think it can touch a deep and heavy part of people that can be healing in a way. Yeah, and like that's like, to go back to like what Joe asked, that's kind of the self-care, is letting yourself feel those deep emotions and letting yourself feel them and not hiding away from them. So, yeah. Royale and I have the same curse. That's crazy. So it's like losing a part of yourself over and over, or all over again. Yeah, 100%. Did I see any other questions? Where's Joe's question? When's the next RP server happening? God, I wish I knew. God, I wish I knew. Oh my goodness. Also, I seem to be lagging a little bit. I wonder if is it VBridger? I'm gonna kill VBridger real quick and relaunch it. I don't know what I'm lagging on. Oh, it's definitely VBridger. I see VBridger like lagging now. I'm not entirely sure why, but it is lagging. I have no idea why it's lagging. You're fine. Yeah, it's not like moving a frame a second or anything like that, but it is like I do see a little bit of noticeable delay, and I'm like, I'm not running anything. Why is it running like Garbaggio? But anyway, let us continue with the story. I'm sure there were a couple more questions, but if you guys have them, please feel free to keep asking them, but I will at least start getting into day 10. So, yippee! RPing can be very therapeutic. I agree. Watching that made me wish I could be part of something like that one day. D&D is a great way to explore it sometimes, as long as you can find people you're comfortable with. Yeah. If I had the power, I would start my own RP thing in a different life, I guess. You never know. Start it now. Okay. The next bit, day 10, is the only day that I didn't stream. So I only have 12 episodes as opposed to 13 like most other people. So my day 10 does not have a stream POV. And you'll see that if you check my playlist, if you check my POV in general. I had a collab set up with my really, really good friend Shia. We're going through the entirety of the Resident Evil franchise, and we made it up to Resident Evil 6. And I did not want to reschedule that because I have plans that I want to keep on to it and be done with all the mainline series Resident Evil games before Resident Evil 9 comes out. So, however, Shia and I finished the campaign that we were playing, and it was like a little before 3 a.m. And for me, the server closes at 4 a.m. So for me, I was like, tee-hee, I can play for an hour. Nothing crazy will happen. I'll just go talk to people. I had some fucking crazy moments. I had some crazy moments in this 1 hour. Like, insane moments. Like, actually wild moments. Day 10. You a madman? Absolutely. Day 10. let me find more stuff from day 10. Okay. So day 10 was so I signed in, and can you guys guess what I did immediately? Do you guys know what the first thing I did was when I signed in? Say it with me, guys. Say it with me. Say it with me. Thank you. I went and talked to Calvin. Wow. So shocking that I went and talked to Calvin again. Insane. Insane, really. Wild, even. So I went and talked to Calvin. And I had to get a recap of what was happening this day. Now, these are the only things I learned about this day. And there were three big things that I had learned about. One, Calvin explained to me that Leo's adventuring guild had been destroyed because Vitruvius showed up to the adventuring guild, and Leo instinctively attacked Vitruvius, and then Vitruvius killed him in one hit and then destroyed the Adventurers Guild. So I was like, holy shit, is Leo okay? You know, and I immediately added it to my list that I needed to go speak with Leo. And immediately, like, obviously I'm like, oh my God, is Leo okay? I mean, like, he had just lost all of his villagers and the goblins and everything. But then I'm like, wait a minute. Leo's been hiding stuff about his relationship with Elle, and the fact that the goblins disappeared and not that they were killed was still in the back of my mind. So I made an immediate mental note that I needed to go speak with Leo later. Calvin also explained to me that Sheriff Sonny left. Sheriff Sonny had officially left the server. Like, he was done. He rode off into the sunset and he burned down the sheriff's office. And I was like, huh? Now, me, in character, this hit me really hard. Out of character, it just sucked because, like, I wanted to spend more time with Sonny. He was always fun to spend time with. He was always fun to go on adventures with. He was always very kind to me. In character, same thing. Same thing. And Sonny was one of the first people to actively express that he believed that Royale could be a hero. Royale was his deputy. I was his deputy. And the fact that he had left without saying anything to me really hurt. Really hurt. Another person that Royale looked up to and that was important in Royale's life had left again. Yeah, and I know out of character, like, it's obviously not his fault. And he had no idea that this probably happened. But at this stage in the game, people vanishing, Royale is unfortunately in too much of a vulnerable place right now to equate it to he had other things to do. It's Royale's fault that he left, or Royale wasn't important enough to Sheriff Sonny to get any type of communication. So immediately, bam, gets hit with the abandonment issues again. And also some frustrations that he never got to follow up with whether Sheriff Sonny was working with Vitruvius or not, you know? And then the last thing that I found out, I think either before I talked to Calvin or while I talked to Calvin. I can't remember if I found this out from town or if I found this out from him. But we also found out that Darkness was slain by Vitruvius, and she was the one that asked him to fight. So he let her get the first hit, and he destroyed her. Like, it wasn't even a fair fight kind of thing. However, when she came back, she had lost her memories. And at this point, I hadn't really talked about Father Frayed losing his memories and coming back as Farid. But that was worth noting, but later found out that those were unrelated. So I'm going to ignore the Darkness story because it didn't end up actually playing into any of the other things that I thought. But it was just something that I had found out. Because I just straight up didn't know anything about it. I was not familiar with the Darkness Vitruvius storyline. I just found out that she now had amnesia. I thought it might have to do with something with Father Frayed. It did not. So I'm going to leave that there. So Calvin and I specifically met in the Hall of Justice, the courthouse, because that was slowly becoming our favorite place to meet and to talk. And ironically, while we were there, Doc showed up because Doc wanted to get his telescopes back, his looking glasses back. And we were like, yeah, of course, like that makes sense. And we kind of like looked at each other and tried to like play around words. And after a few moments of trying to dance around what we really wanted to say, we looked at each other and we were like, is Doc still here? Because we saw Doc wasn't moving. Doc hadn't said anything, hadn't moved in a little bit. So we go and like poked him and realized he wasn't there. And we decided to go back to the monastery because the monastery was another place that it felt like people could just be free to talk. Now, out of character, Uki had already gone to bed, so Violet was nowhere to be seen, which was like, okay, cool. Like we actually have the place to ourselves. So Calvin and I keep talking. We keep catching up about all these things that I quite literally said. And moments later, after Calvin and I got to the monastery, fucking Vitruvius shows up. And again, was completely unprompted. None of us discussed it beforehand. It was it was just completely random. And so it wasn't necessarily an awkward conversation, but we didn't have much to talk about. You know? Yes, Calvin and my timing. And again, this is not the first, nor it will be the last time. So we all talk, we all converse, we all have conversation. I don't know what else to say. And Vitruvius ends up leaving. And before that happens, or I guess I can he leaves, and this is one of my favorite, my own favorite personal moments. One of. At this point, because of the things that Calvin has told me today and things that he has told me on other times, and him being very explicit about that Vitruvius had killed Leo with one hit felt very weird to me. And he was trying to sell me other things that didn't quite make sense. So I finally I react to something that Calvin has always said to me in character, which was that he is on the weaker side and that he's meek and he doesn't have much to offer. And me being like, bitch, no, I've literally helped you like improve the power of your magical tome. I've literally helped you summon so many monsters and gone adventuring with you. And you're one of the first people I saw to have over 40 health. Like, why are you lying? And I didn't actually say it like that, but I did hit Calvin with the, I wish you would stop lying or stop like belittling yourself. And then I ended it with, I'm not a fool, Calvin. I'm not a fool. And I teleported out. And the reason I wanted to mention that specifically is because I was very, very, very hard trying to show him, hey, I know you're lying. Please, please, please stop lying to me. Like begging him to stop lying to me. And that's why I aura farmed like that hard. That's why I said it in the way that I did. And unfortunately, it never came to anything. Calyx meant that he didn't have enough glyphs, but you had so much aura dropping the line, it shook Calvin to the core. Calvin had really bad self-worth and really thought he was weak. I mean, yeah, the hardest line you said, thank you. Thank you. Only call by Vitruvius, Violet Convo. Oh, yes, so that's another funny thing. Apparently, I found this out of character. Doc apparently followed Calvin and I to the monastery and was invisible during that whole time and caught our conversation. So Doc had assumed that I was then with Vitruvius at that point, which actually was not true. I was not. So he made a logic jump to something that hadn't happened yet. He assumed that I was with Vitruvius at that point. Hit him with a powerful hit, not even like a scratch or something. That'd be funny. No, so Doc at this point was assuming that I was with Vitruvius, but like it's Doc. You know, he wasn't gonna stir the boat. He wasn't gonna rock the boat. He wasn't gonna stir the pot. But it's what he assumed. Apparently, he told me later. And I'm so glad that no one spoiled that for me, because Taiga told me out of character that happened after day 13. And I was like, what? Oh, it was really funny. It was genuinely very funny to me. I thought it was super funny. So, okay, and now I'm gonna show you guys the scenes and what I have, why I was kind of trying to wait. So first things first, I'm gonna show you. Well, I'll go to the left side. So Calvin and I are in the church. We're in the monastery rather, and this is where I was like, when I told you guys Vitruvius showed up, because I could see someone flying around the church on the map, which you can see up here. I saw someone flying around, and I was like, "There's no way that's Vitruvius, right?" And like that is just my first thought. And
I do believe there's somebody waiting outside the door. Please feel free to come in.
It's who you think it is.
because I saw him, you know.
Will.
Hello. This seems oddly reminiscent.
Yeah.
We're missing somebody.
I do believe Violet has
Yeah.
retired for the evening already. Otherwise, I'm sure they would be here.
It was so
They've
funny.
succumbed to the curse of slumber early.
Yeah, so that was just funny that it happened 2 nights in a row in the last hour. And then also I'll play the scene with me telling Calvin to stop lying. Because it's just something that I was very proud of. Because I was just begging him to stop lying to me at this point.
In any case, I would like to craft at least 2 more spells before sundown today, so I must away. But thank you for the conversation.
Very well. Of course.
My
Be
strength
safe.
is meek. I can't
Yep.
offer much.
He
but
hit me with it again.
Strength, but
And it hit me.
if you're ever in need of any information,
I got pissed. He hits me with that line all the fucking time. Almost every single time that we've talked, he hit me with the, like, my strength is meek, but, like, I'll offer assistance if I can type thing. And I was finally like, motherfucker, stop lying!
information, or even just idle conversation, I'll happily be at your service, sir.
Well, I think you should probably stop lying about how strong you are, but I think that's fair.
I really am not as strong as I may seem. Indeed, I do have a considerable amount of
I can't believe I just
vitality,
laughed the
but
same.
strength
That's
is
crazy.
another issue entirely.
I don't know. I've helped a few mages build their tomes over the past few days.
Which is
and
true.
Getting someone to your level, or getting to the levels your tomes have hit. I'm not a fool, Calvin. I'm not a fool.
and just his reaction at the end was just crazy. Oh, it's one of my favorite moments. Oh, it's such one of my favorite moments, dude. It was so much fun to mess with him like that. But like out of character, it's fun to mess with him. Out of character, this was me begging him to please stop lying to me, because this was literally the moment where I was trying to be like, Calvin, I know you're lying. Please stop lying to me. I was trying really hard to say it without literally saying that line, because I didn't want to be that blunt. Yeah, include me. Yeah, like that kind of thing. Like, I'm your ally, please. So I hit him with that. And then the last thing I'll show from day 10 was Joe did this amazing piece of art that was just a bunch of stuff that Royale I had done up to this point. And I really, really liked this because I did mention to Joe in passing, I was like, hey, I'm kind of confused about what justice is. I've been talking to Vitruvius a lot. And I was like, I don't know which side I'm going to end on, you know? And so Joe included this like shadowy part of me, which I didn't even notice the first time I saw it, you know? So this is one of my favorite parts, that there's like this shadow of me here, you know? Oh, and this is one of the times you can see the back shot where it's like, I think other people have different interpretations that the back is open, which I'm okay with too, you know? Joe disarmed me with the bunny tail. Oh my gosh, it was really fun. It was really, really fun. Yeah, carrot. Yeah, Joe, if you're still here, your art is amazing. This is great. But I love this. I think this was my favorite part, though. This like shadowy presence in the top, because I didn't know where I was going as Royale yet. I hadn't joined up with any side. I hadn't confirmed anything, but I loved this. This was so good. So, yeah. So let's go back to just chatting. This is not the end of day 10. We still got a few more small things to do on day 10. Now, I had mentioned before that one of the things that I needed to do was go speak with Leo about this one-shot business. Now, me being a mathematician, not actually, I just like math. Me being the math wizard that I am, when Calvin told me that Leo was one shot, I thought back to the goblins being missing and the way that Leo was kind of explaining things. I was like, something's not adding up here. Something's not adding up here. So before I went to see Leo, I went and saw Zealand. And if any of you are here from Zealand streams and maybe heard Zealand mention this, probably during his streams, I went to test attacking Zealand because I just wanted to see like how much damage I could possibly do to someone, and if he was willing to attack me back, but he didn't have any offensive spells. So I just attacked him to see how much damage I could do, because I wanted a mental note to see if Leo was lying about being one shot. And because I figured that if Vitruvius hit Calvin, or hit Zealand with a spell, and Zealand barely took any damage because I'd heard about it when Calvin told me about what happened at Town Hall. And if I attacked Zealand and I barely did any damage, then I'm assuming that they're both very powerful, and then we're all very powerful. It was kind of giving me like a baseline. So Vitruvius attacks Zealand, barely takes damage. I attack Zealand, barely takes any damage. Zealand attacks Vitruvius, maybe deals some damage. Kind of where my mind is going. So from there, I go over to Leo to kind of discuss this. And it's more so I do sell it very nicely because I've been enchanting and my armor and my weapons and things like that. So I sell it very nicely in the sense of Leo, I've been like leveling up a lot. Can you help me test my weapons and armor, which is not untrue. Remember, I always pick my words very carefully so I don't lie. And I test these theories with Leo because Leo actually has better armor than I do. Leo hits me and deals half a heart of damage. I hit Leo and I deal 1.5 hearts of damage. Immediately, because of this math and because of what I know from Zealand and his damage that he has taken / done, I know Leo lied to me. 100%. Yes, I was intentionally testing. That was the whole point of that, is I intentionally got the numbers so I could test and then find out more information from there. But this was enough that I knew that Leo was lying to me. This was my, like, I was already suspicious of it because of the things that Lucky had told me. And just some of the things that he had said in certain adventures and maybe like in passing comments about Vitruvius. But this was my 100% definitive proof that he was lying to me. And surprise, surprise, again, a friend that I considered very close to me, that had gone on multiple adventures with me, was lying to me. Again. It's great. But again, I'd rather continue to be lied to and feel like I'm still belonging in their lives than to call them out on it and cut it. So instead of calling Leo out on it, we start to move towards like the town square because it's very close to the end of the night. It's like 3 minutes before the server closes. And on the way, we start talking about Vitruvius and whether we agree with his ideals, whether we trust in him, like that kind of stuff. And Leo makes it so I need to go first, but because we're like in town square, basically, I was like, maybe this isn't the best place to discuss this. So we agree to meet up as soon as possible the next day so that we can find out more information and kind of share stuff with each other and to go from there. So, yeah. And that's the end of day 10. That's the end of day 10. Hello, underrated pattern. That's crazy. Pattern? Me? No way. No way. There's no way. There's no way. Ain't no way. So yeah. Detective Royale goes so hard. It really does. I think I was really good at sussing people out. So now we're going to get into day 11. And despite day 10 being very short for me because I was only there for an hour, a lot of stuff happened. Like a ton in day 10. So the fact that I signed in for that last hour was so big, and I was so happy that I did. Now, luckily, day 11, I did not have work and I did not have prior engagements. So this is the first and only time that I streamed 12 hours. I was there from the server's opening until the servers close. Did you plan any scenes for Royale? No. Well, I had ideas of things that I wanted to do in my head, but we talked about this before. And keep in mind, guys, this is still accurate to this point. The only person that ever asked me anything about my background, where I came from, or what I wanted aside from being a hero was Moltaire. And Moltaire vanished like day 3. So still no. Now, to this point, I'm feeling pretty shitty. I know Calvin's lying to me, and I'm basically begging him not to. Vitruvius is still on this destructive path, and I'm worried that I won't be able to do anything. I haven't been able to find justice in town. The court case was a sham. Sheriff Sonny abandoned me. Other of my friends have abandoned me. Roswell's been fucking off for so long. Elle is still a threat. We don't know what's going on with him. I haven't seen Lucky since the end. And it's been insane. You know? And now Leo's lying to me too. And I need to find out what's going on. And I know he's I know he's at least lying to me, but I don't know about what entirely. I don't know if he's working with Vitruvius. I don't know if they had a deal. I don't know if they're trying to draw somebody else out. So server opens day 11. And again, this is my longest day and probably the most important day for me, character-wise. So I meet up with Leo first thing. We both hopped onto the server when it first opened. So 4 p.m., you know? And from there, I actually don't remember where we went. Where did we go on day 11? Where did we go? I'm going to check real quick because I just don't remember where we met. Oh, we did go to the monastery. I thought we did. I guess it hadn't been ransacked yet or removed. No. Anyway, met with Leo. We decided to go to the monastery because it felt like the best place to go for like that kind of thing, for like private conversation, especially so early. And we're talking about all the Vitruvius stuff. We're talking about whether we agree with his ideals, whether we agree with his sense of justice, whether we agree that L is a threat or not. And here is where Leo gives me his backstory. Leo tells me about his relationship with L. Leo tells me that he has 2 of the heads that L was looking for, and that he thinks if he can get a 3rd from him, that he can go home, that he can return to the world that he was isekai'd from. And obviously this is a lot to take in, but I'm also starting to understand why he doesn't trust L at this point, because he finally gives me all the information. Yeah, Valo-chan, you know? I was feeling so bad for Royale because the Knights of Ours being created was because they were all ignored in some way by the people around them, but Royale still had forgotten a little. Oh, not just forgotten a little. We'll get to that. Don't worry. Oh my gosh, dude. Okay, so sorry. So I'm like laughing about it because it's like funny. I wouldn't say a little either. So Leo gives me his backstory. He explains everything to me. I'm like, okay, cool. Understood. I get where you're coming from. Like I said, we have those conversations about Vitruvius, and I'm kind of sussing out that he's with Vitruvius too, just based on the things that he's saying. Our conversations about truth, our conversations about family, about being abandoned, and about justice, especially. And at the end of our conversation, I don't remember specifically what I said to Leo, just because this whole day is a blur to me. It's such a long day. So many things happen. I hit him with the, like, I wish you wouldn't lie to me, like, statement, because I was just so tired of people lying to me all the time. I was just so fucking tired of people lying to me all the time. And I straight up said it to him. I was like, I wish you wouldn't lie to me. And of course I was talking about him getting one shot thing with Vitruvius, and he answered back with something like, well, it's not lying, it's more like giving you a half truth. And I was like, there's no way that statement correlates to what I know he's lying about. So in my mind, I'm like, never mind, he is working with Vitruvius because that statement. And I think I even say like, oh, that's not what I was talking about, but that's good to know. And I like reveal basically like, I know what he's talking about now. So yeah, it was definitely a gotcha moment. It was 100% a gotcha moment. And I'm glad it worked out like that. But again, I would rather have a friend that lies to me than not have a friend at all. So we part ways. We're not on bad terms, you know? I'm still feeling alone and neglected, and I still cannot tell him what I need to tell him. Patterns, guys. Patterns, you know? Character arcs, very important. And unless you were part of like these conversations or you were part of Royale's journey, a lot of people in town were so confused about this, you know? Yeah. A lot of people were confused. And then it's still, remember, it's like, are you and Calvin on bad terms yet? We'll get to that. Yeah. So I part ways with Leo. Leo also shares coordinates with me of one of the ancient cities. That way I can go kind of blow off some steam and gather materials to finally upgrade all of my equipment to warden gear, because it was the last tier that I had not gone to. And despite being able to withstand a lot of damage from Leo and being able to deal a lot of damage to Leo, I still felt like I wasn't strong enough. So I had like multiple hours of training arcs. I want to say like 5 hours of my 12-hour stream were just me alone fighting things, grinding EXP, making armor, upgrading things. So I'm going to be real. I'm just going to lump that together. This wasn't when it all happened, but I'll just mention it now. I got full warden gear. I spent a lot of time in the deep and dark. I spent a lot of time in ancient cities. Full warden gear. Lot of really high quality enchantments, like max level sharpness, max level protection on everything. Like, I'm kitted out. At this point, I am one of the strongest people on the server. Easily. But I don't do magic. Remember, that is my one weakness. I don't do magic. So, after a little bit of time, I realize, wait a minute. I haven't talked to Calvin yet today. Because the first thing I did when I got up was I talked to Leo. And since I've been around for everything to happen, I didn't need a recap on anything. So I reached out to Calvin and see if he was free to meet up. And unfortunately, he wasn't. I think out of character, he was with Vitruvius doing something. But I think he just said, like, I'm too busy. I'm sorry, I can't meet now. Or something like that. And I was like, he's keeping something from me. So it's like, again, it's like the mind is reeling of, oh, Calvin's keeping stuff from me. And he's not telling me what he's up to. Man, it happened again. It's interesting that for Royale's emphasis on justice and how black and white it can be, his view on who he trusts and keeps his friends is so nuanced. Yeah, because when you're used to a cycle of abuse in terms of being lied to, manipulated, abandoned, you kind of get lost in the fire. You're in the fire for so long that it is impossible to think of what life would be not in the fire. You're used to being burned, so you actively seek it out because you're afraid that if you seek other things out, it will be worse. And at least by being burned, you're feeling something. And that is the overarching direction that I took Royale's character, because of how many times these things kept happening. It almost sounds like Royale's slowly spiraling at this point the more he discovers people are lying to him. You're right. You're absolutely correct. Absolutely right. So I reached out to Calvin, and he was busy. And yeah, I think out of character, he was with Vitruvius, and they were doing like crazy roleplay stuff. And again, very important, do not force roleplay on people. If they're busy, if they are doing other things, you wait your turn. You be patient, because even though you're the main character of your own story, you're not the main character of other people's stories. So you gotta give people space to do their own thing. So I didn't push it. I was like, okay, no problem. And that's why I was gone training for so long. That's why I got the warden gear. I got all the upgrades and the armaments and the things that I was looking for. And yeah, the layers, it's so very human and real and something a lot of people can relate to. I think so too. Finding comfort in the evil you know than the good that you don't know. Yes, exactly. Well, I ended up going through the same spiral. I did learn about that. So this is where it gets worse. So, at this point, I can't remember the order of events specifically here. So I'm gonna go with it doesn't matter if this is the order or not. But at this point, I come back to town, and I am feeling distraught. I'm feeling lost, despite having like all of these really cool upgrades and armaments and everything like that. I also wanted to see if maybe I could upgrade some of my tomes that I had that I didn't need. And I know Violet had one of those like book enhancers. So I decided to go to the monastery. And I find that it's abandoned. There's no items. There's no magical enchantment books. There's no anything. Nothing is left in the monastery at all. And so I immediately panic and I message Violet and I ask if he was okay, if like what had happened, asking him if he got ransacked, like what had happened. And I didn't get a response. So I immediately get super worried, and I can't really go to Leo because I don't trust him. I can't go to Calvin because he said he's too busy. So I go to the one person that's at least always been in one spot consistently whenever I've looked at them, and that was Zealand. So I go to the community center and I reach out to Zealand and I ask about if he'd heard anything that happened with Violet. And he says, "Oh no, I don't think I had." And then Zealand pulls out a letter that he had apparently received from Violet that he hadn't opened yet. And on a whim, he was like, "Oh right, I got this letter from Violet that I hadn't opened yet." And he reads the letter, and Violet left. Violet had completely packed up and wrote a letter to Zealand saying that he was leaving, that he was gone. And in my mind, it's like the Sunny situation all over again. And I'm like, I don't know what his relationship was with Zealand, but for him and I thought we had a close enough bond that he would have at least reached out to me if he needed help, that he would have told me that he was leaving. And again, it didn't happen. So once again, Royale was abandoned by someone that he cared about and that he thought cared about him. So yeah, crazy timing. Crazy fucking timing. Crazy timing. So before I can really process any of this information, Leo asks to meet. What happened to Violet? They packed up the monastery and left. They left a note to Zealand that they were just really tired of all the fighting, all the craziness, all the hecticness in town, and we're just done. Hello, Moon Dancer. Hello, Chrissy. Your timing. I remember we just gotten the mailbox up. That's insane. Yeah, so it's literally Kismet RP moments like this that like you can't make this shit up. You know? And again, you can go back and check my POV. You can check Zealand's POV. You can get Zeal's POV. But he had literally just gotten it or whatever it was, you know? So I didn't have too much time to process this, unfortunately, because I got a message from Leo asking to meet. And me being like, whoa, man, someone just abandoned me. And I don't know who to trust anymore. And I don't know what to do. My life is spiraling. I can't get justice. I can't stop a common thief. Like, all I'm being sent out for is finding people's lost pets. Leo asks to meet. And I obviously immediately agree. Because I'm just so desperate for some form of validation. For some form of companionship. And for someone to not lie to me. So I go to where Leo asks to meet me. And again, I'm really bad with maps. So I'm really bad with maps. So I meet up with Leo and we go into this like really deep ancient mine, and he plainly admits that he is with Vitruvius and that they want to offer a position in the Knights of ours for me. But in order for me to join, that I would have to bring an offering. Now, me at this point, I am very much on crash out point. Yeah, I did actually get lost. I did actually get lost on the way there because I'm really bad with maps, both in character and out of character. So I'm very. Was there a reason you didn't confide into Zealand at this point? I mean, the times that I had met Zealand, he seemed very much that he didn't want to be involved, as he continuously mentioned, I just want to bake. You know? So, yeah. What exactly was that story about? I mean, I'm going over it right now, but I can't start from the beginning. It's too long. We've been here for 4 hours. I'm sorry. Yeah, Royale had no sense of direction. So instead of going to someone that he wasn't familiar with, he went back to the familiar burn. Because it's easier to go to the hurt that you're used to than to take a risk on the hurt being worse. You know? Calvin and Nabubu were speaking in the monastery. Uki arrived and ended up listening. And after a while, Vitruvius arrived. Nabubu asked why Calvin was with V2. Uki didn't know and felt betrayed. Yep. And apparently learned that Leo was with him at that point too. Zaddy was listening for the whole time. Yeah, I heard about that. I still don't have the context for it. I think it's probably better that I don't, for like my own perspective. So, but yes. So went to Leo. He fully admitted that he was with Vitruvius and that he and Vitruvius wanted to offer me a position with with Vitruvius, Leo, and Calvin in the Knights of Ours. So if Royale was so desperate for validation, do you think he would learn magic if Vitruvius II asked him to? Probably. I mean, he technically did. Technically did. So, but we'll get to that. Yeah. That whole scene was crazy. Familiar burn is so evocative. Yeah. So immediately I agree. Literally no second thought. I say absolutely yes. And whether I'm actually going to join them or not was actually still running in my mind. Out of character, I had no idea if I actually wanted to join or not. I knew at the very least I wanted a chance to speak with Vitruvius again. At the very least, I wanted that. What happened next is such an ironic thing, and I don't think that she realizes that she had this impact. And I later found out that at least someone told me this, but I'm gonna digress, and we'll get into that. So one of the things that I had been complaining about for a while now is that petty crimes continued to happen, specifically that people would continue to steal from each other, that there was no justice, there was no law, there were no consequences for anything, you know, and that especially me as someone that wanted to be a hero and uphold peace could not bring that justice to people that were committing crimes. After I returned back, because what Leo had asked me for was 6 different types of food and 3 stacks of each different type of food. Not necessarily 64 of each, but if I could get that, great. But three stacks of 6 different types of food. Because in game, there's a mechanic where if you have a balanced diet, you get more health and more armor. And more mana regen if you do it enough too. So I go back to town and I spend pretty much my entire savings on making golden carrots, on spending even more money at Zally Breadwinners, which is why I was his #1 customer. Because I had to give you guys a little bit more insight. The reason why I had so much fucking money in the first place is some of the goblins that I helped Leo find before and a goblin that I kept for myself, you could trade 1 carrot for 1 emerald. And so I had a carrot farm at my house that I would dump hundreds of bone meal into just to have stacks on stacks and stacks of carrots that I would then trade for hundreds of emeralds constantly. And that's why I had so much money. Yeah, food diversity. Yeah. And breadwinners. Yeah. So I went and spent pretty much the entirety left of my savings to get like the highest quality bacon, egg, and cheese sandwiches, bread, the bacon and cheese. Like I got so much stuff from him. I got golden carrots because I had all the components for it because I had gone grinding for netherite before. I was loaded, and I don't think people realized how many resources I had. I think people underestimated how much money and resources I had at my disposal. Breadwinner and I talked about it out of character afterwards, Zally and I did spend the most money at Breadwinners. I was his #1 customer. So I go back to town, and first thing I do is go over to Zally Breadwinners while other food is cooking and like in the smoker so I can kill time, you know? And after I finish getting the food that I need from Breadwinners, I notice that there's someone in Breadwinner's house. And I go over, and it's Imp. So Imp is over at Breadwinner's house stealing shit. And I immediately am like, hey, what are you doing? Like, and I'm you go back and watch my POV, I'm like really angry about it. I'm like, I'm not joking, I'm not laughing. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, and I'm like on the breaking point. And unfortunately, the conversation very much goes into the line of, what are you gonna do? Kill me? Like, and reminding me in character that there's no consequences, that there's no stopping them because there's not going to be true justice, and basically laughing in my face. Not literally, but their actions and their words laughing in my face. And this hits me so hard that is like the final straw. Or one, I should say one of the final straws. One of the final straws. Because prior to this, I actually met up with Roswell as well. I keep forgetting when this happened, but it's important as well. I met up with Roswell earlier that day on chance, because you know how I was doing all the EXP farming and leveling up my gear and getting, you know, enchantments and stuff. I met Roswell at the EXP farmer. And so I was talking to him and asking him about like the same stuff that I talked to Calvin about finding justice, about truth. But I especially ended it with asking him if he'd seen L, if he had any idea where he was, if he had talked with him, if he knew what he was planning, because at this point we're getting a little nervous about like what L's doing. Because we've heard rumors that he's like still killing people. He's still, you know, causing chaos, destroying things. There's now a rumor around that he was the one that killed Father Frayed, and stuff like that. And Roswell tells me point blank, no. Now, according to Roscoe out of character, at this point, that was actually the truth. But I'm so damaged and hurt at this point that I just straight up don't believe him. And ironically, right after that, he did go and meet L, who was Lament at the time. So I will say, I feel like I was justified in not believing him, but there were other things that he was still lying to me about and not including me on and not cluing me in on, because Lucky was my friend at that point, and I never got to find L. I never had seen him again, not since the Twilight Forest. So, a tipping point, yes. So back to the imp thing. The imp thing was kind of like the straw that broke the camel's back. And so as I gathered these food materials, as I finished gathering the 3 stacks of 6 different types of food, I let Leo know, and I meet up with him again at the same place. And we're talking for a little bit, and I show Leo all the food that I have, and Leo is incredibly surprised how much I had. I think there's a parallel between Vitruvius and Royale at this point, both seeking justice, but Royale really slipped under the radar because in the end, the villains always make the most noise. I mean, yeah, it very well could be that. But like, I was on Vitruvius' side at the beginning, you know? But yeah, so Leo is commenting about how incredible it is that I have this much food, because it's like all really high quality food, including 3 stacks of 64 golden carrots. So I had a lot of shit that people didn't realize, you know? And we're talking about it and stuff, and we're basically just waiting for Vitruvius to get back to us. And this is the point where Leo takes me to Rendezvous, which is the location, which is like the hideout for the Knights of Ours. And he says we're going to meet with Vitruvius. And I'm finally gonna play like a longer segment of video. We're not gonna watch the entire thing. I'm gonna skip through some stuff because there's a lot of like random bullshit talking. But this is the official moment when I joined the Knights of Ours. So, this is Rendezvous. I'm with Leo. We're waiting for Vitruvius to show up. He literally had just shown up. So, like, literally, if you look when I started this, yeah, the drama was crazy. I mean, yeah, it's freaking insane. So, that's the box of all the food that I was delivering. Oh yes, Rendezvous with a Z. So, we're basically just waiting for Vitruvius to show up at this point.
No.
Thank you both
Hello.
for waiting.
No problem. It's in this shulker right here. I've checked it. You will be pleased.
There's,
my
yeah, I see.
goodness.
even Vitruvius is like
This is
192 bacon, egg, and cheese sandwiches, 192 golden carrots, 192 bread, 192 baked potatoes, 192 baked carrots, and 192 cherry cookies. People very much underestimated how much shit that I have. And this doesn't even include what I still had in my backpack. Because I kept a lot for myself.
remarkable.
Yeah, and you can see all the shit that I have in my
much.
backpack.
So, wow, this is beyond anything I had asked for.
Does this work with the auto feeder? Or do we have to eat
Oh,
it
it should do.
manually?
It should do, yes. Royale,
Oh.
I'm just very
thank you
quiet.
terribly for your hard work.
Of course. I told Leo
Spend-
before, I think people underestimate how much food
I didn't realize it was that much. There you
resources
go.
I've gathered.
Yes. Well, welcome.
That's what validation craving will do. Yeah,
I'd
really.
like to ask you again, because I so rudely interrupted you last time you tried to tell me
Oof.
about your definition of justice.
I kind of hate how I answered this. I'm not going to lie.
Oh,
but
man.
Has that
yeah, I
definition
immediately
changed?
go, oh, man. Why am I laughing the same?
I've had quite a few encounters with people in town over the past couple of days, and while I wish that justice was something that people could choose for themselves after Sheriff Sonny has seemingly abandoned them and people continue to kill, steal, cheat, and lie to each other, it's a little bit disheartening, and I feel that maybe there's a different definition that I wanted than what they wanted.
And I'm so mad at myself because I was trying so hard not to like scream and be angry that it ended up coming out as like deranged laughter because I was trying to like convince myself that this was okay. And I was like, yeah, these people are crazy, aren't they? Like, it was that, yeah, why am I laughing? Yeah.
Very good. Well, this is our, I guess you could say, secret hideout. We call it the rendezvous point. And it's important to remember that no personal belongings should be kept here. We have bits and pieces, but everything should be stored in your homes.
I'm gonna be so real. This is I'm here twice before it gets destroyed. I am here twice before it gets destroyed. Not gonna lie, I always found it funny how you laugh after every sentence, but now knowing Royale's perspectives, the laughter sounds so empty, so sad I'm gonna cry. Yay! Someone finally picked up on it! Because the laughing at the beginning that started with Calvin is very warm and deep and rich. And as the laugh goes on throughout each day, it gets more hollow and just used as a filler because it's awkward and Royale doesn't know what to say or do or how to express himself because he's in so much pain. And the laugh just keeps getting worse and worse and worse until the end of this day, he ends up breaking with his laugh and it turns off into a full villain laugh. Yay! It was something I worked really hard on to make sure that I incorporated.
That way, if this place is ever compromised,
Yeah.
there is little to lose.
Which it did get compromised. I literally, this is one of only 2 times that I actually got to be here. And remember, this is day 11, mind you. So.
Is a very charitable gift, and I do not take it lightly.
Yeah. Of course.
Although, I recall asking for one more thing.
Oh, yeah. So he wanted information and stuff like that. At this point, I had overheard that Zaddy knew that both Leo and Calvin were part of the Knights of Ours, and that this was then being relayed to Shu and other people around town, and that they were basically ostracizing Leo and Calvin. And that is kind of the information that I brought with me. You're a good role player, I understand. Okay, my bad.
Do you have any information you might share with us?
It's so funny because both OC and in character, Calvin didn't know you joined. I assumed it because Calvin's not here. You can notice that it's just Vitruvius, Leo, and myself. And that kind of adds to an encounter that I have with Calvin later. That's not good. It's like our second to last encounter or our third to last encounter, and it's bad. So
I did, in fact, just share information with Leo while we were waiting.
that
That
I was muted here in
he
game.
punched myself in the throat by accident.
Yeah.
It happens.
I do this often too.
I was actually telling Leo while we were.
I'm just gonna skip through it. I just told you guys what it was.
He confronted.
Wow.
Well, that's
Thank
good.
you.
Yeah. Organizing my chests. What
I
else?
would like to welcome you
There we go.
to a position in our team, if this is what you desire to.
Would you ever?
I'm gonna preface this. I need you guys to listen really hard. This is what I want you guys to see. This is the moment right here.
Desire to.
Would you ever leave me alone?
If you act with kindness, if you further our interests, and simply if you desire somewhere to belong that is maintained and is safe, you will always be welcome here. I will not abandon you.
Then that is something that I would very much enjoy.
Good. Well then, I would like to welcome you as a new member of the Knights of Oz. Excelsior.
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 Yeah. So very, very obviously, he said every word that he needed to say to play into all of Royale's insecurities and fears and growing insecurities and even more fears. So I don't think he knew that. I don't think Leo knew that. I don't think Calvin knew that. I don't think the majority of the people that have watched the role plays that I've done knew that. Yeah. Most people didn't know that. And that's why I asked him before I said yes. And I'm sure to many people were like, why do you ask such a weird question? And now that I've yapped at you guys for the past 4 hours, I'm sure it makes more sense. Right? Makes more sense, right? Cool. I don't remember where it is, what the scene is.
Secret plot and otherwise, but recently it has become something very different to me. But it's not in a sense that makes him weak, but he has suffered as though the town will never be put in a bully and who have so much to take. They are. So all this is, even if we...
I don't remember where he says it. I'm not going to look for it. Leo, at some point after he moves to this side, says, yeah, we're family. And that also obviously really, really fucked me up, you know? So I cannot remember where it is in that scene exactly, but Leo, that's why he has the water bucket out, because he was crying. Like he was faking that he was crying with the water bucket. So everything's making more sense. That's crazy. Yeah, it makes so much sense. More unconsciously. Yeah. I love how in-depth you go with Royale. It's so delicious. Yay! V2 is so good at emotional manipulation, even though I don't think that V2 was actively trying to manipulate. No, and so here's the crazy thing. I found out later out of character that Imp was doing all of the bullshit around town because Vitruvius told them to. So unintentionally, Vitruvius was actually the reason for my breaking point. And he didn't realize it. And I don't think I ever told him that. I don't think I told Vox that either. But it's like really funny that was literally the in-character breaking point. So that's wild. Yeah. From this perspective, it even seemed that Vitruvius only answered yes so that he would agree to enter rather than actually thinking what he meant by not abandoning him. I mean, I think that's probably the case, but like that's like there's a weird blend of OOC, like out of character and in character stuff there. Cause like Vox didn't know the journey that Royale had been through and had been going through and the feelings that he harbored from one question. He gave an answer that he thought Royale wanted to hear. It was what Royale wanted to hear, but he didn't understand the nuance of it. And Royale didn't explain it more. So that's not against Vox. And I don't think necessarily that was a manipulation by Vitruvius. He just happened to say everything that Royale was looking for. The whole scenario is manipulation, but that specific moment, I genuinely think Vitruvius was being genuine. I really do think he was being genuine in character. And especially, and I say this because I don't think Vox knew that Royale's whole arc was abandonment issues. Yeah, everything comes back around. Yep. I tried very hard to play into this this trope, this character flaw throughout the entirety of Royale's existence. So Vitruvius asked Imp to mess specifically with magical things and assets to slow down the townsfolk journey to get stronger. Same for Calvin and Leo too. Well, there you go. Hey, Hero Side, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, everybody. My name is Roy Chiato, like a macchiato. I'm a coffee-fueled bunny host with a serious passion for voice acting, and I love working out, in case you couldn't tell. Welcome, guys. We're going over VCraftEnchanted. We're giving updates to my story as Royale from the Kingdom of Flexington, and yeah, we're just making sure that we can have a fun time and kind of answer behind the scenes questions and recap anything that maybe people weren't aware of, because a lot of people were surprised when they heard that I joined the Knights of Ours, and we kind of just hit the culmination breaking point of why I did. So, hey, welcome in, and let's continue. So, did a great job. Thank you. V2 had a way with words. He said exactly what they needed to hear. Yeah, of course. 100%. So yeah, so like I said, the rest of that scene played out exactly how you expected. We had a very serious exchange of ideals. And yeah, from there, Vitruvius had Leo kind of indoctrinate me and bring me into the team. Leo showed me to some of his more private areas where he took all the goblins, the ones that I helped him find and everything, you know? So that was a big reason why I suspected Leo in the first place. Like I said, I was like, I knew they were here. And then Leo taught me a little bit of magic. I learned the flying spell. I think it's called Escape. And then I learned Dispel, just in case I was ever afflicted with like negative stuff. I've been following the novella from different POVs, from yours and others. All this was so freaking crazy. I was so into it. Yeah. Goblins, I don't actually know what they're called. They're like the fiery guys from the Nether that trade for emeralds. But yeah, so Leo took me around. We did a little bit of a training arc, like a mini training arc, so I could like get used to magic, so I could get used to flying without a rocket and instead using the other thing. Also learned at this point that I could have both my backpack and an elytra out at the same time, so that was cool. Yeah. However, I did have some enchantments that I still wanted to do, and I was complaining that I didn't have a lot of EXP. We made a joke about potentially fighting the Ender Dragon again, because we thought it would be cool. Maybe we get some cool drops. We heard that there's lots of EXP from it. So we were like, you know what? Fuck it. Let's go re-summon the Ender Dragon. You know, did he use the obsidian boat trick to teleport you? Yes. Yeah, that's what we did. So Leo and I decided to go fight the Ender Dragon. And it needed 4 end crystals, which I happen to have. Because again, people are always underestimating what I gather. So I had the 4 end crystals that we needed already. We didn't have to craft anything additional. So we went to the end dragon, we summoned it, we started fighting it, and then we beat it. Now, this is kind of a funny out of character moment, and unfortunately someone did spoil it for me in stream. I don't remember when it happened, but do you guys remember that one clip where Vitruvius notices that Roswell got an achievement for getting one of the jungle eyes? And he like zips off trying to find him, and they ended up missing each other by 30 seconds. Do you guys remember that clip? It was circulating everywhere. It's going crazy. Yeah. So, Leo and I did not know that resummoning the Ender Dragon also popped an achievement. And so, Roswell got curious what Leo and I were doing together alone, resummoning the Ender Dragon. So, Roswell ended up going invisibly to the end and spied on Leo and I as we were cleaning up the last of the Ender Dragon fight, which, by the way, was not worth it. Definitely was a waste of materials. And during this, he heard something really out of context where I was talking about how we had previously helped Calvin get components for his magical book, which is the clip that I showed you guys from when Doc and I were there on like that ending area. That's what I was referring to. Like that day when I was helping so many people get monsters killed for their tomes so they could get stuff. The end again is the achievement. Yeah. So, unfortunately, because Roswell didn't have that context, he immediately did a logic jump and assumed correctly that I had joined up with Vitruvius. Unfortunately, like I said, this was spoiled for me out of character. I didn't act on this at all. There was no reason for me to, but this was spoiled for me out of character, which really sucked because this was such a cool moment, you know? And I think I talked to him about it later, and then I was like, oh yeah, this was actually not like you heard, by the way. But regardless, I was pretty sad about that. So, I'm gonna super briefly recap what happens next because it's a lot. This is a lot. I expressed to Leo that I was really, really upset. Also, I've not contacted Calvin all day because I'm still pissed from him continuously lying to me, avoiding me, everything like that. And I was like, man, now I'm part of the Knights of Ours, and he doesn't know. He hasn't said anything to me. Like, he really just doesn't care. What was the mentality that I took? So, Leo and I get back to town, and I'm immediately like, man, I kind of needed those components for something else that I wanted to craft. I wanted to make something that was, it makes your backpack indestructible, and if it falls into the void, that it teleports back to you. And I was like, that sounds really useful, just in case something happens. And so I was like, I really wanted those components back. So Leo offered to help me find them. And so we go to Violet's home, and I kind of explain, hey, like, the monastery is empty. You know? I thought you gave him an echo fork at the start of the day. Did I? Maybe I just didn't contact him after joining the Knights of Ours, and I had the confirmation that he was part of them. I can't remember the order of events there. Did I? No, because this is still day 11. Oh my god, you scared the shit out of me. This is still day 11. I don't think I contacted him. I don't think I contacted him at all on day 11. I don't think I did. I think I was with Leo for the majority of the time. I was off doing my solo training arc. Oh, I did read up with him. I forgot. This was after I met up with Roswell. It was a super brief encounter. I gave him the echo fork and then left. I see it. You're right. That was like 4 hours in. It was like a 5-minute transaction. And I think it was like a very brief, like, here's this, goodbye. I see it. I forgot about that. I forgot. Yeah, the noise scared the shit out of me. That's from Twitch. That's like people doing like cheering type like emotes. Yeah, that noise is definitely really loud. I wish you could turn them off. I don't know why you can't. It's actually really annoying. Hi, Keyshawn. So from there, Leo and I go back to town. We go to Violet's home, which has also been abandoned. Leo kind of freaks out a little bit, and I explained, yeah, Violet left. He explained it in a letter to Zealand, and he is panicking a little bit, but then is also like, well, there should still be a monster spawner here that we can use to farm the materials that you need. You know? Oh, I think you were sussing him out again, but he was very brief. Yeah, I think it was before I joined the Knights, too. I was still in my training arc then. It was probably all the adventuring that I did in the ancient city. So we needed those components from Violet's home. We needed the monster spawner specifically, so we could fight the monster that was in there, and then just get the components from killing the monster from the monster spawner. But it was gone too. And Leo was like, man, this sucks. We need to get you those components because you need it for the crafting thing that you want. And I was like, yeah, like maybe if we can figure something out. And he was like, oh, I bet Zally has one. So we go back to town to try and find Zally, so we can get the components. And when we get to Breadwinners, Violet approaches us invisible. Leo dispels it because he hears someone following us. And it's this really, really awkward moment. Now, mind you, this is the first time I've seen Violet since he abandoned the monastery. And I am like, I'm not having it. I'm pissed. I'm hurt. I'm frustrated that he didn't come talk to me. I felt abandoned. Obviously, like, he's dealing with his own shit, and I'm in character. I'm upset and hurt and felt abandoned again because I have abandonment issues and things like that. You know, recurring theme. But Violet is laying into Leo for lying to him. So I just kind of step back and I'm like, whatever. I'm gonna deal with this. Whatever's gonna happen is gonna happen. And yeah, he lays into him for a bit. Leo, mid-conversation, very, very awkwardly finds Zally and kind of like walks off to the side with him to get what he needs. And then leaves both Violet and I alone. And Violet's kind of like, aren't you going to go after him? Like, assuming that we were together. And I was kind of like, well, I have no idea where he's going, so I guess not. And it seemed like Violet was trying to suss out whether I was part of the Knights of Ours. And I don't know if Uki out of character realized I was. So I feel like I played it off really well that I wasn't. But yeah, then it turned into this whole escapade of like Leo just vanished basically. And I was not stuck with in a negative way, but stuck with Violet like talking to me about how much of a piece of shit Leo is for joining Vitruvius. And I'm like, yep, yeah, that's crazy. Yep, wow, isn't that crazy, you know? If Violet had asked you directly if you were with the Knights, would you have told him? I guess we'll never know. That's hard. Because, like, the thing, I think I would have said no. It probably would have been the first lie I would have told, because I think at some point, Vitruvius asked me if I would tell a lie for him during our first encounter in the end, when we had that private meeting. But it's hard, because, like, my relationship with Violet at that point was really bad. Because, again, abandonment issues make emotions run high and emotional decisions. So probably, yeah, because Vitruvius at one point did ask if I would lie for him. And I think I gave him the line about, since I arrived in this land, I've never told a lie. But because I was so angry at Violet and Vitruvius had essentially just given me a home, I probably would have lied. I probably would have lied for Vitruvius and said, no, I have no idea what that is. So... but like I said, for the next couple of minutes, Violet was kind of venting to me about the frustrations with Leo. And then we were slowly joined by more and more people. Like, it was just Violet and I trying to have serious conversation. Then we got joined by Luca and Shu and Miss Eileen and Lady O'Lira, and Roswell was like an onlooker as well on the other side, and Willerton was there too. And it's like all these people just came out of nowhere while Violet and I were trying to have kind of a serious private conversation, and we couldn't tell them, hey, leave us alone, we're talking, because we were in a public space. So it was awkward. And eventually people realized there was someone invisible flying above them. And so it turned into this like great big like chase scene, like at a Scooby-Doo or something, where like we all kept going different directions, things like that. And eventually I wound up breaking off from everyone. I wound up breaking off from everybody. It felt like a clean break. I don't think anybody was super suspicious of me. But I broke off and I went to a nearby waystone, and I noticed that I was being followed by that invisible individual on a whim. And it was kind of crazy that I realized it too, because I don't think they had made noise. But as soon as I revealed that they were invisible, I looked at them and I nodded, and they nodded back. So I was like, okay, this is probably Leo. You know, this is probably Leo at this point, is what I assumed. But I never messaged him to confirm. So instead of messaging him to confirm and assuming it just was Leo, I went back to Rendezvous, hoping that that was where I would meet him. That I would see him there. You know, that I would see him at Rendezvous. Now, mind you, this is where it gets fucking crazy. Because I just gave you guys like a laundry list of reasons why I ended up at Rendezvous. Like the plot, the Scooby-Doo plot line of why I ended up there. While all of this was happening, while like this chase for the invisible flying person and me sneaking away from Violet after he was venting to me about Leo, while all of this was happening, at Malum's cafe, Lament had rigged the place to explode and was currently like tormenting Calvin with this. So, moments after all of that happened, and Calvin had just like run away from Malum after he lost his memories and the cafe was destroyed, he came back to Rendezvous, and I was there, and I was there for maybe a minute. I was there for maybe a minute when he showed up. And it's a joke that I kind of keep making, but like Calvin and I kept running into each other without communicating it constantly. All the time. No matter what we did, we found each other. And then Calvin immediately went into like, I'm surprised to see you here. And I was like, well, I'm not surprised to see you here kind of thing. Because I don't think he knew that I was there. Out of character, Calyx just wanted to crash out, but was thrown into some more intense story progression. Yep, so I have the clip. I have the clip. Because it's fucking wild. I'm going to play the clip. I'm going to roll the clip. I'm gonna roll this goddamn clip.
No.
So, I didn't know anything about this because I was already in Rendezvous by this point. I was waiting for Leo to come meet with me. Meanwhile, this was happening with Calvin, and Leo, I think, had gone back to the monastery to have his moment with Violet. So,
well, now I'm here. No, actually, I can't really remember much before.
So Calvin's like about to crash out. You can see it in the way that he's looking.
Mal.
He fucking leaves. He's just fucking gone, dude. He is just fucking gone. And in the time that it took him to leave and to get to the Waystone, I had just gotten to Rendezvous, and bam.
It's interesting that I should see you here.
Meanwhile, I'm not surprised at all that you're here.
You must forgive my lying by omission.
And he's like, you gotta forgive my lying by omission. And I'm like, motherfucker.
I wouldn't say it's omission. More just a bold-faced
lie. And I laid into this motherfucker for like the entirety of the time that he was with me. For the entirety of the time that he was with me there in Rendezvous. I laid into that motherfucker for lying to me again, for not including me, for excluding me, for pretending to care, to say that he cared. Like, oh my god, I was so fucking close to crashing out at him on sight. On sight, I was so close to crashing out. I was so fucking close to crashing out at him. I'm not gonna lie. But I didn't. And the reason for it is because when Calvin and I started talking more, he mentioned that L had just killed Malum, and now Malum had lost all of his memories. And because Calvin was still someone that I greatly cared for, I decided to hold off and instead give him the benefit of the doubt and agree with him finally that L was in fact the monster that we had all claimed he was since very early on, since we had arrived in New Witchington. I've been told that Altus was also just there during the moment, kind of the wanders in random things. Oh. Copium, he wanted to protect you, and that's why he lied. Crashing out versus crashing out would have been crazy. I could tell that he wanted to crash out, and it's why I didn't. It's one of those, like... It's one of those, like, roleplay intuition things. Because of the way that he was speaking, it was a way that I'd never heard Calvin speak before, because he very vehemently was like, I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna kill L. And I was like, whoa, I have never heard Calvin speak like this before. Out of character, of course. So I literally was like, I shifted that to in character, and I was like, I cannot, in good faith, crash out at him if he's already this close to crashing out himself. And so I let him vent. I let him go on. I let him finally be mildly honest with me. Not really give a full apology except for trying to say lying by omission. Like, you must forgive me for lying by omission. That was all I got. And like, I was like, you know what? I'm going to let it go. Because we're both part of the Knights of Ours now. We're supposed to be family. And the burn that you know is better than the burn that you don't. So he left in search of L, and probably to tell Vitruvius what had happened. And I think that was his first time in character and out of character realizing that I had joined the Knights of Ours. So it was a very difficult moment to balance. But yeah. Very much so. Very much a difficult moment to balance. Patterns. Whoa, that's crazy. Oh my gosh, it's almost like I haven't been able to deal with my abandonment issues despite having air quotes a found family when confronted with one of the people that lied to me the most in the entirety of the time that I was in New Witchington. Whoa. Oh my goodness gracious. No, Royale, that's crazy. If only I had pattern recognition skills. Well, my pattern recognition skills were everyone keeps lying to me and I'm alone. Honestly, that day was the most emotional for everyone and the viewers. Mine was the next day. But before we end on day 11, the last thing that happened was that Vitruvius called a meeting, and that if not everybody showed up, that he would destroy the town. So obviously we all go there. I have to pretend like I'm not on their side. I distinctly noticed that Leo and Violet are not there. I think that's when Violet committed Sudoku and Leo died in the moment as well. They had their intense roleplay moment. But Vitruvius gave off his speech. He talked about how if no one brought him L, that he would destroy the town. And at this point, I'm like, yeah, L is the problem. L killed Malum. L forced Malum's memories to regress. And I connected 2 and 2 at that point and was like, oh, he's probably responsible for why Father Frayed lost his memories as well. This is the big threat. This is the consequence of death that we've been afraid of. This is the main villain. I know what Vitruvius wants to do. I'm here with it. I'm for it. Let's go. And if we have to fight the town to get to him, we will save them from the evil they don't realize that is apparent. So Vitruvius casts fuck off like however many times he casts it, and if you go back and watch my POV from it, I am laughing the whole time. I'm laughing because Vitruvius is doing, you know, fuck off, and it does 0 damage to me. And I'm sitting through the explosions. I'm sitting through everyone screaming, and I'm realizing that the knights are so powerful that there's no way that we won't succeed in finding L and bringing him to justice. Yeah. Bro, this is so ridiculous. This made me so angry. I was living it up. I literally had that snap point where I villain laughed. Because I was like, this is funny to me now, because this used to be something that I feared, and now it's not, and it's something that I can call friend or family. So, yeah. I became so OP by the end. I was very strong, especially now that I had Dispel and more food. Absolutely. That's why I was laughing. Yeah. It was the mentality of, we are so strong, there's no way we won't succeed. But yeah, before we get into day 12, because day 12 is my most emotional day and my worst day by a huge margin. Let's take one more break. I'm going to use the bathroom, grab some more water, and we'll be right back. Yippee! All right. Are you guys ready for day 12? Who's ready for day 12? Give it up for day 12, everybody. NVIDIA reveals it was not yet begun for the first, but still already finished. It did started. I agree. Thanks for the 200 bits. Welcome back. Thank you. All right. Let's dive into day 12, which is the day that I consider to be the end of Royale's story. Now, I did write a sort of epilogue, and that is kind of the it's kind of the note or the letter that I read at the end of day 13. But that day was kind of an OVA. So anything that happened outside of the letter, I don't really consider to be canon. And then what I wrote on Twitter as like my last thing is probably the last thing that I will discuss. So yeah. All right. So also, first things first, let me show this awesome aura farmed picture that I got. Let me show this shit. I actually forgot to show this. This was end of day 11, where we were all watching Vitruvius give his speech. So Calvin's up here in the tree, who has already been outed by the town, and this is everyone else. The abandonment of Royale. That's crazy. I'm a little scared. We're gonna get into it, don't worry. We're gonna get into it, don't worry. All right. So, as I mentioned, this is the worst day for me. This is actually where I reached my breaking point. Now, I will mention this. Out of character, I missed several hours of playing because I had a collab with Vanta, Uki, and Vane. So I was there around like 11:30 p.m. to midnight. So I had like a little over 4 hours in the server. So I was late because of, again, prior commitments. So when I last left off day 11, I went back to Rendezvous because I figured that was like the obvious place that we would all go to meet up, you know? But when I awoke for the day, I found out that Rendezvous was destroyed. It still let me teleport there and wake up there, but it was destroyed. Gone. And hey, take care, Grebbles. And finding it destroyed and not knowing what happened, I immediately messaged Vitruvius. And I think he just gives me like a simple like, oh, it was compromised. We had to go somewhere else. But doesn't mention where. Now, out of character, I'm pretty sure he was just busy. Because I think within the next hour-ish or so, he was going to be attacking the town if they didn't bring him L. So, I decide to instead go to the town while I'm waiting, because there's now notes of people having a town meeting to discuss what they're going to be doing about Vitruvius, because Vitruvius gave them a timetable to deliver L, and if they didn't, that he would destroy the town. So people are like, okay, well, we're going to have to fight Vitruvius now. We have to fight Vitruvius. We have to like defend ourselves. What are we gonna do? So me being like, no one in town knows that I'm with Vitruvius, I'm gonna sit in on the town meeting. And while I'm there, everybody kind of like talks about what they think we need to do, what they think is important, and it really does turn into like a battle plan. However, aside from just being like, oh, we have to what's it called? We have to also know that there's a bigger threat then Vitruvius. So Roswell goes up to stage and explains, hey, there's a guy named Lament. Specifically, it's who used to be L. And we get that confirmation that Lament, when he kills people, it steals their memories, and that he was behind the manipulation of Vitruvius, and that this has all been his master plan to get us to this point that we're going to fight, and that so Lament could just be entertained by all of it. So, it was kind of crazy. It was kind of crazy confirmation. And during the meeting, I'm like relaying information to Vitruvius, trying to say like, hey, I'm at the meeting. No one suspects anything. I'll do some spy work. I'll let you know what I find out. And I do that. I sit in through the entire meeting. But again, no one's really mentioned anything about meeting up. No one's like, hey, here's the base. Like, come see us, you know? No one's like, hey, get prepared for battle or anything like that. So I just stay at the meeting. Once the meeting ends, it turns into, okay, those of you that are going to be fighting, come into Willerton's house, and we're going to discuss battle tactics. And so I sit in for that for a while, and immediately people point to me and they're like, oh, Royale, you're like really tanky, right? Because they'd seen me like withstand a lot of blows to this point. They're like, you'll be on the front line fighting Vitruvius, won't you? No one had ever talked to me about this before. No one had mentioned me fighting with Vitruvius before. And now that they suddenly need someone to be on the front lines, they look to me. They don't look to Zealand. Or rather, they looked at me because Zealand said he wasn't going to participate in battle. So it was bad. It was a really bad feeling of, you just want me because I'm powerful. And no one cares what I've been doing. No one cares how I am. No one cares, what's been going on. And I was like, oh, okay. So I just sit in on the meeting and I'm like, yep, smiles, nods, everything like that. I take some of the food and the potions and everything like that. And I'm like, all right, cool. I'm going to be ready for combat and everything like that. And I was trying still in my head to be like, do I stay with Vitruvius and fight against the town? Or do I what do I do at that point? Like, is there another plan that Vitruvius has that I need to be part of? Because again, no one's told me anything. Because when I first joined up with the Knights of Ours, he was like, oh, I may call on you to battle with me, or I may have something else for you to do. So I genuinely have no idea what my place is in all of this. All I know is that I'm still spying for Vitruvius, and he's not really responding to me anymore. After or during the meeting, I get a message either from Calvin or Leo. I can't remember which one of them messaged me. They messaged me and tell me that they're meeting with Roswell and Vitruvius to make plans about what they're going to do about L/Lament. And so I go. I think I made a pretty good exit that didn't bring too much suspicion to myself. And from there, I meet up with them. This is definitely where things are pretty fucked. This is kind of the descent into self-destruction and to self-loathing and to self-hatred to some capacity. There's this maybe like 10-minute meeting, maybe 15 minutes, where Vitruvius is talking to... Oh, I should also mention, Roswell did acknowledge that I was there, and it was along the lines of something like, I'm disappointed that you're here, or like, I wished it wasn't true. And I don't remember what I said to Roswell in character, but I think it was along the lines of like, well, fuck you, basically. I literally like didn't take any of Roswell's shit. I threw it right back at him. I was mean. I was mean to Roswell when he spoke to me. And from there, obviously, Vitruvius is talking with Roswell about what the plan is. And the idea is that Vitruvius is going to go fight the town. And the rest of us, or seemingly Leo and Calvin, would go find Lament and get the third head that they need so they can kill him for good and then send Leo home. Part of his story, And Roswell revealed that he had a weapon called the Truth, which should be the key to killing him for the last time and getting the last head. we go over all these battle plans, we're all talking, and then Vitruvius is talking to everybody about what they're going to be doing after everything is over. After the fighting's done, after, you know, Lament is defeated, after everything is over, what is everyone going to do? And he talks to Calvin about it, he talks to Leo about it, and he talks to Roswell about it, and he talks about it himself. Not a single person, except for when I first arrived and Roswell made, you know, the comments that he made, not a single person made a single comment to me. No one asked me what I was going to do. No one asked me to participate in anything. No one told me what the plan was. No one said where we were going. No one asked me anything. And so all of a sudden, it hits the time where Vitruvius has to go start the fight, and he flies off. Roswell explains that he's going to go, he thinks he might know where Lament is, and he leaves. Leo and Calvin are like, all right, great, like we're going to prepare, and they leave. No one says anything to Royale. No one said a word to me. Not a single word. And so in that very moment, I give a really, really somber, they forgot about me again. And that was my final reason, because I thought I had found a family in the Knights of Ours. I thought that these people cared about me. I thought that I mattered to them, and I didn't. And nothing was okay. And I was gutted. Emotionally, mentally, everything. So Vitruvius goes off to start the fight, and I'm not getting any messages. I'm paying attention to it. You know, I'm paying attention to it. And I'm watching, and I'm waiting. And so I fly off about 5,000 blocks away to a sky kingdom I found. And I watched the moon as Vitruvius started killing tons of people from town. I'm just sitting here watching as tons and tons and tons of people are dying, and I'm still not getting a single message. Nothing from anyone. After a few minutes, I decide, okay, I'll head back. You know? Okay, I'll head back. I will go talk to I'll go see if Vitruvius needs help, or like maybe don't arise suspicion that I've joined them. And I get close to the battlefield, and I get a message from Calvin telling me, hey, this is where we've found Lament. Come here, but be invisible. Now, Calvin has known this to this point. I don't like invisibility. I don't like magic. I don't like any of it. And I have never gone invisible before, because it's just not something I like. It feels icky. It feels like trickery. It feels like everything like that. So out of character, unfortunately, again, I'm bad at directions. So I took a little bit longer. And for some reason, I got lit on fire from the battlefield, and it caused me to lose control of my elytra, and I had a crash landing. So I died and had to go fucking find my stuff again. So I decided to, because of that out of character circumstance, unfortunately, I decided to drink an invisibility potion. I decided to drink an invisibility potion despite that I'd never done it before. That was the context for that post? Yep. But it gets worse. It gets worse. It's not it. It's not over. It's not over. It gets worse. It gets worse, okay? It gets worse. So I get over to where Roswell, Leo, and Calvin are, and they have Lament surrounded. And I'm watching on like a nearby tree, invisible. And I'm just listening to them, all the things that they say, and Calvin ends up killing Lament, which is not what was supposed to happen. And because he killed him, it means Lament can respawn, and we might never find him again. In character, of course. So, unfortunately, we do not have any time to think about this. Leo did notice me approach them and then dispelled invisibility on me. They really didn't say anything to me after the dispelling, but we did notice almost immediately after killing Lament, and not with the truth from Roswell, that Vitruvius was killed. So all four of us fly over to the battlefield, and everyone's talking about what to do. Everyone's, congratulating and saying like, yeah, hard fought battle. They beat Vitruvius. So I'm like, wow, I wasn't there for the Vitruvius battle. I wasn't there to help with Lament. No one talked to me about anything, or if they did, it was too late and they asked me to come invisibly. And we get to the battlefield and almost everybody is immediately like, why are we not killing Calvin on site? Or why are we not killing Leo on site? And then Lament is there, and a lot of people are like, why are we not killing Lament on site? I will say this part was I was a little frustrated by this part because like people just kept spamming cubes to like hide graves and stuff, and like some of the people were still trying to serious roleplay, and I was like, come on, give them a minute, give them a moment type thing. But like everyone's trying to do their own thing, so I understand. And Lament finally comes back, and he goads Nabubu into killing him. I'm not entirely sure the behind the scenes aspects of this, but Nabubu killing him apparently got the third head, and they decided that they didn't want to do it again. So Lament came back to the battlefield, was gloating about how Vitruvius was killed, and Nabubu killed him, and then they got the third head. It was crazy timing again. Yeah, it was insane. It was insane. Yeah, the cubes were a little annoying. I get that. So that happens, and Leo gets the third head, and instead of using the heads to return to his home, Lucy would just went the flow. I agreed with that. I think that was the better decision, because if they prolonged it again, it was like, haha, I wasn't killed with the truth. I'm not actually dead. Haha. I think it would have been annoying after a second time. Just go with it. I did feel bad for Roswell because it was kind of like it was supposed to be a big character moment for Roscoe out of character. It was supposed to be a very big character moment for him where he was the one that killed Lament. He was the one that dealt him the final blow because Elle was his friend. And it was supposed to be this big emotional moment for him. And I was kind of sad that he didn't get to realize that. But so that happens. Leo uses the heads to instead revive Lucky, which is why Lucy's character still exists. And they have kind of like a moment where everyone's kind of like talking. Vitruvius is given like now that I've died, I feel I don't know if I heard him right, because I couldn't properly hear him, the angle that I had. I think he was talking about how like the weight of his father's spirit no longer haunted him, so he was able to like resist things, or like there was a crystal that he had that broke. Again, I didn't catch that part because I was kind of on the outskirts and he wasn't talking to me directly. He was talking to other people. And I was like, I'm not going to just shove myself in there kind of thing. So, but that was it. We did what we set out to do, which was to kill Lament. So the team succeeded because killing Lament was the ultimate goal. So we did what we needed to do. Vitruvius ends up kind of celebrating off to the side with Leo, with Lucky, and with Calvin. And I'm kind of like looking at them from afar, and no one notices me. No one notices that I'm not there. No one notices that I'm not talking. No one notices that I wasn't close to them, that I wasn't with Vitruvius, that I wasn't with, that I wasn't with Leo, that I wasn't with Lucky, that I wasn't with Calvin. None of them noticed that I wasn't there again. And to make matters worse, no one from town realized that I was missing from the battle against Vitruvius. So no one, except for the two people that invisibly found out that I was a knight of ours, realized that I had even betrayed them or gone, to Vitruvius' side. I went back and forth between town and the final battlefield like twice in the course of an hour, kind of just trying to like, I was messaging Shu because I was really trying to like think about if there was a way to like role play it out with Shu. But when Shu was like, this is basically the end of my story, I was like, I can't rope him into my bullshit. Fuck. You know? But yeah. Wow, surprise. Abandoned again. You know? Abandoned again. And it was a terrible feeling. It was a terrible feeling to not be included. And again, I'm talking in character, not being included. Out of character, everyone's got their own shit. Everyone's focusing on their storylines and what's happening in front of them. I'm, me, myself, Roy, I am not a baby. If there were problems, like out of character that I felt left out or that I was frustrated that people didn't, get to me, that I would have mentioned something to them. But again, this just kept adding, and I was like, I'll just lean into it. I'll lean into the abandonment issues. I'll lead into the fears of being lied to and forgotten again. And that's what I went with. And it sucks. And yes, damn, patterns. That's crazy. It's intense from town. Yeah, it's intense that town never noticed that I wasn't in the battle since they wanted me on the front lines. Yep. I even asked people. They're like, that was a crazy battle, right? And they were like, yeah, it was insane. So from that point, after maybe like an hour of back and forth, of going back and forth between the battlefield, I ended up going back to the battlefield again, another time. And finally, Leo noticed that I was kind of standing on the outskirts and pulled me into a group hug. And if you watch my POV, it is fucking awkward. I am not happy. I'm not talking. I'm not saying anything to anybody. No one is acknowledging that I'm there except for Leo during the group hug. It was bad. It was really fucking awkward. Then after the group hug, Vitruvius and Nabubu were talking. They're having a moment. Everyone's kind of like talking about like, yeah, like, we can start over and we can return to town. Vitruvius has a big moment where he throws away his tome and everything like that. And I realize every single person again left without saying a single thing to me. The only person that stayed behind was Calvin. Now, mind you, at this point, I am still heartbroken over all of the abandonment, over all of the lies, over all of the manipulation from everyone, but especially Calvin. And I'm talking to him a little bit. I'm trying to like not lead into the anger too much, but I do let it take over. And he's like, I'm not really sure what to do now. And I'm like, walk forward with your own 2 feet. Like, you have the power for it. I was trying really hard not to be like too mean, because I was like, I need to preface this really weird, always comes back to Calvin. It really does. And we had a last not good moment together. This is canonically what I consider to be the last moment between Calvin and Royale. And there's just so much tension. And he finally does apologize. I don't remember how he prefaced the apology, but I remember in character being so grossly disappointed in the apology that I literally cut him off and I said, no, it's my fault for expecting more. And that kind of shifted the conversation. And then he said, oh, well, I do have important business to attend to, and he had to go off. Yes, this is mine and Calvin's in-canon last interaction. And he said, oh, I have important business to attend to. I have somewhere to be. And then he tacked on, it's a private matter, you see. And I went, of course. because of course it's a private matter that he doesn't want me involved in because he doesn't care about me. He's not my friend. He's not my family, and he's never cared about me. And that is like, it was the ultimate gut wrench, like gut punch, that was how their interactions came to an end. Because like I said, in character, that was the last interaction, was Calvin telling him, I have to go and you can't come. Obviously, Calyx out of character had no idea about any of this. He didn't know. As most of the people that interacted with me in these moments didn't know. Yeah. He did say that. Oh, that he didn't know? I gotta see his reaction about that. If anybody has any clips of those moments of him reacting to it, I would love to see them. I'd love to see them. Even though Calvin cares about his friends, he was just so focused on his family, Leo V2, and or for his mother adjacent Malim grandmother. Yeah, toxic yaoi. I wish. So then over the course of like the next hour or so, I think I messaged Roswell asking him if this was the conclusion that he was happy with, because Lucky's back. You know, Lucky's back. Great. Love that. Love that for him, you know? Love that Lucky's back. I haven't talked to Lucky since he came back because I'm not able to compartmentalize the anger and frustration and feelings of abandonment that I have from everything else that's happened. And if I talked to Lucky, I would have crashed out on him. However, over the next course of the hour, people are talking about how excited they are that everything's going to go back to normal, everything's going to be better, and they're all celebrating, and people are talking about being family and, you know, being welcome and belonging and things like that. And I finally like start to like trail off, and I'm like really feeling it bad. And then finally I get a message from Roswell that he wanted to meet. And this I will play in totality. It is a 15-minute clip. I will play the entirety of it, and this is what I consider to be the best moment that I have in the entirety of VCraftEnchanted. So this, yeah, now is the crash out, and now you guys can understand. And I'm pretty sure a majority of people on the server have not seen this, because as you can see, this is in the speak card, so it's under my house, so you can't hear it unless you come down. And it's just Roswell and I. There's not a single other person here. So I will say, trigger warning. This is a very visceral scene. This is a very visceral scene. Okay? I'm going to be quiet mostly during it, so
Royale?
I might interject occasionally.
You wish to speak?
Yeah, I do.
Like I said, 15 minutes long.
I seem to have put you through a lot. And again, I wish to apologize for that.
Oh, let me.
Well, I appreciate your apology.
I'm gonna block chat.
It's sadly not just you that has put me through a lot, but I'm not exactly the most innocent person, as I'm sure you can well guess.
Well, yeah.
Wow.
I feel like
Homie, I'm actually scared. Good, you should be.
your sense of justice has been eroded over time due to the actions of many.
I think it's still there. I think there are things that I have been stuck thinking. There are people that I thought would lead different directions, and there are people that I thought that I could trust to work with me, to have my back, to make me feel welcomed. And unfortunately, as today proved, none of that was true.
That is very true.
Oh yeah, I'm very much holding it back because I can tell this is my crash out
I
moment.
cannot speak for you, but I hope that what's broken between not only me But all of us can be rebuilt.
Perhaps. Did you even stop to think to ask me why I decided to join with Vitruvius? Because no one did.
No, I did not.
Do you care to know even now?
I do.
I felt abandoned. I've had nothing but betrayal and lying and people that I care about suddenly vanishing between you, Elle and Lucky, the Sage, Sheriff Sonny, all of the townspeople constantly asking me for menial things they could do for themselves, but then not
Like fetching
including me in
pets.
the things where they were celebrating or going on various excursions. I always had to include myself. And when I saw a chance for justice to prevail in that court that we were all present in, and I saw Vitruvius's outbursts, I figured we may have similar thoughts, as Vitruvius has been someone that I've been speaking to since the day that I arrived here. Did you
True.
know that he and I had formed a little bit of a secret team back when you and Elle had first stolen the eye?
I had not.
I don't think many people did. It was me, Fifi the engineer, Witch Zoine Wichka, Sheriff Sonny, and Vitruvius. And obviously Fifi has not returned to these lands. Wichka has unfortunately been off on their own journeys. Sheriff Sonny has rode off into the sunset, and that leaves Vitruvius and myself. Time and time again, I've been looking for someone to call friend. Someone that doesn't lie to me. Someone that doesn't keep me out of things. Someone that thinks that they can rely on me for more than just a simple, go here and grab this. Yes, I wanted to be a hero. And yes, I wanted to be loved. And yes, I wanted to feel like I belonged. But everyone kept lying to me. Everyone kept pushing me away. And even now, at the end of all this fighting, I was an afterthought. When we spoke before fighting Elle, Lament, before Vitruvius attacked the town, everyone talked of what they planned to do after. Vitruvius himself made sure that everyone spoke. But me! No one cared! And that is why I joined Vitruvius in the first place. Because no one cares about a hero until they need one. I have felt alone since the day we slayed that goddamn dragon. No one cares for a hero until they need one. And because of that, I'm just a man with a sword. I'm no hero. I'm a wannabe hero.
Royale, you're a good man. You're a good man who's seen the darkest parts of people. You stared into a dark void, and it stared back. Yes, people can be evil. People can be rude. People can do horrible things.
A lot of horrible things.
But much of the time, Royale, it's not with any malintent. Yes, you are right to feel the way you do. But to cast everyone aside, to think everyone's the same, it's not like that. I will admit, I did use you in the beginning. I used you for my own greed.
Oh, I like this part coming up too.
Vitruvius, he may have used you as well. For information, who knows? But the rest of the town folk, they had no idea. Just like you. So, don't try to be a hero for justice. Be a hero for the people. And you don't need to have this righteous moment to be a hero. Just ensuring that others can be safe, that others can rely on you. I know the darkness has weakened your flame. Don't let it snuff it out.
It hasn't snuffed it out. It's turned it into an inferno. I'm angry. I'm hurt. I feel forgotten. You say the people need a hero. You say to not be a hero for justice, to be a hero for them. But where's my hero? Do you know anything about me? Sure, you know my name is Royale. You know I'm from the kingdom of Flexington. What else do you know? What do you know? Ah. That's right. You never bothered to ask. It was plans of saving the world. It was plans of stopping Vitruvius. It was plans of stopping L, but never plans to help Royale with what he needs. I wish that we could find a way to get back to where we were when we first met. I do. I pray for that day. But I am burned, and I am damaged, and I am broken in more ways than you could possibly understand. So yes, I knew that you and Vitruvius and the people of this town were using me, because at least it felt like I was needed. But when I needed people, they weren't there for me. Today, or any of the other times. Where's my hero?
That I don't know the answer to, Royale.
Then what am I supposed to do now? Sing Kumbaya fucking Ya with everybody and pretend like none of this happened? Tell me, what would you do in my shoes? What would you do, Roswell? Just go back to random frivolous adventures with them and pretend like nothing's wrong?
I would just live. For that is my freedom. That is my truth. I can harbor hatred. I can resent them. But in the end, I know I'm not better than them. I've made my mistakes.
It's not about being better.
Reconciliation is a long path. To let go of these feelings of resentment is a long path. But I'm willing to try to learn how to live with these people. Because they've made mistakes too. As have I. And if it comes to it, if I can't find that feeling of freedom, the world's a vast place. I can go wherever I want.
you would leave New Witchington. Just like that, after fighting so hard to find your friend.
Well, that is my freedom.
I pray for a day that I can find such a freedom. And it may take me some time. But I will know what it is to be a hero. But I cannot do so with these feelings I harbor. Tell me, Roswell, what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do?
Live. Find your truth. Because in truth, there's freedom. And in freedom, you find the will to keep going. Maybe then, you'll know what it means to be a hero.
Well, I know that I am Royale from the kingdom of Flexington. And I want to be a hero. But for now, I'm just a wannabe hero.
No. You're Royale. That's your name. And your story is yours to write, my friend. Not the views of others. You can be whatever you want to be.
So what now? Specifically in this moment. I mean, not in the grand arch of things. What's next?
Well, you're gonna hate the answer. I think we go and celebrate and drink. Everything's done. I mean,
I could use a drink.
I hope the tavern's open. Let's go.
Let's go get a drink.
And that is pretty much where that scene ends. The rest of it's us just bullshitting at the top of the stairs. But yeah, that is where I consider to be Royale's ending. That is what I consider to be Royale's ending. So I know a lot of people were like really happy with the prospect of, you know, going off into the sunset with the rest of the Knights of Ours and with working with Vitruvius to find a happier place and things like that. But it's like, this is such a hard thing, and I won't take this away from Vox and how he wrote it, because again, I don't think he knew. I don't think he's even seen the crash out. And he doesn't know the story that I've done with it. Nor did, I think, Calvin to this capacity, or Calyx, nor did Leo to this capacity. And Roscoe definitely didn't know that this is how I played Royale, and that this is why I played the way I did. So his expression as Roswell was very genuine. But like I said, while this is the last, what I consider to be canon scene with Royale, I did lighten it a little with the notes that we read at the bonfire. But I do consider Royale's ending to be a bad ending. Constantly abandoned, constantly broken, constantly forgotten, and he kind of just has to keep going. And while Roswell's message is not necessarily one that fills him with much hope in the moment, it was at least enough to get him to write the letter that he wrote, or the the last statement that he wrote, and then the second one that I put out later. But I did. Alia actually made some art of that scene too, which was I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty fucked up. it's pretty fucked up. So it's me hugging Royale. What would be his good ending? Holy shit, if I know. I don't know. Go back in time and make it so Vitruvius didn't snap in the first place and they all worked together to fight off Lament together and save Lucky. So, but yeah, so Alia did this. This one was pretty bad. It was rough. And that's why I say my day 12 is very different from everyone else's. Very much in the sense of I didn't have a happy ending. Royale did not have a happy ending. He had a bad ending, a very sad ending. And I think that's okay. His good ending probably branched off like 6 episodes ago. Probably. Honestly, probably. I'll say it again. Roscoe did well to stay in character during that. I was glad that he did because I definitely I pushed him to his fucking limit. And I could tell that I was really pushing him. And I didn't mean to like make him uncomfortable, but I was like, I don't know, man. If I don't do this now, I'm never going to have the chance to. So, in conversations out of character, Roscoe and I believed that Roswell and Royale were actually so incredibly similar in their journeys, but just in opposites. You know, someone wanting to be a hero versus someone not wanting to be a hero. Someone wanting to find a place to save versus someone trying to, you know, save that place that they already had. And it's a joke that I've made a couple times that if Roswell was more forthcoming with Royale from the get-go, they probably would have been like the ride or die pair. And I genuinely believe that just based on the interactions that Roswell and I had, and the conversations that Roscoe and I had out of character. So those were like really big things. It's so interesting to think how differently his ending could have been if in certain events it didn't happen or characters built up a bond with him. Yeah, I mean, I literally I told Calvin, now that you guys have seen the crash out, if Calvin didn't leave, the crash out would have been on him. In that moment that I was telling Calvin to walk forward on his own 2 feet and to move forward, if Calvin didn't go, all right, well, I have to go and you can't come with me. If that wasn't what he said to Royale would have crashed out on him. So, from a rise to a fall and a fall to a rise. Yes, Royale fell and Roswell rose. It is very ironic that was the story and how it went. I saw the letter that Roswell wrote for you on Twitter. It had me emotional. I think I saw it in passing when I was going to the bathroom earlier. I need to go back and read it myself, but what I saw, yeah, it is. It's genuinely like I think Roswell and Royale were so similar, and someone asked like if I had a bigger regret, like, or like a what if scenario. The two biggest ones, or maybe even 3, are if Roswell and him became friends sooner and were able to kind of share these expressions and emotions. If Calvin stopped lying to Royale and took him with him to the Knights of Ours, and if Vitruvius learned why Royale wanted to join the Knights of Ours sooner, how different everything would have been. So the butterfly effect with this whole thing is so crazy. Yeah, there's so many different things, and a big reason for the plot even happening was Ellen Roswell stealing the eye from Vitruvius in the first place, which is so funny, you know? Very small butterfly effect kind of thing. But now I do have a couple last notes that I do want to express. That way we can kind of tie this off. Now, obviously, writing the speeches changed all of this a little bit, mainly because I wanted to express gratitude to people for trying to include me, because out of character, Vox and I did speak, and he had totally forgotten about what I asked him to promise me, that he wouldn't leave me alone. You know? And then he didn't speak to me on, like, the entire last day. But again, that's part of it. You know? That's part of the beauty of roleplay, is not everything is gonna wind up perfectly, because everyone's trying to write and experience and enjoy their own journeys. And I do not hold any malwill or malcontent towards Calyx, towards Vox, towards Leo, for any of that, because it's just what happened in the story. You know, I'm an adult. I'm role playing a character. I'm not actually am Royale. Of course, those emotions come from a very real place, but it's not like they did it intentionally. They didn't invite me to the Knights of Ours to intentionally then just be like, haha, we're gonna exclude you. Bye. So instead of harboring onto all of those feelings of resentment throughout the entirety, I instead choose to embrace what I wrote in the letter, which was, you know, leaning into being thankful for them trying to be a family, for trying to give him a place, and yeah, that kind of thing. If someone else had just asked Royale something other than, can you do this for me? I mean, like, I'm sure there were times where people were like, how are you today? And I asked people for help often too, and asked them for favors and stuff. It's just that the people that I spent the most time with were like that. So I need you and the rest of the Knights of Ares to talk about this OOC. Oh my God. We kind of started to, because I revealed it to Vox. There's a clip of me revealing to him out of character on stream, but I could tell like this was not a good time to talk about it, because I was talking out of character with Roscoe and Lucy about all of this and kind of explaining like this is why I went on my like villain arc, air quotes. And then I started explaining that to Vox, and I could tell that he was feeling like really guilty about it. So I was like, we could talk about this another time. Go celebrate the end of the story. Yeah. I'm glad to hear your story. It's truly a story that can only be experienced through your stream. Yeah, I think that's a crazy thing, because even during the letter readings that we did around the bonfire, you know, and I was in the jail with the rest of the Knights of Ours, you know, and so many people were like, why is Royale in jail? I don't understand. Because people didn't ask. People didn't bother to know that I was part of them. And that's like the cherry on top that they didn't know. You know? Big roleplay is like a Google Doc. Sometimes you just don't see the extra notes someone put on there. True. Royale should have met Granny Mint. I think he did, but only once. And she gave figs to Father Frayed and then walked away. And that was it. The fact that Royale woke up in the middle of everything almost boiling over played a big role, I think. Yeah. Wasn't a lot of integration in the Knights of Ours before everything happened. Yeah, I think that's the ultimate like unfortunate side, and why I opted to instead lean into believing that the exclusion was not an IC. It was not an in-character like, whoops, we forgot about Royale. It was an out-of-character. They're focused on finishing their own storylines and having fun, which is all well and good. And that's why I decided to make it a little bit fluffier and lighter with the letter that I sent. And then I wrote something as well, which I can read if I can find it real quick. But before we do that, I do want to show some pictures from the final day, because there was some really, really cool stuff that happened on the final day, on day 13, before all the letter reading. So I'm going to pull those up real quick and just go through them kind of rapid fire, because the last day, like I said, it's very much a, we're doing the beach episode kind of thing. You know, we're doing the beach episode kind of thing. So first things first, this is really fucking funny. During the wedding ceremony, I think Vox was in free cam out of character. So his model for Vitruvius was turned around staring at me. And like the wedding started and he was still just staring at me. And I made like comments about it on stream. I was dying laughing. I was like, why is he staring at me? What's going on? Yeah, it's the OVA episode. You know, it's the OVA. Seriously, the Royale story feels so realistic and it genuinely hurts, which is why I plan on watching your entire POV. You really did a great job. Thank you. Yeah, I had one interaction with Granny Mint, you know? In part, Royale's shaky welcoming into the Knights of Ours built upon the inevitable fallen heroes progression. Yeah. I really like the picture of Royale and Roswell looking at the fireworks. Makes me think about their friendship could have been. Yeah, I think that's why I really like that picture. So I'm going to show that next. So this was during the wedding. And then after the wedding was the talent show. But after that, I got this really good picture of Roswell and Roscoe together. Roswell and Royale together. Where it was raining and there were fireworks. And this is where, like, I think Roscoe and I kind of, like, agreed that, like, Roswell and Royale would have been, like, a great pair had they met sooner and had Roswell not kept fucking lying to Royale. But obviously there are other things that went into effect with that. You know, you can't put the entire blame on someone because it's roleplay. You know, we're all having fun. We're all trying to adapt on the fly. So Granny's goodbye speech made me cry so hard. It was a lot. And I didn't even have that many interactions with her. So yeah, so I loved this. That's one of my favorite shots. That was great. Then we had so we were all sitting in jail. And I can see that this is from Calyx's POV, but we were all sitting in jail at the bonfire. So it was just the 5 of us, because it's the 4 Knights of Ours and then L/Lucky/Lament. So technically the villains from the story. So it was really funny. And it was really funny because a lot of people were like I said, so many people were like, why is Royale in jail? I don't understand. I think Mary's and Luca's POVs were some of my favorite for it, because Luca stopped what he was saying mid-sentence, like, to freak out, and Mary literally was screaming like, you what? Like, I barely saw much of her, but the story was so sweet and sad. Yeah. Can we play this as well? No, this is all roleplay that we improvised. So I was so curious about your POV because you made such an impression while watching Calyx's POV, and I was so sad and confused why you just faded into the background, because it was the character. That is the unfortunate truth of what happened to Royale is, and I kind of talked about it before, is like you get so used to being burned all the time that you're afraid to not be burned, because you're afraid of being burned worse. So you go with the burn that you know because at least it's familiar and almost comforting. So Royale continued to believe in the people in general, that even though that they were lying to him and hurting him and misguiding him and manipulating him, he kept going back to them because he didn't want to be he didn't want to be abandoned, because it's abandonment issues, you know? It's what's the other one? Validation issues. So that was a big part of it. And unfortunately, There is another scene that I'll talk about in a moment, but it got a little worse. A little OOC abandonment issue, but not like, oh my god, I'm gonna scream. But I did like this picture a lot. It was really cute. And then I started my speech with this, and Joe made it like a villain-looking speech. So I was like, and for those of you who are wondering why I was in jail, I actually joined up with the Knights of Ours. Like I said, so many people were like screaming like, what? And if you go back and watch the scene from anyone's POV, you can see in the chat that everyone was exploding with, what happened? What do you mean? It was funny. But like I said, it's Royale faded into the background because people just didn't notice. You know, people just didn't notice, and it's part of the character flaw and trope again, that he faded into the background. And then this is the part that I was talking about that was a little bit more sad. So as we got to the end of the night with the messages and everything, obviously there were these amazing out of character moments with Leo, Vox. I've never had to know how to pronounce their name. I'm so sorry. I'm just gonna say Nabubu because I don't know how to pronounce your name. Is it just Nana Asteria? Is that just how you pronounce it? Or is it Nana Asteria? Nana Nabubu. I do apologize. But with Leo, with Vox, with Nana, with Calyx, and with Lucien. And I did not know that this was happening. I even quote retweeted this and said, I did not know that this was happening. And it genuinely made me really sad because prior to this moment, everyone was giving their speeches, and in character, Vitruvius could not finish his speech because he was overcome with emotion. And I was like, oh, Calvin went off to see Vitruvius. I'm gonna let them handle it because it feels like they need a moment maybe to finish their RP, to have one last moment together. And I, out of character, decided to give them that space. So when the server went down, I was like, that's it. They had their moment, they're done. So I didn't even think to sign back in because I was like, we're done. I gave them their space. That's the end of the story. I wanted to be respectful so that they didn't feel like I was, overstepping in a scene that was special between Calvin and Vitruvius. And then I check streams to raid after I go over my like huge conversation at the end of my stream. And I see Lucy's POV and he's just in the group. And I'm like, what the fuck happened? I was so mad. I was so mad. I would have loved to be there talking out of character with them. Yeah, meta angst. So, but I didn't know. No one told me. No one told Royale again. Oh my gosh. So it's kind of like that perfect like footnote. Yeah, one last time being forgotten. Yeah, exactly. And then I think someone, so I quote retweeted it saying like, I'm so sad I missed this. I was trying to be respectful of Vitruvius and Calvin. I thought they needed alone time to finish out the RP arc. I didn't know everyone gathered for a group hug and everything, man. And then someone, where's the picture? Did someone quote retweet mine? I can't remember. Someone Photoshop edited me into the picture. That's so upsetting. Yeah. I was waiting for you to show up. I didn't know. I didn't know, man. Yeah, one last time for the road, being forgotten and abandoned. So it was very funny. I do wish that this actually happened. It would have been really nice closure, I think, to be able to talk to them all one last time, with our Minecraft models and everything like that. So, was very sad that I did not get to participate in that. And then Joe did like a final, like, hey, the hero returns. I don't think I would go back to Flexington. I'm pretty content. I love this art piece, and I think the message that I have returned in general to a more positive mindset is the good message. And I love this. This is so sweet. It's so cute. And I mean, like, I'm back here with you guys. I'm back here with the Dusk Bunnies. You know? This makes me cry instead. Good, cry more. Cry more. Yeah, I love this. This is such a precious picture that Joe did, and I'm forever grateful for it. And then finally, I have the picture that I took as a kind of last farewell, is probably the best way of putting it. To a last farewell to Royale, and as a kind of what's the best word? As a kind of epilogue. Ironically, Roswell also took a similar picture of himself. Like, Roscoe took a picture of Roswell doing a similar pose, and I messaged him and I was like, you son of a bitch, get out of my head. So, yeah, it's crazy. It's insane. I cried all day yesterday. I can't believe I'm crying again. No! Hold on, let me make you cry more. So I actually wrote some words, and I'm gonna read them and try not to cry. So I'm gonna read these and try not to cry, okay? And I'm gonna get through all of it without looking at chat first, okay? So I called this Royale's Answer. And I'm gonna kill the music while I read this, just to add to the moment. As I sit here and write these final thoughts through misty eyes, it still doesn't feel real. To go through such a journey in 13 days is nothing short of a miracle. But as I sit here, I ask myself once again, what am I supposed to do? I asked that a few days ago and couldn't seem to find an answer. And now after some time has passed, some wounds have mended, and the scars on my heart have formed, I think I know. Live, just like he said. I still don't have the answer. But if I continue to live, if I continue to explore, and I continue to trust in people, as I did, I know I will find it. Just as they did. Just as they told me I would. Another wise man said that tomorrow is another day. And while the sun may be setting on this story, setting on the pain, I'm once again filled with gratitude to have felt it at all. I'm thankful to have felt a semblance of belonging. I'm thankful to have found people I may call friends, and that I may call family. And though I may not be a hero now, I do want to be one. For them, for my family, and for me. No matter how long it takes, I will learn what it means to be a true hero. And that is my story. The end of my story. But the beginning of a new one. Dusk will always break into a new dawn. Yippee! That was a tough one. That's a tough one. You know? That's a tough one. Why are you doing this to us? I don't know, get bodied. I'm sending you the bill for my therapist. Yeah, reading this on Twitter gutted me. Good. As I should have. Put them side by side. Wait, let me find Roscoe real quick. It's so funny. I literally messaged him and everything. I was so mad. Look at this motherfucker. Look at this motherfucker. We had the same goddamn idea. But I think his is a sunrise and mine is a sunset. We made the post like an hour apart. It's like mine's 12:14 a.m. His is at 11:02 p.m. We made our post like an hour apart. The way his is brighter and sunnier. Yeah. Yeah, it felt fitting. It felt fitting, you know? So, it's very funny that it happened like that, you know? But let me go ahead and close this all out. Close this, and I will go back to just chatting. Now, I will say, like I said, this is why I kind of opted for a little bit of an ending on the brighter side to align better with like the whole notion of like the being forgotten wasn't in character, it was out of character. And while it still hurts in character, I think it's maybe more fun and more fitting and probably more in character based on everything that Royale has done to this point, that he would not leave Vitruvius, he would not leave Leo, he would not leave Lucky, and that he would not leave Calvin, and that they would continue to try and figure out how to get back to a way that they were with trust and respect and everything like that. So, and that's why my speech started really traumatic and talking about like all like the bad stuff. And yeah. Art just makes itself at this point with all the all of the coincidences. Yeah, it's and those pictures, I think, with Roscoe and I taking very similar pictures as kind of final nods to our characters. Roswell's being a sunrise and mine being a sunset, I think are very indicative of the characters that we played, and very powerful for the characters that we played. So, yeah. Parallels between two characters. Yeah. Epilogue healing arc. Yeah, I think it's just better that way. Because like I said, at the end of the day, it is just bad ending stories are important because they're more realistic, that not everything is going to end up okay. Not everything is going to end up hunky-dory. Not everything is going to always end out perfectly for a hero. Yes, bad ending stories are still stories. And I think it's important to have that. And especially for someone like Royale, where being a hero was everything to him. And unfortunately, it didn't work. It didn't pan out. And he wasn't able to deal with his abandonment issues or anything in that regard. So, but that's why I think leaving it more open-ended, where he is going to try and work on it with the people that said they would be his family, I think it's better than him just being like, well, everyone fucking lied to me and forgot me in the end. Well, I guess I'm not gonna lie. A draft of a story that I wrote was Royale leaving New Witchington because he just didn't feel like he belonged. And I was going to announce that during day 13 when we were all leaving the letters, or reading the letters rather. And I had it written that way. I had it written that way. It was kind of edgy. It was kind of sad. It was very like accusatory and very inflammatory. And I wrote it from a real emotional place because they told us that the letters should be in character. But then I was like, does anyone except Roswell in character knows that Royale feels this way? And I think the answer is no. I don't think a single other person knows that Royale feels that way. You know? So it is definitely one of those like one of those crazy things. And I opted to swap it for two reasons. One, I thought it was too sad. I thought it was too depressing. Because I also wanted to be mindful of other people's role plays. And it's not fair to me to force that level of depression and sadness and angst to other people. And the other reason was Calvin had already left. Or not Calvin, sorry. Zealand had already left. Zealand had decided to leave New Witchington. And I felt like if I did too, it would have been kind of fucked up. I'm not going to lie. It feels like it wouldn't have had the same impact. It feels like I would have kind of just been stealing his thunder. And I think that's a big part of roleplay, is knowing when to play for the big parts and when to adjust to accommodate others. Because I still feel I told an incredibly true, powerful story that was real to me. I mean, like, you could hear the emotion that I had while roleplaying with Roswell, you know? And it's okay to make those changes, because I think they help tell a better, more realistic story by being hopeful for tomorrow. Because if it's not hopeful for tomorrow, it just means Royale's going to be depressed and like not do anything. That's why I loved your story the most, because rarely every story has never shown a bad ending. So yeah. You know, I just remember two of my favorite quotes from Optimus Prime. The first being, just remember there's a thin line between being a hero and being a memory. And second, hang on to your dreams. The future is built on dreams. I mean, I wanted to be a hero that protected dreams, but nobody protected mine. So that was the whole reason for the crash out of like, where's my hero? And some people's good endings are other people's bad endings. It's all interesting. Yeah. Royale should have left with Zealand. I didn't have that relationship with him. And I didn't know that Zeal was leaving. We had never talked about it. Yes, I needed that drink. And that's why I kept talking about it during the meeting. You know, when we were reading all of our notes and everything. So we'll get him a therapist. It'll be okay. Fair enough. I'm down for that. I'm down for that. I'm down for that. Should have asked Doc for therapy. Give it to Vitruvius and Calvin a bit. I heard. I think the problem with it with Doc was. Here's the problem, and this is a very real Roy thing, not a Royale thing. When it comes to having problems and not being well and needing help, seeking help is very hard because you don't want to be a burden to others. And kind of like what Roswell and Royale were talking about in the end during the crash out, you can't be a hero if you yourself need a hero. And if I needed a hero and I acknowledged that and I went to Doc saying I need help, it would have been such a huge blow to the ego that I don't think Royale in general would have recovered. I think if he opened up when things got as bad as they did, it would have been a very different roleplay. But then also, it would have been terrible for Taiga out of character. I literally would have been forcing him to play therapist for me, which is, in my opinion, fucked up. I would never want to like force a friend to be my therapist in roleplay. Having a crash out with Roswell is different. And having moments of like tender bonding with like the fishing that he and Vitruvius did. I don't know what he did with Calvin, but I feel in my case, if I took my baggage and my trauma and my bullshit to Doc, it would have been very unfair to Taiga. So, yeah. For me, it's fascinating to see the development. First time I've seen Royale on the screen, he was super bubbly, loud, happy, and motivated. And later he was calmer, and you could really see how the events shaped him. Yeah. Absolutely. I think it's super important to acknowledge those moments. You know? It's crazy. Very little with Calvin. It was mostly with Vitruvius beginning of day 11 and 12. Got it. Understood. Understood. Makes sense to me. Makes sense to me. Makes sense to me. I need to watch The Incredibles. I haven't seen it in a while. I never saw the second one. Maybe that's something I should look into. Story from each perspective, yeah. That's why like everyone's the hero of their own story, but everyone's also the main character of their own story. So if I tried to force this perspective into other people's stories, I think it would have come across more as me having main character syndrome, and it wouldn't have felt as natural. For me, it's fascinating to see the development. Oh wait, I said that already. I wonder if not seeking help probably contributed to the isolation a bit. Oh, absolutely. 100%. Yeah, I don't have to think about that. But at the same time, when he finally did start opening up to some people, like Moltaire vanished. You know? So, and again, that's nothing against Nyx. It's not his fault. He got busy. But like, in character, suddenly the person that you've now claimed as your friend vanishes. You're like, oh. Well, now I'm probably going to get more closed off. Have you considered a fully fledged evil Royale at some point? How would you handle it? Yes, actually. Depending on how the scene played out with Roswell, in my head, there were 3 ways that scene could have played out. All during the crash out. 1, like what happened. So the air quotes the good scenario of that crash out, which is still a bad ending. Second being a bad ending where Royale does something drastic, but I did not want to play something that serious, and I did not want to put Roscoe through that, because like I said, I've played tabletop games for over a decade, and that is not something that would have been appropriate for VCraftEnchanted. So that was immediately out the window. But the third option that I was actually considering was if Roswell's reasoning and talking Royale down was bad or offensive or didn't hit the notes that I thought it needed to hit. And it was close. Let me tell you, I clapped back on a bunch of things that Roswell said because I was like, you are missing the point here. You are not understanding me with what I am saying. But if Roswell did not say the right things, then I think Royale probably would have killed him and then started his villain arc. I think that would have been the start of it. And I think that would have been the start of a very dark time. But also the problem with that is that was day 12. You know, that, like, who would that have been for? Who realistically would that have been for? So that would have been really annoying. And I, again, don't think that would have been fair to Roscoe out of character. I don't think it would have been fair to other people that just had their own conclusions, you know, with Vitruvius having his villain arc, with Ellen Lament having their villain arc, and now Lucky being alive again. It's, like I said, there's balance to it. There's balance of knowing what paths to take depending on what is presented to you. I had ideas, I gave myself options, I gave myself outs, but I let the roleplay dictate where I wanted to go. And that's all you can do. More than therapy, Royale needed small moments to vent and then heal on his own. I think the more time he spent by himself, the worse it was. You know? Granny was Calvin's Sunshine. Yeah, I just never had it. I never had a Sunshine character. Maybe it was Doc. Or Boog. Boog was pretty close to being the Sunshine character. Imagine having to fight one of the most tanked people in the server if they become a villain. Yeah. I know if you check Roscoe's POV when I'm talking with Roswell, when Royale's talking with Roswell, you can see his entire chat is like spamming like villain arc justified, villain, like villain confirmed. I wouldn't blame him if he went villain after this kind of thing. And I was like laughing about it, you know? I loved Royale's story so much because of how real it is. Even just those little things impacted every part of him. It was something that made me feel and something I could relate to. You did such an incredible job with it. Thank you so much. That means a lot. Yeah, I wanted to be really true and realistic to the character that I set out to play. And that's why I set out with a hyper exaggerated version of myself. Because it forced me to be more emotional and to be more engaging and to really lean into a caricature of what my own emotions already were like. You know? And now I ask this, if you had Royale become a villain much earlier, how would you handle it? I don't think it would have made sense for Royale to become a villain at any other point than he did. I think if he joined the Knights of Ars sooner, it would have been interesting, but I cannot imagine a world where his insecurities of being abandoned wouldn't have controlled him to just stay with Vitruvius and to just stay, you know, stay with him, stay with Leo, stay with Calvin, and try and find a semblance of family. That's the only thing I can think of that made the most sense. And that's kind of why I leaned into that for Royale's epilogue kind of thing of trying to find the answer of what it means to be a hero for his new family type thing. So it was an improvisational play, so there were many difficult parts. I think it would have been fine if V2 hadn't come back to life at the end. Oh, if Royale had become the villain then? I'm not gonna lie. I wanted to keep my options open. So something I tried to do in character, and I wonder how many of you noticed it. It's not subtle at all, but because it was only in my POV and there was no one around me. You guys know when we had the last conversation that we had with Calvin, and he was looking at where Vitruvius buried his mage tome. And the first thing I said to him was, "You want it, don't you?" And Calvin gave me like kind of a wishy-washy answer that I didn't super believe in character. And then I kind of, you know, I gave him really, really mean statements. But if it was, so I did break the blocks that were there. And if the book was still there, I would have taken it. I absolutely would have taken the tome. 100%. Not a single person commented on it. No one commented on it. No one mentioned it on social media. No one came up to me about it afterwards. No friends mentioned it out of character. But as soon as I saw it was gone, I was like, all right, that path is probably closed. Yeah, it had already despawned. I think it despawned maybe like 30 seconds before I tried to grab it. You know? It was fun. No, it had despawned. There's only a certain amount of time you can pick it up before it despawns. Oh yeah, I clocked that. I was like, yes, Evil Royale. Yeah. So it's again, it's another one of those moments of like, the roleplay decided. Minecraft decided. Nah, I missed it. It despawned. Because I decided to speak to Calvin instead of just grabbing it. You know? So if Calvin had left with everyone else and didn't talk to Royale at the end, I absolutely would have grabbed that tome. 100%. Yeah, it despawned right when I went to grab it. That would have been insane. That would have been even more peak, maybe. But it's storytelling, you know? So 30 seconds and he would have had another Evil Royale arc. Yeah, absolutely. If I had the tome, I was absolutely going down that road. I may have not even had the crash out against Roswell. I may have just left town with the tome and been like, this is the story I decided on. I thought for a second you became evil when you brought L the first time in the huge underground room, and when you left him alone, your laugh was kind of evil at this moment. Oh, I did that intentionally. So as the as I'm gonna say campaign because it's fun. As the campaign went on more and more, I messed with Royale's laugh to go from being like very warm and like happy to being progressively more empty and cold. And by the end of it, it was a villain laugh. The last time that I did like a big like laugh was a villain laugh. So I did it intentionally. I'm glad people noticed because I worked really hard on that. It really gave me chills. I'm glad. Never meant to become a full-fledged villain. Yeah, it's like I said, there's so many branching paths and things that can happen, but you really, really just have to play what you're given. And I think that's the beauty of role plays. You never know what you are going to deal with. You never know who's going to betray you, who's going to side with you, who's going to fight with you, where you're going to go, what people are going to say. The Minecraft God said no, yeah. Honestly, on Calix's POV, when V2 was introducing the third member, most chat was banking on it being you. I mean, I imagine at that point it was Leo, right? I imagine that would have been Leo. Fabulously done the whole arc of the character. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Ironically, I am really glad I was able to tell a story that didn't have a good ending. It's like been a really long time since I've been able to do something like that. The RP in Minecraft knew Evil Royale would be too powerful. I feel like it probably would have been better in a smaller group. Because I said this before as well. Let me glug some. I said this before out of character, previously too. Freaking, I cannot imagine the weight of stress and anxiety that Vox had to deal with playing Vitruvius. Because, oh my God, there were so many times on Twitter that people were like, I hate Vitruvius. I can't believe he would do something like this. He's the worst. I hope everyone just kills him. And it's like, come on, man, we're role-playing characters. Come on, man. It's not that. I'm glad that people like enjoy storytelling and want to get invested and are invested. But like, remember, at the end of the day, we're people playing characters. And some of the stuff that I said was just straight up silly. It was just straight, like, go outside and touch some grass, man. We're telling stories. We're having fun. Everybody's an adult here. If there were actually problems, we would have talked about it. I'm going to be real. If I saw people saying things like, man, I hate Royale. He has the least justified crash out of all time. He's just an idiot. He should have talked to somebody and gotten therapy. I would have I would have fucking lost my mind. I would have gone to bed. I would have cried. People really forget there was an RP section of the RP server. Yeah, we had an RP section in the Discord so we could discuss these things before they happened. That's why it was easier to plan certain events, like when we all went to the end together, or when we were going to battle Vitruvius. It was all planned. Like those parts, time-wise, was planned, but then we had good in-story moments as to why they were happening, like going to the end. There were some brutal opinions. Forget them. F them. I will defend my brothers from the Knights of Ours. My family! Get behind me, family! I'll be your shield! As someone who watched Vox's POV for the entire 13 days and OVA, I can confirm that as each day went on, he continued to figure out the story of the character, and it wasn't easy. No, I can't imagine it was. I mean, like, I struggled. I struggled with my own demons, with my own depression and feelings of abandonment, and feelings of anxiety. And even though everything was in character, having so many people actively lie to me and feeling like they were intentionally trying to exclude me was fucking hard, you know? And as soon as like I was able to channel that into realistic roleplay decisions and form a little bit of compartmentalism, it got easier. But like I said, I don't think I could have done what Vox did, and that would have made me nervous being a character if I had to do that. Yeah. It's not that simple. It felt like real human emotions, interaction, and something's ever black or white. True. I was always curious how everything planned out. Didn't know there was an RP server. So none of the actual roleplay between people was planned out. There were like the occasional events that were like, hey, like server, if you guys want to be present for this, we're doing this. Like when we went to the end, when we had the mayor election, when we had the trial for the attempted murder of the mayor, when the server fought against Vitruvius. Even though like that was determined in roleplay, but the time for it was determined otherwise, you know? Yeah, just stuff like that. Time to write fanfics with a happy ending, found family, comfort, everyone's gay, etc. Love it. Perfect. I'm in. Sign me up. Just be respectful of people's preferences when it comes to ships. That is actually something really funny. I don't remember who said it, but I think they were like commenting about how many ships they had. And I was like, I don't think I had a single ship, which is okay. Like romance is an afterthought when it comes to roleplay. And if it happens naturally, fantastic. I'm just a flirty person, and I always double check with people's preferences to make sure that they're okay. Out of character, like I said, I messaged Calyx out of character, and I was like, hey, I heard like a lot of people are flirting with you, and if I made you feel uncomfortable, please tell me, because I would hate to make you feel uncomfortable, because this is just supposed to be for fun and silly and haha hee hee. You know? Yeah, I don't think I had a single ship, because most of the time, if we're talking like ships, it was Calvin and Malum, or it was Leo and Violet, or Violet and Alticius. It was Vitruvius and freaking Clifford. It was Roswell and L/Lucky. You know? Those are the big ones that I saw constantly. That were with characters that involved me. So Leo shipped Calvin and Lem the most. That's funny. What are your preferences? I know a lot of people know. Oh, are new here. That's true. I have zero preferences. If you guys want to write fanfics about me, like getting hot and heavy with various other people, I really don't care. Have fun. Enjoy yourself. I've been known to be a degenerate from time to time. However, I will say, if you do lean into that regard, be respectful of other people's preferences too. You know, I'm not out here like begging you to make NSFW art of like mine and Calyx's characters. You know, that's weird. I can't. Be respectful if you're gonna do something like that. You have my thumbs up, my consent, but make sure you have other people's consent and don't make it weird. That's what I say. I love the relationship between characters as they were. I agree. That's what I was saying. I don't think everything needs romance. I don't think everything needs a ship. And I was despite I think how interesting it would have been if Royale did have a special someone in his life, it would have drastically changed where the story went. Yeah, it could have been Roswell. It could have been Calvin, but it could have been Leo, but it wasn't, you know? So true. Thank you for clarifying. Yeah, of course. I'm always down to clarify anything. You guys never have to worry about asking for clarification or asking something. A bit off topic, but do you have a favorite moment you experienced or favorite clip you've seen? I mean, I'm biased in saying my favorite scene is my crash out against Roswell. You know? Because I finally got to, like, let my voice acting side come out. You know, in case you guys didn't know, I'm a professional voice actor. Which feels weird to say, by the way. I've been like a voice actor for years, and saying that I'm a professional voice actor does not sound right. I feel like a fraud every time I say it. But I'm a voice actor, so getting to let my voice acting side come out, it was very nice. So I really liked that. I really liked my speech. If we're talking about moments that didn't involve me, the eye moment with Roswell and Vitruvius is amazing. The Leo Violet moment on the end of day 11 was insane. But yeah, we don't need romance. I agree. The amount of platonic relationships in the campaign was so good. I love seeing people leaning into those more, and some of my favorite fictional relationships are platonic. Yeah. Absolutely. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. You are a professional. Look at that crash out. Thank you. You deserve to call yourself a professional, VA. You've worked hard for it. I appreciate it. Thank you. Ships can be platonic / non-romantic. Really? Because I thought ship was short for a relationship. Is it not? I thought it was the whole point. Ships. Because people ship them together. My favorite relationship was Nobubu and Vitruvius. Anti-hero mentor and hero student dynamic. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. What about friendship? Yeah, but that's like, why would you need to ship that they're friends? What if they already are friends? Why do you need that? Can't wait to replay Royale's crash out. One of my favorite moments for your performances either. Oh, I should probably say I'm probably gonna move the Pokemon stream to tomorrow. This stream ended up being 7 hours long. I'm sorry, guys. I'm probably gonna move. I'm gonna move the Pokemon stream to tomorrow night, I think. It's that like, okay, no rush, thank you. I'm just gonna move that to tomorrow night. I'm gonna do that now. Okay. It has been moved. I'm happy so long as I can catch part of it. Yeah. Totally get it. No need to apologize. It was a lot to get through. That took way longer than I thought it was going to. We've been streaming for almost 7 hours. You know? Understandable. Shipping has a range of platonic shipping. It's very popular. Hey, I'll take your word for it. I am not used to shipping. I'm not used to... I don't really get shipped with too many people. I feel like, if anything, I'm usually like the one making a joke about it with some of my friends. You know? Take care, Jaro. Thank you. I'm loving this stream. It's so insightful. Thank you. It means a lot to me. I'm going to open the floor to you guys now. Do you guys have any questions, comments, curiosities, concerns about anything that happened over the course of VCraftEnchanted? Because I give you now the full recap, as well as the things that I knew behind the scenes. Everything that I knew that happened. So it was really fun hearing your insight and your POV, getting to know your character and their thought process. It was very insightful and amazing. Thank you. I feel like you get shipped with any guest you have in a Cup of Dusk. That's different. That's roleplay. Did you get to go over some of Royale's backstory? Never. I was not exaggerating when I say that I never went over any of Royale's backstory. I'll be completely honest. It's not the most flushed out thing in the world. It is pretty basic. Yeah. I have notes and things that I would have brought up and things that I would have explored and stuff like that. So where do you think Royale lies in the power standings on the server? Because I'm personally a fan of power rankings. I think I was probably top 10, but I don't think top 5. because I wasn't a magic user is the problem. But because I was so strong physically and constitution wise, if I could get a hit on someone, then I probably win. Because I had the Devil Tarot, which applied weakness, which would make the damage that they did to me less. So, yeah. Yeah. Is there anyone from the server you wish you fought or had like some fun rivalry with? I know people ask a lot about positive interactions, but who did you want to fight / bicker with? Maybe Von Chalant. Maybe Vaughn. But not like an because I hated him thing, but like I love Vanta. Vanta and I are good friends. And I think it would have been interesting to have an almost back and forth of like me the overexcited puppy type that's like, come on, Vaughn, let's fight. Like kind of thing. And Vaughn being like, sure, whatever. Like that kind of, I think that would have been a fun dynamic to play around. You know, golden retriever, puppy boy energy, and then like the other guy that's just apathetic about everything, but still loves his friends kind of thing. I think that would have been really fun. Mentioned fun rivalry. Yeah, I think it would have been really fun to have that dynamic between them. So what's Royale's backstory? Ooh. I don't know. I don't know. I'm Japanese, but I was surprised at how quickly people from other countries can create pairings with characters. Oh, interesting. I really wanted to know if you can handle Calvin's spell. Oh, I never thought to ask. I think I saw him practice it on Zealand. What were your first thoughts when you were invited to the server? Were you nervous since it is a project with many VTubers, both corpo and indie? I don't know what I didn't know what to expect. The only like roleplay type servers I was in before for Minecraft was for Pokemon, for Cobblemon, and it was not as heavy on the roleplay. It was kind of joking in the roleplay. Or at least the roleplays that I was involved with. For the most part, everyone was just chilling, vibing, and thriving, and surviving. And I really, really enjoyed it, you know? But yeah, I've never expected it to be this serious and be this deep. And it was great. I loved it. So, besides Vitruvius, I think it's hard to tell where people's strength stood, especially because a lot of them got stronger quietly without showing their power, including you. Yeah, I think people were surprised that I had full Warden gear and that I very barely took damage most of the time. Royale and Vaughn. V-O-N. Vaughn. Would have made for such a fun duo. I agree. Benta got really strong at the end. I saw. Was there a character in VCraft that you wish you could have interacted more with, either for plot or just in general? I think Zealand is the pick that I had. But it, like I said, I think I answered this at the beginning of the stream. Obviously, like I'm sure people missed it, and it's 7 hours later. Zealand was a big one. I think partially because I played such a roleplay heavy character, and especially in combat. I did not play into building or baking or item creation or whatever else there was. I played into the combat and I played into the roleplay. And not that there's anything wrong with the other sides of things, but I was like complete opposite from Zealand, which makes me sad because I think the interactions that we did have were really nice, were really fun, but we never had any like, I think the most intimate roleplay moment we had was when he read Violet's letter to me and I like catatonically walked away like in disbelief. I think that was like the most intimate roleplay moment we had. And even then it was like, it was more just me being shocked and him reading a really sad letter. So honestly, the first RP project that made me feel like I was actually watching an amazing show. Never had so much fun watching people RP. Yeah, it was crazy, right? Insane. Do you think if Royale knew magic, would he have been more susceptible to a villain arc? Probably same level of susceptibility. I personally, out of character, wanted to avoid magic because I didn't know how magic worked. So I played the wisdom check stuff, you know? But yeah, magic was just not something that I wanted to pursue until I absolutely needed it. In RP, I can understand not knowing your backstory until it fleshes out on its own. I do light RP in Final Fantasy, and I only flesh out my own story as I'm forced to think about it in the moment. I can tell you guys the small part of it. I don't want to give all of it away, just in case there's ever like a good moment to reveal it. I can tell you Flexington is it's mostly jovial, but there's like I didn't work out the system for how the city works, but like the thing that I had worked out in my head is the thing that I worked out in my head is Royale came from a family where his father was a famous knight, and his father retired after being injured and decided to start a family and raise a child to be a knight and then a great hero, just like his father was. And unfortunately, Royale's mother died in childbirth, and he didn't. And this caused his father to raise him in a very distant, almost abusive, abandoned capacity. And because of it, he had a hard time making friends. He had a hard time, branching out. And it's why he's really good at swordplay and, this heroing business. And it's why he really wanted to be a hero, so that way he could protect other people from similar situations. And in his head, think, hey, if I was better, maybe my mom wouldn't have passed away in childbirth, or hey, maybe my dad will be proud of me if I become a great hero. So it's surprise, validation, and abandonment issues. Surprise. So yeah, nobody asked. The only person that got close was Moltaire, but I kind of danced around it because it was really heavy and I didn't want to like scare him off. So I was like, yeah, I had friends, lie, but like not really a lie. I was like, I had some friends. Patterns. Well, that's crazy. Yeah, that makes things more tragic. That's why probably the reason I didn't just bring it up. Himbo Bunny Man needs a hug. When shit happens, I guess Royale and V2 had a little bit more in common than we realized. Yeah. That's why I was so gung-ho about being friends with Vitruvius and believing him and working with him, because I felt he needed a hero. He needed someone to have his back. That's why when all the L stuff started, I was so like, hey, let's hear Vitruvius out. He says that he's sorry. He will help repair the damages. Maybe we should listen about this L problem. And obviously it didn't happen, but I leaned into that, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Even more problems because that was a big part of Vitruvius' story. Yeah. I wish V2 and Calvin had asked about Royale's backstory. Oh my god. Could have been very different. If Calvin or V2 knew about it, he probably would have joined the Knights sooner. Because he didn't want to be a hero for him. He wanted to be a hero for his father. He wanted to be a hero because all he ever felt like was that he was a failure. Came out the womb killing his mom. How am I supposed to do better than that? Vitruvius and Royale would have been best of friends had Vitruvius talked more to Royale. Yeah, but that's the thing. And it's why I always stress it is roleplay is very important to each person. And you cannot force your backstory into someone else's backstory. You can't force someone to acknowledge and interact with your backstory. It needs to come up naturally. It needs to come up in moments. It needs to come up in the character and flesh it out. And while I never gave reasons for it in character, I had those as motivational points. As big hey, Royale's happy-go-lucky and really excited to be a hero because he's masking all of the insecurities and the bullshit that he's been through his entire life. Yeah, daddy issues. So I would never have expected anybody to find it out unless I really got close to them or if they asked. So Royale and V2 had a lot in common with the expectation of getting approval from their father's acceptance and to be proud of them. I mean, yeah, that's why I said I was constantly seeking out people's approval, and being a hero gets a lot of approval and validation. So, got any future collabs in mind because of this role playing? Ooh, I mean, I would love to do a Knights of Ours collab. I think that would be amazing. I don't know. Part of me wants to do like a roleplay that I do on my audio roleplay channel and have it be tied into VCraft, but at the same time, that feels so weird because like it would have to be me and like a viewer character. But like, who would the viewer have been? You know? It's hard. It's so hard to know how I would want to do that. If anything, God, this would be like pipe dream, and I don't even know the logistics of this happening. I would love to have epilogue moments with the Knights of Ours. Have in character role play either one-on-one with each of them or with all of them in like a singular setting. That way I could have like the proper crash out with them that I had with Roswell and really tie an end to the knot. But again, you cannot force that type of emotional stuff on people if it doesn't come up naturally. It would be a cool project to do, but literally I'd be asking people to come into a role play so I could yell at them and be really emotional and cry, you know? Thing about V2 though, he was that he himself was young. He mentioned only being 22. I feel like these characters didn't stand a chance. Yeah. Yeah. The Knights of Ours was a collection of people with daddy issues and mommy issues. Except for Leo. Leo was just, I have to get back to my beloved Valo-chan. Oh my gosh. It'd be so good. Yes, closure. But no, I can't force people to do that. If it happened, it happened, but it didn't. So we move on and we accept the potential of making things better for the future, which I think is a very fun aspect of putting it. Yeah. I know that Calyx was ready to not share his backstory at all unless it was the perfect moment, and it just so happened that it was V2 that triggered the dialogue. Ooh, yeah, it's like the dialogue tree things, you know, where people are like, oh, well, you know, how do you get to this branch? How do you get to this person talking to you about something? Just had a girlfriend he left behind. I don't know about left behind. That seems incorrect or unfair. It was more like wasn't he isekai'd? Wasn't he isekai'd? Damn. I saw a Twitter post of Leo's daily steps and found it so funny. Oh yeah, it went from like thousands of steps to like 100 and then went to like 2 in the more roleplay heavy days. Aren't Leo and Violet married? No? I don't think so. I think the only people that got married were John Joe and Rosie. Roleplay is best done when things come naturally and don't have to be inserted into conversations. I know I hate railroading when it comes to role-playing. Yeah, exactly. And that's why I kept saying, like, there are so many moments I wanted to self-insert to really push myself in situations and to really pester people about like, hey, include me in this and like, let's do this. But the thing is yeah, you have to find the right moment to not be overly pushy. And that's literally why I didn't go to Vitruvius and Calvin during the letter reading. Because I literally was like, this is a moment for them. Because I looked and I saw that Lucky hadn't gone, and I saw that Leo hadn't gone, and I saw that Nabubu hadn't gone. And I was like, this is a them moment. This is a them moment. I need to let them have this. I can't add anything to this situation. It's not for me, it's for them. So I backed off and I gave them space. And now I'm like, fuck, man, I'm the only one that backed off and gave them space. Because at some point I looked around and realized that freaking Leo was gone. And I was like, oh, I wonder where Leo went. And they're having a group hug. I know, I saw the tweet. We'd love to hear you do voice acting with Vox or any of the other libraries who'd be down interested in doing so. I would love to. Vox seems like someone great to work with in terms of voice acting. There's so many things that I would love to play with him in that regard. I think it would be super cool. I don't know what I would do with him, but I'm sure we would come up with something. Maybe something angsty and spicy. No, I kid. For sure, Calyx would have welcomed the heavier RP moments. He literally would drop everything so that he could have moments. It's unfortunate that near the end you guys didn't get time to do it. That's the beauty of it, though. You know, Calvin was the person, and as I was reading through all of my notes and story stuff, Calvin was the person that Royale spent the most time with and felt the most betrayed by. It's why on day 11, day 11, the day that Royale joined the Knights of Ours, that he didn't really reach out to Calvin except for the time to give him the Echo Fork. And that was it. You know? Because it was hard. He kept being burned. He kept being hurt. He kept being betrayed. Abandoned. Over and over again. So when it came down to it, those heavier moments couldn't happen. Because the abuse or the cycle was just too stricken into him at that point. And the only time I think that they would have had it was when they met up at Rendezvous. You know? If Calvin did not have his moment of going off and being like, I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna kill L. Like that kind of mentality, then Royale probably would have crashed out at him there. And they would have had their moment. But again, out of character, I could tell that Calyx was playing Calvin very charged up on emotion. And if I instigated something, it probably would have been unhealthy and frustrating for Calyx. Out of character. You know? Calyx would have ate that crash out up. Oh, he told me. He says that he wishes that I crashed out to him. We were talking about it in DMs. And because like I said, the other time that I would have crashed out at Calvin in character would have been the final moment on episode 12 after the battle. Like Vitruvius went back to town, Leo went back to town, Nabubu went back to town, Lucky went back to town. And it was just Calvin and Royale in front of Vitruvius's tome. I fully intended to crash out to Calvin there. I fully intended for that to be our moment. But because Calvin hit me with I have to go, and it's a private matter, I was like, that's it. That's the end of their story. That's the end of, and it's like so depressing to think about it that way. That is literally the last interaction that Calvin and Royale had was, I have to go, it's private, after all the feelings of abandonment, you know? Fanfic time, literally. It's so funny because that is like, I think that's like the definition of toxic yaoi or like doomed yaoi. Oh my gosh. Hi Ruse. Hi Rusaders. Oh my gosh. Hi guys. I'm so glad I didn't end up playing Pokemon. Oh, good call. Good call. Welcome in, Rusaders! My name is Roy Chiato, like a macchiato. I am a coffee-fueled bunny host with a serious passion for voice acting, and I love working out, in case you couldn't tell. Welcome, welcome. Rusade! Slingshot! That was for you, Mayor. That was for you, Ruse! Happy birthday! I guess it's not your birthday anymore, technically. But happy birthday! Rusaders, how is Ruse's birthday? Hi. Hi. Rusade. 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 Damn. We heard Yowie and came running. That's crazy. Damn. No, we're not talking about Yowie. Welcome in, Mayor. Man, if only the mayor were here to talk to me now. I'm sure Ruse would have loved to hear my huge story exposition and 7-hour lore dump about Royale's character and why he ended up the way he did and why he joined Vitruvius. But I just spent 7 hours going over it. He did an amazing karaoke. Ooh, 26 songs. Damn, his throat is going to be more hoarse than mine because mine's all effed up right now too. He's crying. Oh, Ruse, I'm right here. Homie, you need a hug. Did an awesome karaoke. I love that man. I love Ruse. I'm so happy to have a friend like him. I was crying not yesterday, the day before, because he rated me then too, and I was right in the middle of an emotional crash out, you know? Unironically, he would. Yeah, so for those of you that don't know, I was with Ruse during the events of VCraftEnchanted. I played the character Royale from the Kingdom of Flexington. I've never cried in my life. Anyway, I sleep. Good to see you, gamer. Love you lots, Ruse. We'll see you soon, all right, homie? Big love. I'll have to catch you up on all the lore that I have for Royale at some point, because it's a lot. Oh my gosh, but yeah. Dedicated a song to New Witchington. That's amazing. New record for his set. He did a bunch of hard songs too. Let's freaking go. Let's freaking go. Yeah, Royale from the Kingdom of Flexington. But yes, guys, if you are curious about anything that happened during VCraftEnchanted, we're doing a behind the scenes and completely out of character and Q&A type stream. We did just finish the entirety of my deep dive onto every single story moment that I had for the story of Royale specifically. And we just finished that. So if you guys want to know anything, full spoilers in effect, come and hang out, you know? Ask whatever you want. We vibing, we thriving. We might even just be surviving. He sang the song that was part of the beautiful edit of his last speech with everyone. I would have cried. If I heard him sing that song, I would have lost it. Because I heard that song yesterday, and it messed me up. Something fierce. Take care, Mage. Bye-bye. You did an amazing job during VCraft, one of my favorite POVs. Thank you. He sang with Miku. Oh, I knew it. Once a Miku, always a Miku. Always a Miku. Highly recommend this VOD. I got so emotional when he sang it. Ooh, I'll have to check it out. Yeah. Wait, I thought you have a video with Haka. Why can't I find it on your channel? Yes, that's on my voice acting channel. Exclamation point VA in chat. I've got 2 with Haka and 1 with Ruse. So if you guys like more of a fantasy setting, I've done audio roleplay with Ruse as well. Yeah, I'll probably do a rebroadcast. Got it. He sang in Clifford's voice with Miku. A dirt of the earth peasant. Peasant. Dirt. I wanted to thank you and everyone for playing VCraft with him, bro. I'm gonna suplex that man into a hug aggressively and just like squeeze him until he pops. I really do just wish I could hug him. I love Ruse so much. I'm so glad to have a friend like him. And we talked a lot about characters and such, and I was trying really, really hard to make sure he knew how much his character meant to so many of us that played. And he was a big reason as to why a lot of us kept playing. So, potatoes! Yes. You're still my hero for getting Ruse pulled into one of those. Maybe more in the future. You never know. My favorite part of your character is how you will always show up on tense moments, always appearing when things get real, which got me to watch your POV. It's so funny. It's so funny because it happened all the time. It happened so many times by accident. Please hug him for us. I'll find that man. And when I find him, I will hug him with consent. What did Royale do exactly before he was isekai'd? Oh, God. Do you guys want trauma? Do you guys want the never before revealed trauma? I revealed it earlier during this stream. Rusaders, how many of you are fans of Royale and want to know his tragic backstory, which is very traumatic? You're always at the right place at the right time, for real. When you do get a chance, please give him a big hug. I'll do my best. Were there any characters whose voices you thought were difficult to imitate? I can't do British accents. So, anybody that spoke differently than I do, naturally, there you go. Free trauma? Me? Okay. So, as many of you know, or some of you don't know, firstly, Royale did join up with the Knights of Ours and with Vitruvius, Leo, and Calvin. I was, with air quotes, the bad guys. And a lot of people, especially during day 13, when we were all reading our notes and we were all saying like our farewells and everything like that, there were a lot of audible gasps of genuine shock and confusion as to why I was. You know? And a big reason for that, I went over today during this stream. And I explained a lot of it had to do with trauma that Royale had faced throughout the entirety of his time during VCraft. Specifically dealing with things like trust issues, abandonment issues, seeking validation, and things like that. And those were like the core roots of his quirks and negative, like the negative side of him. And those are the factors that drove him to join Vitruvius in the first place, was the feelings of abandonment, being lied to constantly, being manipulated, being used, and all this other stuff. However, not a single other person, aside from Moltaire, who unfortunately could not stay with the server, no one asked him about his backstory. Nobody asked him about his home life. Nobody asked him about like who he was, and like it's why during the crash out that I had with Roswell, I asked him what he knew about me. And when he couldn't answer, I was like, that's right. Not a single person from VCraft, from New Witchington, asked me a single thing about my backstory except Moltaire. And Moltaire left. So... So, I likened these traits to having come from a bad home life. Specifically, Royale was born to a retired knight who wanted to start a family. He was injured in battle and decided to retire and make a family, and, you know, had a beautiful wife. I never named them or anything like that. I didn't get that deep into it. Had a beautiful wife, and when she was giving birth, she died in childbirth. Unfortunately, the father blamed the son, Royale, for her death and never properly recovered from any of it. And so he took out his anger, his frustrations, and his disappointments on Royale. And it's why, as Royale grew up, he had abandonment issues, because his father pushed him so hard to become, you know, a great knight, to become a great warrior. And so Royale's vision and ideology was that of a child wanting to do something good for their father, to make them happy. Because in Royale's eyes, if he became a great hero, maybe he would have been able to save his mother or make his father proud. And that's like the big stuff that I wrote down. There's other small stuff like here and there, but no one ever asked. Literally, it was something that just never got nobody, you know, just never went into it. Never went into it at all. But it's the root of why Royale was so easily manipulated by people, because he wanted to feel like he belonged somewhere. So despite being lied to all the time by people like Calvin, Leo, Vitruvius, Roswell, L, it didn't matter because he felt like he was at least wanted. Just like Vitruvius. Yes. Surprise. Surprise. Yeah. Just no one asked. That's why he has really bad abandonment issues and wants to prove himself, and why he wanted to be a hero. You know? Did any character on the server have a good dad, or were they all various levels of awful? Who knows? It made Royale so mysterious until the end. I mean, if you guys want the full crash out, you can check the highlight out on my Twitch channel. It's literally labeled as Royale crashes out against Roswell. And that should like finally paint a picture to like those emotions. Yeah, always the daddy issues. Always the daddy issues. But I mean, like, even if you go back and watch like my POV or Vitruvius's POV, you'll see that I was constantly trying to like spend time with him and vouch for him. And Vitruvius told me his backstory after he had destroyed the towers. And I tried to vouch for him in town and get him to apologize to Lucas, and then get the town to leave him alone and to listen to him about L being a threat. And I vouched so hard for him for those reasons, because I knew we were alike. I just couldn't tell him. There wasn't a good moment. It wasn't my time. I had to wait my turn in the roleplay. Yeah, mommy and daddy issues. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So, but yes, if you guys have questions, curiosities, concerns, yeah, just ask. I would love to answer more and talk more about why Royale's journey ended up the way it did. So, yeah. Classic daddy issues, blaming a child for something they had no choice in. Oh, yeah. Like, his father ended up being, like, a huge piece of shit. Like, despite being, like, a once hailed famous knight, didn't matter. Has Royale's wiki page been created / updated yet? On TV tropes? It should be. It was there the last time I checked. Yeah, so he's now in the Knights of Ours. I wasn't before. I was just missing, which is kind of funny. But is that the only one that's there? Or is there a different wiki? Is there a different wiki, or is that the only one? There's a TV tropes page. I don't know if there's a wiki. VCraftEnchanted wiki. It does not look like there is. I think it is just the TV tropes. I'm excited to have you in future RPs. Thank you. I'm really excited. Oh, Thorn added me? I'm gonna scream. The fascinating backstory and structures to set up Royale. Well done. Thank you. Yeah, I figured having like a reasonable backstory to why he feels the way he does would give him motivation as to why he wanted to be a hero and things like that, you know? And while it never came up in story, like, I literally never told a single person what I just told on stream. Never told that in-game for VCraft. Ever. But even though I didn't, those feelings still controlled and shaped all of Royale's actions. So even if they didn't know the backstory, they'd know the actions came from a home life of abandonment and validation issues. Royale forgotten again. That's crazy. Insane. There's just one for RPs in general. If you were... Wait. There's one for RPs in general. If you were to be on a different RP collab, what would you be... What would you like it to be themed? Ooh. Stark contrast to fantasy could be like cyber. Do something like Shadowrun, maybe. So have like that magical cyber tech aspect. I think that could be really cool. Not obvious. Don't like actually make it Shadowrun, but like that kind of setting, or like Blade Runner. Blade Runner could be really like that kind of setting. I think having like something that's starkly different from VCraft, I think would be really important. But I'm gonna be totally honest. I really like fantasy settings. Fantasy settings are so fun, especially when it comes to magic. So I just looked up that pretty early on, but it wasn't fleshed out at the time. Gotcha. I think it is now. Did Royale ever talk about his past life with the Knights of Ours after joining them? Nope. Nope. He was never asked. Seems like a lonely thing to keep it to himself despite finding kinship with them. Nope. There was never enough time, and he was never asked. I wish you were here earlier for for how depressing that was. I recommend if you want to like hear my POV about like why certain things weren't shared. This whole stream has been that, you know. I can't remember who. Someone mentioned if they do, but one of the VTubers out of character said that if Willerton was elected mayor, Vitruvius II and the Knights wouldn't have had this storyline. Thoughts? Oh, I mean, that's totally fine. I think everything, every plot line is like, it's like a 1 in a million chance. You know, it's like throwing a dart at a dartboard and taking the result that you get and playing around it. And I've talked about this before. I've been role-playing for over a decade now. I'm a professional voice actor. I love stories. I love role-playing. I love being able to adapt on the fly and to adjust based on what other people did. You heard my backstory. That's all I had. That's what I had to form Royale as a character. All the other shit that I did, said, acted upon was all made up on the fly. Because that's the beauty of roleplay. You go in with plans, you go in with intentions, and everyone knows when you've done roleplay enough, you know you're going to throw out all those plans and all those intentions. And you have to just adjust to whatever is in front of you. And I think that's the beauty of it, you know? Sure, there's tons of what ifs that I'd love to ask. What if Vitruvius recruited Royale sooner? Because Vox and I joked about it out of character that he probably should have added me sooner. He just had a hard time trusting me. Which, in his defense, I did make Royale try and seem more of a threat than he actually was. You know? Oh! We got another raid from a VCrafter. Let's go! Hello, Malum and Cinderbuns. Hello, everybody. Hi, guys. Welcome in, everybody. My name is Roy Chiato, like a macchiato. I am a coffee-fueled bunny host with a serious passion for voice acting, and I absolutely love working out, in case you couldn't tell. So, guys, welcome in. We are doing a recap of VCraft. Yeah, I've been going over everything. We finished after about 7 hours of going through the entirety of my perspective, which is pretty freaking dope. I had a really fun time, you know. Cinderbun's hopping in. Did I do my intro too soon? Should I do it again? We'll do it again just in case. Welcome in, everybody. My name is Roy Chiato, like a macchiato. I am a coffee-fueled bunny host with a serious passion for voice acting, and I love working out, in case you couldn't tell. Welcome, guys. We are just kind of recapping what happened with VCraft. You know, a VCap, if you will. Yes. We went through every single day, and I talked about the events that happened and that shaped my journey as the character Royale, and why I made the decisions that I did, and why I ended up joining with Vitruvius and the Knights of Ours. So, yes. Malum! I have a question. Would Royale Princess carry VCraft Malum in a heartbeat? 100%. Yeah. Easy. Why do you think I left you so many carrots? Why do you think I left you so many carrots? Malum asking the right question. I agree. Listen. Malum can get a bridal carry anytime he wants. VCraft or no. You know what I'm saying? Malum creating his fanfic. I'm not complaining. I love Malum. But the muscles like those, absolutely. Listen. That's crazy. Anyway, So I am opening the floor to anybody that wants to know more about Royale's backstory, anybody that wants to know anything about why I played the way I did, anything that they want to know, maybe some curiosities or reasonings behind decisions, stuff like that. So. Kochi 見たよ。こっちこっち。早いよ。強いわね。胸筋でっかいです。Oh my god. Didn't mean to do that one. My bad. Didn't mean to flash you. Anyway, welcome. This got pushed back because of the raid, but Arcane Punk, Aether Punk is what you were subscribing. Oh, like Shadowrun. Oh, okay, now, yeah, listen, I misclicked. It was supposed to be that. It's supposed to be that. The other one's for Malum only. The other one's for Malum only. My bad, guys. The other one's for Malum only. Malum only. Listen, I'm sorry. It was a misclick. It was a misclick. It was a misclick. I'm screaming geometrically. I hate it here. Are we intruding on me and Malum? I'll leave that up to Malum. Was there a character reveal that surprised you the most, in or out of character? Do it again? I'm screaming. I don't know. Wait, I just realized I was like 5 minutes delayed and none of my texts made sense. I'm so embarrassed. Oh, hi. Welcome back, Malum. Hopefully you didn't see me take my shirt off. That was embarrassing. I mean, you guys didn't see anything. Right, Cinderbuns? You guys didn't... Anyway, I actually did wonder, why did you turn from hero to villain? The best thing I can say, redo. That's crazy. I don't know what you're talking about. The best thing I can say without going too much. Guys, I get it, okay? Oh gosh. DVR's on, by the way. That's insane. Gotta do it again for Malem. I'm just saying. Now you have to since you didn't see it. I did it! I just did it! That's my boss. Thanks. I try my best, but only on days and end why. Here, I'll give you a flex. I'll get you one of those too. Now you can go to bed peacefully now. Yeah, take care, Malum. Big love, homie. Hope we get to hang out again soon. Mwah. But yeah, somebody asked, can you explain why I went from hero to villain? I hate to say that you need to watch the stream that I just did, like this stream, this 7.5 hour stream, but like that's probably my best. It's probably my best recommendation. Did the chest wiggle? What? No? Are you crazy? Insane. It wiggles? That's crazy. My money don't jiggle jiggle. It phones. I'd like to see you wiggle wiggle. Push on. Makes me want to dribble dribble. You know. Yippee! Yes, boss. Can you repeat the entire 7.5 hour stream for the Cinderbuns? I got it. I'm on my way. Oh my gosh. Yeah, the biggest thing that I can say is Royale comes from a background of emotional manipulation, abandonment, and validation issues. So through the course of his journey in VCraft, there were people that manipulated this, that took advantage of this, that made Royale feel the same emotions that he felt from home. And because of that, it was hard to escape them, and he kept falling for the same repeated cycle of abuse. I likened it to once you're burned you almost get used to it. Once you're so used to being burned so often that you almost find comfort in the burn because it's what you know. And that's like the perfect definition of Royale, because so many people lied to him over and over again, but he kept going back to them. Seconding Sage's question. I was going to ask if the server was up longer, would Royale crash out big time, and how? I did have a crash out. I had it against Roscoe, playing Roswell. You can check my POV for it either here on YouTube, or if you don't want music part of it, check Roscoe's POV. Or you can check the highlight on my Twitch channel. So, would Royale have a crash out if the server was longer? I did have a crash out. It was from just check Roscoe's POV. You know? Yeah, it's bad. If you guys, it's 15 minutes long. It's a 15-minute long crash out. And it's very emotional, and it's very volatile, and I got to use my voice acting skills. I was very proud of it. So, once burned, twice shy. So people say that, and it's true. But when it gets to like lifetime of burn, you're shy of looking for anything else but the burn, if that makes sense. One thing I'm really curious about the new Witchington citizens is that what are they doing now after being sent home? So in my eyes, Flexington is like a far off location from Witchington, and Royale traveled there to New Witchington from Flexington. So now in epilogue style, he is more than likely still with Vitruvius, with Leo, and with Calvin, and they are trying to figure out what it means to be a family. And Royale especially is trying to figure out what it means to be a true hero. A larger crash out, I mean, like a really public one. Oh, I don't think so. No. So the problem with doing a public crash out is this is like roleplay semantics and roleplay etiquette. Not everyone was playing VCraft with the intention of getting into these deeper, bigger stories. And because I played a character that was so flawed and so real, with real emotions from me and feelings that I have, it's not fair to force others around me that didn't ask for it to be subjected to those. It's almost like emotional abuse in some cases. And that is something you have to be really careful about with roleplay. Because this is when I say crash out, this is a crash out. And it's a really volatile one. So I had to be careful. And it's just roleplay etiquette. You got to wait your turn. You got to not force people to, you're not the main character. You're the main character of your story, but everyone else is the main character of their own stories. And they don't have to give you the stage for that kind of thing. So it's bad to force it. So I remember going to Roswell stream and seeing you shouting, and I was scared in a good way. Yeah. The burn just feels like a warm fire. Yep. You really pulled out all the stops in the voice acting, the way you made me tear up with the emotion in your voice alone. Thank you. That means a lot to me. More recently, I have more. I'm still not used to it, but I have been more okay recently with calling myself a professional voice actor. Like, I have credits and things, you know? I just got to announce that I'm a main character in an upcoming game, which is awesome. And I've been part of amazing web series like Afmal and Rot from the East Patch. But it's like, it's always weird when you want to like praise yourself a little bit, you know? So, well, is there anyone you wish Royale got to interact with more from the beginning, in the beginning first few days? Zealand, yes. I did actually, this has constantly been my answer. But every time I've been asked, this has been Zealand, just because we had such different objectives, that we just never fit and we never hung out naturally. So, will Royale do a side job while looking for a life's answer? Yeah, I mean, whatever is needed to be done for the Knights of Ours, you know? I think Royale is working at the maid cafe, maybe. You never know. Don't want to trauma dump someone who wants to fish. Exactly that. Did you answer the question about whose character reveal you were most surprised by? Ooh. What do you mean reveal? Do you mean like something secret was revealed about them, or just like I ran into somebody and this is how they were playing their character. The crash out had me speechless. It was so fun. Wait, you are? What am I? Professional voice actor? Yippee! For the creator's POV, from the creator's POV, what do you think Royale needed badly to get out of that cycle of manipulation and dependency? Like, would he have found it in someone else in New Witchington if given another chance? I think this sounds so weird, but I genuinely think if he and Calvin and he and Vitruvius got closer sooner, it would have worked out better. But because they didn't, it just added to the fire. And then Roswell as well, because Roscoe and I realized we wrote very similarly coded characters that went opposite journeys, that wanted to go the other person's journey. You were in the Aphmau series? I still am. I am, for Aphmau, I'm the current voice of Lawrence. So you may have heard me in things like Mermaid Tales and The Alternates and stuff like that. The 10-year Minecraft Diaries anniversary. Yeah. Love all the roles you play. One of my favorite voice actors of all time, and the one who got my who has given my life to the most beloved characters. Oh my god, that's crazy. Thank you for saying so. Were you actually sussing Zealand out, or were you just curious of his gear? Oh, when I was fighting him? No, I did that to suss out Leo. I don't know if I ever got to tell him in character or out of character. The reason I wanted to hit Zealand was because I thought Leo was lying about getting one shot by Vitruvius, and I assumed then that Leo was working with Vitruvius before I joined, of course. So I used hitting Zealand as a baseline for damage, and then compared it to what I got to do with Leo, and it was just to make sure that I could tell he was lying. Muscular bunny maid boy, God, I need that. I mean, anyway. Will Royale visit Egg Tart? Will it be often? Yeah, probably. I like giving them cookies. I mean, however you want to read it. I don't remember what you asked. I forgot. Really curious, which episode / day of VCraft was your crash out on? Episode, it was my episode 12, but it was day 12. It was after Vitruvius and Lament had been defeated. It was like an hour after that. Which is why I think so many people don't know about it. Yeah. So the crash out itself is day 12. But there's a lot of stuff that led up to the crash out. I will tell you that much. Then Vitruvius would have had 2 sons. I mean, maybe. Hard to say. You are Lawrence? I am Lawrence. I'm currently the voice of Lawrence. Yeah, I'm currently voicing Lawrence. Oh, that hurts. Community was the answer, but it came a little too late. Or Found Family, yeah. Yeah, Lawrence, that's my boy. That's me. That's me. What do you think of Vitruvius? Is he more of a father or brother figure to you? Considering Vitruvius is only 22, I think it's just family. I don't think it's father. Because I don't think I looked at him as like a father. I think I just looked at him as like a home. Because like the problem is Royale's backstory comes from an abusive father. So I don't think he's looking for a father figure. He's just looking for someone that's not abusive and can validate his feelings and make him feel wanted, you know? So if it was Vitruvius to do that, then it was Vitruvius to do that. It didn't have to be about being a father. But he did have daddy issues, so. The chest jiggle is everything for me. It looks like flan. I know, it's so funny. Zealand was hard sussing you out after the sheriff would consistently follow him. Oh, Sheriff Sonny was following him? Weird. Maybe Vitruvius could have been a father figure. But I think the age difference probably would have been weird, because I think Royale's older than him. Royale's like 25. Probably. Maybe a little bit older, maybe a little bit younger. I never like put a specific age on Royale. What part of the entire series were you most shocked at? Good question. I think Vitruvius's descent into air quotes madness was probably a big shock. Cause like, I think the funny one was, and this is really funny. After the trial, Royale was not happy, but he decided to get his mind off of it by adventuring with Leo. However, out of character, I really had to use the bathroom. So I went AFK for a couple minutes to use the bathroom back at Leo's adventuring guild. And when I came back, Vitruvius had killed like 10 people. So like, that was the turning point that like, I was like, huh? That was one of the biggest shocks to me. I will say that. The sheriff was a part of V2's gang. I did find that out. I did find that out later, but I never got to confront Sonny about anything. You know? Gotta remember Clifford is half god or something. I got me. He's trying to frame Zealand. Oh. Weird. Do you think there's a timeline where Royale might have instead found belonging with Clifford, like Gale's character did, or is Royale too intrinsically different from Clifford for it? Clifford was a friend, I think is the best way of putting it. And while the notion of community meant a lot to Royale, I think I don't think there were ever any tender moments with Clifford and Royale. I think part of the problem is most of their interactions were like a little bit more lighthearted, a little bit more, you know, tomfoolery filled, and things like that. And if anything, the mayor was part of the reason for the crash out too, for making him do basic things like going and finding his pet, or not being more present in town. Yeah, it's hard to say. Lucas was such a funny little guy, the perfect timing to run into for Royale. Yeah, I said that. You know what Vaughn said? That's funny. I only watched several people's POVs at random, but was Royale with Vitruvius when he killed Roscoe just for being there after Elle abandoned him? I remember you saying something in protest. Yes, yeah. I was trying to suss out or find out what was going on between Roswell and Elle, and I was trying to talk Vitruvius down, because at that point I was on Team Vitruvius, trying to be like, hey, like, we can't do this, like, let's talk things out, and trying to play the hero card, you know? Whoa there. Now I'm the sheriff. Ruse is playing an intrinsically goofy and whimsical character. The thing is, though, is like, he was always consistent with it. So it was always a joy to see. The Mayor Clifford Relexis was always a highlight of times when I saw him. I am sad that he wasn't more of a part of my story and that I wasn't more of a part of his, but he'll always be in my memories and everything that he did to make me feel welcome in both roleplay and out of roleplay. So that's the big thing. And I mean, yeah, there are tons of worlds where I wish that we had gotten closer in character, but you got to play out what works for the characters, you know? Sometimes it doesn't work out, and sometimes it does. Whose gap moe between their character and real personality was the most surprising? Might be Roscoe Roswell. I think that was a good one. I didn't know Calyx at all, so I could maybe say Calyx Calvin. I don't know. It was my first time playing with so many people. I mean, obviously Ruse's was like so over the top and so much fun and so entertaining. But I feel like I expected something like that from Ruse. He is always full of whimsy, and I love him for it. Bubblebee Lucy, thank you so much for the raid on the Twitch side. My name's Roy Chiato, like a macchiato. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm a coffee-fueled bunny host with a serious passion for voice acting, and I love working out, in case you couldn't tell. Welcome, guys. We are recapping my experiences with VCraftEnchanted. We're just answering questions now at the end of the day. I forgot he made you get slingshot. Yeah. That was kind of a crash out moment. I'm not going to lie. That was like, that added fuel to the fire. Because Kalex mentioned that Clifford was among the people that kept Calvin from going darker because they had a really few deep, insightful talks. So that's the thing, though, is Royale and Clifford didn't. It's not that they didn't happen. Just like a lot of people had really insightful talks with Zealand, but Royale didn't. You know, everybody had different interactions with every character, and it's a beautiful, wonderful thing. How many people do you know that had like hugely insightful conversations with Roscoe, with Roswell? You know, I feel like I'm probably one of the only people. I mean, of course, mine was a crash out, but you know, there's a Minecraft RP server before. I'm sorry, it's my first time on Twitch. Not, you're good. Welcome. Yeah, we were talking about the Minecraft server that finished up. Yippee! Good times. Good times. Good times. Good times. Good times. Check out the YouTube to see the VODs. Yes. Yeah, check out YouTube to see the VODs. Would you go on Zaddy's train IRL? Probably. That seemed like fun. Ruse originally wanted to play a very different character for VCraft, if I remember correctly. He wanted to be like a really old merchant or a mailman or something. I'm sure no matter what character he picked, it would have touched all of us in an incredibly emotional way. Because Mayor Clifford Relexis was a rock. In a town where there were constantly plots of stealing from one another and from, you know, killing people and the end of the world. He was the one that always talked of community. He's always the one that spoke about community and it being free. And then his speech on day 13 at the end, going around with everybody, it fucked me up. Yeah, Ruse's speech on day 13. Mayor Clifford Relexis was such an important character for VCraft. And I hope he understands just how important and how impactful he was. Even if he wasn't a major player in every single person's story, even if he wasn't necessarily like, you know, he didn't fight Vitruvius, even if he wasn't a baker, even if he wasn't a builder, everybody has their own stories. And the fact that Ruse was able to touch so many people and impact so many of their stories and their lives out of character is nothing short of genius. And I told him that. I said he kicked ass, and he was a huge part as to why VCraft was so enjoyable. Well, community is not free, but it's why community is free. No, it was crazy. So, hope you all do something similar when everyone's a bit more experienced with role playing. I mean, the beauty of it is though, is when people aren't familiar with role play, they're sometimes willing to make more mistakes, but then also sometimes less mistakes. It's a crazy thing. I talked about it a lot, that I could tell that I was with people that haven't role played before. So I played around, you know, giving people more time. And Vox called me out on it in character. You know, Vitruvius, when I joined the Knights of Ours, he was like, I like how you like wait and listen. And a big part of that is because I want to make sure that whoever I'm talking to, if they're a new role player, that they get enough time to say what it is that they want to say. Because sometimes you need an extra second, and sometimes you don't want to step on toes. Waiting and listening is one of the biggest skills that you can have as a role player. One of the most important. Clifford got the community idea from talking to Zealand, which is pretty ironic considering Zealand's ending. Yeah, I mean, I get it. By the fact that the mayor plotline came about for what I believe was a throwaway remark Clifford made in the early days about starting an election. I think so. I think it was on a whim that he ran for mayor. I'm pretty sure. The different POVs really show the beauty of RP, and yes, not everyone can have those deep talks with each other. Like, some literally have 1 to 2 interactions even. Yeah, like the most interactions I had with Zealand were like in passing, or like, hey, can I like test this on you? Or like when he got Violet's letter and read it for me. you know? But so many other people were like, I said good morning to him every day. He was a rock. He was always there for me. He was a pillar of this community. He was a deterrent for Vitruvius. And I was like, I never got that. You know, I just never felt it. Unfortunately, I never got to really spend too much time with Miss Eileen either. And I know a lot of people really enjoyed her tavern. Or with Omi Omai, with all of his inventing and experimenting and stuff like that. I didn't get to spend too much time with him either. Everybody had different stories because everybody's the main character of their own story. And that is a main story. Vitruvius II gave Clifford a kiss. Good. As it should be. I was fully expecting Nabubu to miss the election and still end up as mayor. That'd be funny. Who did you vote for mayor? Nobody. Unfortunately, I missed it. I don't remember. I think I had a collab that day that I had scheduled greatly in advance, and I could not reschedule it. So, thank you for telling him that. Greatly worked out. I agree. Impact so strong. Calvin wrote a song about him. Yeah, exactly. I really do hope that Ruse understands that. I agree. The beauty of like even those doing it first time, you see them go out of their comfort zones and they do amazing in RP. Yeah, it's so wonderful. It is such a heartwarming moment. It was Calix's first time and he knocked it out of the park. So having experience isn't really that necessary. Yes, exactly. I will say having more experienced role players to play off of can really help people grow too. Like Vox, I know was an experienced role player. So having Calvin to play off of Vitruvius constantly was fantastic, and really playing off the improv and in the moment and things like that. So yes, being a new player can not necessarily mean that you're going to be bad, but then having people to play off of and see what you're able to do and what emotions you're able to elicit goes forever a long way, especially if those people give you safe space to do things. And that's why I keep talking about it. Like, it's so important for new players to be given the time to make mistakes, to be given the time to speak and to explore their characters. Man, that clip of Zealand's ending messed me up. I don't think I saw it. Like I said, I almost felt guilty that I wasn't closer to Zealand because everybody was talking about Zealand, and I was like, I liked him. And we were friends, but like, we didn't spend like any time together. How did Royale feel about becoming so many people's test dummy for spells? It definitely negatively impacted him and was a reason as to why he crashed out. Omi, engineer, spent more time with Zaddy. I got that. What's up, Wolf Tolgan? Welcome in. I was under the impression the mayorship was because Violet gave Clifford a crown. Oh. You got me. What's up, Rip Day? I was watching Omi's POV, and he got fully roped into the main storyline when he initially just wanted to be a goofy side character. Yeah, I mean, you never know when it's going to happen. It's beautiful to see. God, I love how certain themes and concept embed into pretty much every storyline in the RP. Improv, my beloved. Yeah, and that's why I was saying, like, that concept of community, I think everybody spoke it at some point. Like, community is free. You know? It mattered so much to so many people. Did you love the wedding, and did Royale think Calvin and Malum were engaged too? I think I heard that they weren't, so I was just going along with the bit. But, I mean, Calvin was a potential romantic interest for Royale, but he dropped it when he thought that he had interest for Malum, so it's complicated. The wedding was very fun, though. I had a lot of fun with that. Although I did get stuck on the floor at one point. That was awkward. Yes, exactly. Calix was riding that wave, and look, he did so well. Leo too. Yeah, exactly. Giving new role players the space and freedom to experiment is so freaking important. And I'm so glad so many people were willing to try. So important. I'm really impressed how Lucian pulled off a bad guy on his first. Yes! Oh, Lucy did so well with El, Lament, and Lucky. Especially playing 3 characters. He did really well. I was really happy with it. When Lucy said it was his first time doing RP like this, it's pretty good. That's pretty good. I love series like these so much. It makes me want to get back into RP. The roleplay envy is real, folks. Do it. Go play some D&D. Go find a local hobby shop. I love the crash out scene with Roswell and Royale. Thank you. I don't think that many people know about it. I think it's still a little bit hidden because it happened after defeating Vitruvius and Lament. So I think a lot of people missed it because they were like, oh, the story's done. And then they see me screaming at Roswell and crying on my hands and knees. And they're like, what? God King Mare is such a hard job, true. It's crazy how many new players opened up and became wonderful actors. Real. I can't even count how many times I cried watching the event. Me too, especially the last 2 days. Was it Violent that gave him the crown? Oh, I have no idea. We were robbed of the Yaoi wedding. Oh, did you guys not know that I was kind of pining for Calvin as Royale? I feel like I was pretty obvious about that. I think I flirted with Calvin more than I did with anybody else. But again, I kind of assumed that he had romantic feelings for Malim, and then unfortunately, Calvin and Royale's relationship went really bad. Went really fucking bad. Calvin was oblivious to all the romance. I don't know how it happens. Calvin Yaoi route. I mean, if he was comfortable with it. Calvin's background, though, he had no experience in romance, so it makes sense he was oblivious to potential suitors. Maybe. Lucy the Man, the fact that he was doing this all in the dark. So for real, the townsfolk as well don't have an idea. True. Do not streaming as Lament was genius. I agree. That was awesome. What do you think about V2's backstory, if you know? I do know. It's very similar to Royale's. So I said this before, for those of you that maybe didn't hear it. Royale's backstory, which not a single person ever asked about. Moltaire started kind of digging into it, and then we ran out of time, and then he didn't come back to VCraft, and I was very sad about that because I missed Moltaire. The backstory for Royale was that he was... So his father was quite a famous knight who was injured in battle and retired and decided to settle down and have a kid. And his wife died in childbirth, giving birth to Royale. And unfortunately, that sent his father into a very abusive, manipulative relationship with his son. And because of this, his son grew up with abandonment issues and validation issues. And his father blamed him for his mother's death and like that kind of thing. So it's why Royale wanted to be a hero, because he felt that if he was a hero, then maybe it would make his father proud. If he was a hero, or if he was better, maybe it would have saved his mother, like that kind of thing. Like the very manipulative, abusive, terrible types of relationships to have. You know? Cute self. Need more clips of that, true. Calvin had 3 suitors at some point, including Royale. Yeah. Yeah. Moltaire was great. I wish he came back. Yeah. He had a kid. No, Royale's father had a kid, which was Royale. The Lament reveal was shocking. Yeah. Yeah, he sadly got sick, he said. Oh, I thought he was just busy. I didn't realize he got sick. What the heck? I think if people watched yours or Calix's POV, it was obvious. I hope so. Moltaire was great. I wish he came back. Me too. VCraft server, let me in. Let me back in. I didn't see Royale find family and love. Nope, it's too late. We had the bad ending. Bad ending confirmed, guys. Sorry. Piggybacking off of this, if I remember correctly, Calix said he went in with no intention of romance for Calvin because of the way his character was written. Sorry, we tagged the wrong person. No, you're absolutely good. I think that's a good thing to say too. And I see you're not tagging me, but I've mentioned this so many times tonight too. Roleplay does not need romance. You do not need to ship everyone off. People don't need to end up in relationships. If it happens naturally, cool. If it doesn't happen naturally, also cool. It wasn't important to Royale's story. It wasn't important to Calvin's story. It wasn't important to Vitruvius' story. It wasn't important. Well, I guess Leo's story is that he was trying to get back to her, but for Valo-chan. But it's why like I stopped pushing so many romantic advances because I thought he had kind of settled on Malim. Calvin did. And then I was like, all right, cool. It's over. You know, I'm going to focus on plot and the relationship I have with Calvin, not in a romantic sense, but just the relationship, you know? Calix even mentioned that everyone wanted Calvin's cookie real bad. It was you, Leo, Lim, and I think Altus, maybe. I don't know Royale's backstory, so thank you for explaining it. No one did. Not a single person ever on the server ever asked for Royale's backstory or ever learned about it. Never. I only revealed it tonight. Yeah, you got sicky. Eh. I'm so sorry. I wish you didn't. Your interaction with Zaddy about the first ever making of your Flex intro is so special for me. So I kept working on it to try and make it better. Apparently, Lucy even intentionally chose not to stream his POV. Yes, for Lament. Yeah, specifically for Lament. He told me about that. It was so cool. Late Up was so sad he couldn't join. I was sad he couldn't join. Felt like we had a good relationship, you know? Symbolism that it's not L or Lucky who's currently in control. It was only after Lament destroyed L's head and took control of the body that Lament POV got streamed. Interesting. Facts, Drew. What's an environment AU you would like to do in future roleplays? Oh, I said this before. Someone said the name of it, but like think like Shadowrun style. So like magic and futuristic technology in one setting. So like the technology advancements of cyberpunk, but with like magic in it as well. So there's like a clear divide of like what's the proper way to like lead the future. I love Apocalypse. Apocalypse is pretty cool. I know a couple people were saying like we should do a Project Zomboid roleplay server, which would be super freaking fun. I love Project Zomboid. I love how respectful you are as a role player. Very refreshing to see. It's so funny. It almost feels like it's my responsibility to, because like I've been role playing for like 10 years. You know, I've been a role player since Critical Role came out back on Twitch in 2015. Back when it was on Geek and Sundry. Shoutouts to the Underdark arc. It was. Because I have so much experience as a role player and as a voice actor professionally, I was like, I need to give these new people time to spread their wings and fly and enjoy role playing. And I said this before, Vox called me out on it in character with Vitruvius, saying like, I like how you wait and listen. And it's because you just got to give new people time to explore and have fun. You got to. If you have experience as a role player, it is your responsibility to make sure that new role players like role playing. And I think we did a really good job. I think we as a community and as a conglomerate of players did a very good job with that, with making people feel like they could roleplay. I'm pretty sure with the amount of touch revulsion Ruse was doing with Clifford, I ended up headcounting him as Aero. Oh, much to the Fujoshi in me's dismay. I mean, you never know. You never know. So like Final Fantasy? No, more like Shadowrun. Or Cyberpunk with magic. That'd be very fun, I agree. In a sense, the game split fiction if it wasn't split. Maybe. Project Zomboid would be dope, yeah. That's so interesting. The advance of magic, very cool. I agree. I really appreciate your evil laugh. It keeps us on our toes. I didn't get to talk about it as much tonight. I know a couple of people have mentioned it, but if you go back and watch my POV in a lot of these streams, I made sure that almost every day, the laugh started as a very like warm and genuine and like full laugh, and as the days went on, it started becoming more and more hollow and like almost evil sounding, because it was a reflection of Royale's mental state and things about New Witchington. And only like a few people realized it. They're like, wow, he was laughing so different on day 1 comparatively to day 11 or 12. So, yes. VCraft really inspired me to spread my hidden love for RP with my friends. Hell yeah. I tripped over myself to get to my keyboard as soon as I heard Zomboid, please. I would love it. Yeah, that would be so freaking cool. When you've been role-playing for so long, it ends up feeling that way sometimes, showing them the ropes in a way. Yeah, absolutely. And that's why I said it's our responsibility. I would love to see you in another RP collab again. I actually pretty bummed that you and Ruse so rarely bumped into each other. I agree. Ruse and I are great friends too, and we do cool stuff together sometimes. But it's just the beauty of a role play. It's just the beauty of role play, you know? It's just the beauty of role play. Sometimes you meet up with people that you don't expect to. Ruse is a great friend of mine, but the people that I spent the most time with are people that I'd never interacted with before in a setting like this. Roscoe had barely done anything in collab sense and never in voice. Lucy, same thing. Vox, same thing. Calyx, same thing. Leo, same thing. Sunny, same thing. You know, Boog, same thing. So it's really cool. Really cool to be able to play with people that you've never really interacted with before, all through the shield of roleplay. Going insane each day. That's cinema true. It was scary by the later days. Thank you. We need a supercut of all of Royale's laughs in chronological order. Day 11 is the peak of evil laugh. I will tell you that much. Whose POV are you are most excited to watch backseat clips of? Probably Calvin. Oh my god, Calvin lied to me and manipulated me and abandoned me more than any other character in the entirety of VCraft. So I'm so interested to go back and see how he reacts to our conversations. Because like I saw some of them from clips, but like I was going through my own like recap journey and I was literally like, man, I spent a lot of time with Calvin. I think Calvin was the person I spent the most time with on the server. Like, by far. Oh no, Boog was not part of the Knights. Boog is just somebody that showed Royale a lot of stuff when he first arrived. Boog was very kind and often put herself in not harm's way, but like inconvenience way to help him. And that's why she was part of the, or they, I'm sorry, they, or I don't know their pronouns. I need to ask Maya what their pronouns are. That's why Boog was part of the speech at the end. So. Crazy. I love that. Sad I didn't catch your POV in the earlier ones. Hey, no worries. All of them are available on Twitch if you don't want any of the background music, which I kind of recommend because I didn't realize my music was so loud. So there is some loud background music playing sometimes. But if you can put up the background music, you can watch it here on YouTube. I noticed that throughout the days, it started feeling more hollow. Yep. Which is why the apocalyptic setting for a Minecraft server next time. It depends on what kind of apocalyptic we're talking. If we're talking zombies, I'm gonna be down for that. If we're talking Fallout setting, it's so great seeing everyone bonding. True. I hope VCraft folks collab more because of this. I love supporting more indie streamers. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. I hope you know that the Debonaires adored you. And when Calvin was trying to suss Royale out for the Knights, we were screaming and terrified, but we loved Royale so much. I will probably go back and watch Calvin's POV over the next couple of weeks. I noticed from watching Uki's POV from time to time that his roleplay language was inspired from FF14. Yeah, he kept saying 7 hells because Uki and I play a lot of 14 together. And we kind of kept like, he was like, yeah, this is what I'm going to do. It's really funny. Boog is such a fun name to say. I agree. As a Debonair, his POV is a wild ride. I will have to go back and check it, especially in his interactions with Royale. It's interesting because I think Calvin was the person a lot of people spent the most time with. Oh yeah, I'm super certain. Maya's pronouns are she, they. Oh, okay, cool. I was worried that I was misgendering them. I would be curious to have a live reaction on Twitter from you checking out Calyx's VCraft streams. That'd be so funny. That would be really funny. VCraftEnchanted 400 plus video playlists on YouTube. There's no way I'm catching that. I'll tell you that much. I ain't got that much time. Oh, I might make like a reaction or some point of me reacting to Calyx's stuff. It would have been crazy if the reason Royale was neglected was the others wanted Royale's hands to stay clean of fresh blood. Oh my god, it would have been so worse. If that was the case, it would have been so much worse. Gay men, so true. Saying by the 12 and stuff. Yeah, I know where this is from. I know where this is from. Calvin was trying to get stuff left and done in center, and everyone was like, hey, can I speak to you? That was me. I think I hit him with a can I talk to you like every day, literally every single day, or like from like day 3 or 4 and on. It was really funny. It was very funny. It was very funny. Very funny. Okay. I think I'm gonna go to bed. I've been streaming for 8 hours. I did not think that this recap going through every single moment of this was gonna be this long. Oh, who's your favorite villain? If you haven't answered that before, shit, it's hard. I think you have to take Lament and Vitruvius as a package deal because Vitruvius wouldn't have been the villain if it wasn't for Lament or L, and L wouldn't have turned into Lament if it wasn't for Vitruvius and how that world kind of started, you know? I've been streaming for 8 hours. I'm sorry. I'm tired. My throat hurts. My throat hurts. I'm so tired. So, isn't it just Royale? Was I a villain? Was I really a villain? Thank you for Royale. It's been a journey. Thank you. I appreciate it. Roy/Royale. Have a good night. Thank you for the recap. Of course. Guys, if you want to check out any of the recap for today, I literally recapped my entire journey through VCraftEnchanted. If you're ever curious, like, what did Roy think about this? What did Royale do in this situation? Why did he do this? Why did he join the Knights of Ours? What was the reasoning for it? Why did he have such a big crash out at Roswell? Check it out. This is going to be the perfect VOD to check that out. So please do. Super worth it. All right, guys, we're going to end there. I'm so tired. Oh, I'm so tired. I need to get some sleep. Good night, guys. Good night, Dusk Bunnies. Mwah. Good night, Dusk Bunnies. Woo.